Though very brief, it's a sign that tornadoes have already occurred today, and they are likely going to continue and only get stronger from here.
So, Haley, I wanted to show folks what you were talking about under that anvil. So you can actually see on visible satellite, I punched that up now, these overshooting tops, indicating, as you said, this storm has grown to the top of the bottom layer of the atmosphere, the tropopause, and some of that bursts up into it. Guys, if we can, we'll throw up Max 3 and show folks what Haley was talking about, because she's under this giant anvil cloud. And this, Haley, to your point, for the time being, I mean, this is the only game in town. But watching this on visible satellite, it looks like a detonation took place. So what does that tell us about what to expect moving forward as more of these get going?
I think it tells us one of two things, that when even a small thunderstorm starts to bubble, you have to take it seriously. Whether or not it is severe warned at that moment, it can grow to potentially tossing out softball-sized hail. I would not be surprised if somewhere within the updraft, even if it hasn't fallen down yet, because that updraft is probably very strong, somewhere within it we have softball-sized hail, and that's going to come down, will likely break windshields, could even burst through roofs of homes. We've seen that happen in big hail environments. But the other thing that it tells me is that these storms, now that the cap has eroded and a lot of these storms have broken through, they're going to grow, and they're going to grow fast. And what that means is we'll likely see a transition to more of a linear storm mode. Think linear line, and that would translate more to a damaging wind, very high precip, lots of rain type of environment, which we drove through last night. It is not fun. We drove through that for about an hour south on Interstate 39, and we literally could feel the beast starting to shake, which is exactly what we felt, shaking in the moment when we went through that RFD with this particular cell. So that does mean if these storms grow and they grow fast, that the tornado potential and that window for EF3 or stronger tornadoes is at least confined to a narrower margin, likely between the next 3 hours, give or take. But we were able to see a rotating wall cloud, and then eventually that funnel cloud come down, and a tornado touchdown, likely based upon Brandon Kopic's viewpoint and what we were able to see. So we're going to keep with this storm, likely following it all the way out to the Wisconsin border if it continues to show the propensity to be dangerous. But heads up for those of you in Waterloo, it's heading in your direction. This could be a very dangerous storm by the time it arrives. So make those necessary storm preparations right now. If you have any car passion projects, move those into an indoor space, because I'll tell you what, this hail will likely not be pleasant.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Haley. We'll keep an eye on this storm. Clearly, we know you and Jared are too. We'll be checking back in just a little bit. Thank you. Looking at that visible satellite, it's like that storm hit Interstate 35 and just detonated. You could see that. We were running back the visible satellite for you. There's the live feed from Brandon Kopic's camera, Grundy Center, Iowa. Get pixelated. He's in a tough service spot, it looks like, but we'll keep an eye on his feed. Keep in mind, that was how we saw there was briefly a tornado in progress with that particular cell. So here we are, extreme western periphery of this sprawling level 3 out of 5 zone that was indicated by the Storm Prediction Center. This whole spot, though, and through here, that's where the tornado watch is in effect. And clearly, the early stages of the environment indicated in that tornado watch has been very conducive for tornadic development. This particular cell, so this is what I was talking about. That's Interstate 35. This runs back through the past 3 hours, but I'm looking, it's probably an hour and 15 minutes that this particular cell has been around. It hit that I-35. It's like it tripped over it and just exploded in size. That's the cell, and this is what we're looking at the top of here. That's the anvil that Haley was talking about. They were in somewhere in through here, and you could just see the milky sky above them. So this particular supercell, still tornado warned. The tornado warning runs only for another minute, so we'll see if they choose to extend this. Clearly still making some hail in through here. That's the latest tornado warning. I'm surprised that they're going sub-severe hail on that one. Brandon's camera was close by to Grundy Center. Yeah, that's quick glance, severe hail being produced by that particular cell. So that's one of many hazards with this, and there's Waterloo, where we saw Haley earlier. Eldora was where it looks like that tornado briefly touched on down, and now it's off to the east from there. So curious to see 15 seconds to go on that particular tornado warning, what they choose to do with this. I know that there is a severe thunderstorm warning downstream approaching western parts of Waterloo, north of Rhinebeck. Maybe that's what they go with for the time being. Does that have Tor possible? No. Okay. For the time being, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Black Hawk, Butler, and Grundy counties. It is indicated for hail up to golf ball size. Considerable damage with that. Gusts to about 60 miles per hour. But we'll watch this. It's a cell that we saw with our own eyes produce a tornado, and it's got the potential to do so again. Haley had mentioned that it looked like it was cycling. And yeah, that all matches up when the radar was detecting the strongest rotation, which has diminished considerably. We're glad to see that. Strong rotation through Eldora. That's where we saw that tornado on Brandon Kopic's feed. Storms producing heavy rain coupled with rapidly melting snowpack. That's prompting flash flooding. Firefighters had to rescue 3 people from rising floodwaters inside their home. This was in Suamico, Wisconsin. And the threat continues with this marathon stretch of severe weather dumping more heavy rain on some of these areas. We're continuing to watch it. Fox Weather Now will be right back.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day, and this is what you're inhaling?
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Happening now, a lot of things in 3 separate spots. Midwest, Southern Plains, the Northeast, where we've been watching active severe weather over the last couple of hours. That's Brandon Kopic's feed, where we saw previously a tornado in progress. Corey Gherkin, he's also close by, in addition to Haley Meyer in the Fox Weather Beast. There you go. Eldora, emergency management relayed reports of a brief tornado touchdown just south of Eldora with damage to a building. Unfortunately, we saw that happening in real time on this feed, so we're keeping an eye on it. Also, a little bit farther east in its life cycle, its path, we saw a report of golf ball size hail out of Wellsburg. Brandon is somewhere in through here, and this is still an intense storm that we're watching. Just know that the storm reports are coming in and backing up, unfortunately, the hazards that were projected by Doppler radar. And right now, still indicated no active tornado warning. Want to be clear about that. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but a dangerous one in between Parkersburg and Rhinebeck. Hail, golf ball size. We've got reports of that. That's interesting now. A brand new, it looks like 3 cells, 1, 2, 3, in close proximity. This one has gotten especially intense very quickly. Butler County, Iowa, that's a severe thunderstorm warning that runs until 4:30 local. So that's going to be a long way to go. As at 40 minutes with this one. It's already producing severe hail, as estimated by Doppler radar, up over 1.5 inches. So that's a ping pong ball approaching the size of a golf ball already. Just developed, already turned severe. If this behaves like the one to its south, and it continues to intensify, that rotation tightens up, this could produce a tornado very much the same way that we saw with the cell farther off to the south. There's some rotation in it. Steph's showing us that right now, but it's broad. This is exactly what the other one looked like, though, before it continued to mature and eventually did produce briefly a tornado. So we've got a lot happening in this portion of Iowa, and that only represents the extreme western zone of all the areas that we're concerned about for the tornadic potential. It's effectively all the way over to Lake Michigan. But from here, you go farther off to the south. That's where we've got a major severe weather threat, too. It's a level 3 out of 5 zone. Bain Froney is back with us to track that. Bain, as I was looking at the alert system for the severe thunderstorm warning, I saw something else blinking, so things are happening down south, too.
Oh, yeah, we have severe thunderstorm watches that are just going into play, as well as also those tornado watches up towards Oklahoma. That's where we have that level 3 out of 5 risk for severe storms today. Already starting to see a severe thunderstorm warning popping up into northern parts of Texas. We're going to take a closer look at that in just a second. But let's talk about the tornado watches that are in play. This is going to be for parts of Oklahoma, as well as into northern Texas. This is over near Wichita Falls, Texas, and up towards Wichita, Kansas, too. That's going to be in play until 11 o'clock for this evening. We're looking at the potential to see EF2 or greater tornadoes. Hail cores could be up to 3.5, 4 inches there. Also, a severe thunderstorm watch in play that includes central Texas and towards the southern parts of the state. That's going to also be in play until 11 o'clock for this evening. But back to that severe thunderstorm warning that's been bumping up. Look at all the lightning that's attached to this thing for right now. So we're keeping a close eye on it. But I mean, again, that hail size, 1 inch, that's radar indicated at this point. But we're mostly looking at a lot of these hail makers going into play for those storms are going to be a little bit more so into the southern parts of Texas. But looking at that available storm energy that we have on deck for right now, we have plenty of it. We have a lot of available storm energy right now. You can see all the purplish color. That's going to be the indicator that we have the heat, and we also have the moisture. That's going to be the fuel for these systems as we continue throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. Now, looking in the dew points that we have, you can see dew points in Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Oklahoma. They're in the upper 60s. Again, that's a lot of moisture available into our atmosphere. And this is the dry line that's going to help bump up all of that moist air and allow for those storms to explode within the coming hours. So you can even see in Amarillo, Texas, dew points in the low 30s. So also on top of this, we also do have that wind shear. That's basically the twisting of the winds with height. So that's going to be what's going to aid in that tornadic activity or possibility, especially into Oklahoma as the sun starts to go down a little bit more. So we do have that wind shear available, hence why EF2 or greater tornadoes going to be a major possibility as we move throughout the rest of the day today. Again, large hail potential all throughout Oklahoma, up towards Kansas, and also into parts of Texas. Egg-sized hail, widespread, But look at this, softball-sized hail. Going to be a major risk, a major probability for some of those systems in parts of Texas and into Oklahoma. So hail and tornadoes for us this evening. Ian, that's what we're really going to be looking out for.
Yeah, Bane, this feels like it's going to be a relentless stretch ahead over the next several hours. And the overall look of this week is awfully similar. Yesterday was just the start of an active pattern. The Midwest and the central United States receiving day after day of severe storms. The problem here is that the displacement day to day isn't a whole lot. Some of these areas see these threats repeatedly, and you see what I'm talking about here. I mean, this is Friday. Already for Friday, that's day 4 by SPC rules. You got a level 3 out of 5 threat. OKC, Bane was just showing us for today, up through Kansas City, Des Moines, all these spots in Iowa of great concern in the short term. We're going to do this again later on this week. And unfortunately, it's another potent storm that's going to produce widespread severe weather, we're thinking, once again. Potent dip in the jet stream, similar patterns, similar results. All of these same ingredients are back in the mix, so plan accordingly. And we got to move through a dangerous evening first before we even get to this next storm. So stay with us right here on Fox Weather. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Just know we got you covered moving through this entire dangerous evening.
Let me show you how to take your outdated, unsafe bathroom from this to this in as little as one day. Hey there, I'm Art Edmonds, jacuzzi bath remodel expert here to answer your burning questions on how you can get the bathroom of your dreams. First up, why should I upgrade my bath or shower? That's a good one. You can't stand the outdated look, the color, the cracked tiles, and the mold. Or maybe you're upgrading for safety. Stepping over a tub can be dangerous. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome. Hey. It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi Bath Remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as one day.
It's done in one day. Oh my God. It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft closed doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
Exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Right now on Fox Weather, another dangerous stretch ahead. This was after an evening of tornadoes and big hail last night. An even more intense threat has been reloading across parts of the Midwest. We've got strong tornadoes possible there. The overall threat of severe weather, it's widespread. More than 130 million Americans from Texas up through parts of the Midwest over to New York State facing some level of potential today. The Northeast, that risk has been ramping up. A broken line of storms, damaging winds, those are the main hazard there. We'll show you those. Meanwhile, the southern plains, we've had alerts issued there already. A handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. Kansas down to Texas, intense heating will trigger supercells that turn severe quickly. We've got another similar look at this. Before we get to the weekend, we've got the latest on all of it right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Tuesday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here on Fox Weather. I'm Ian Oliver. This is Fox Weather Now. A big mess in multiple different spots. You got the Northeast with this level 2 threat, severe thunderstorm warning that's about to cross its way into western Vermont. Western PA, couple of alerts. Same story over into Indiana. But in through here, one severe thunderstorm over the Red River. Bunch of different areas. That's how you get the actual number. 134.2 million people included in some level of severe weather threat. But you see a bunch of Fox Weather Beast icons in here. Let's get out. Let's show you what's happening with that. A live picture for you from the Fox Weather Beast camera. That's our very own Haley Meyer out tracking the severe weather live on the ground there. So let's check in with her. That's Rhinebeck, Iowa. Haley, last time we had spoken, which was maybe 20 minutes ago, there was one supercell. Now I count at least 4. Quick glance down at the radar. What have you seen playing out there? Okay, she's dialing back in. We got the live picture. We don't have comms with Haley. We'll talk to her coming up in just a moment. But yes, the overall coverage has just lit up. Keep in mind we have a tornado watch for portions of Illinois, Wisconsin, and right there where Haley is in the Fox Weather Beast. Waterloo is included in the severe thunderstorm warning. That's the first cell that developed. It's been a mammoth supercell, and now it's got some company. Sounds like we have Haley. Haley, I was just mentioning, we went from maybe 20, 25 minutes back, one supercell. A quick glance at radar shows a bunch of them now.
Yeah. Yeah, Ian, I mean, we are watching this storm start to rapidly rotate yet again. We're actually standing in the rear flank downdraft right now, and you can feel this huge push of cold air. It's enough that the Fox Weather Beast, the door slammed on my leg, but all is well that hopefully ends well. But with this storm, this is a very dangerous storm. We could actually see the rotating inflow as it was coming on the right-hand side of me. But now this storm is about to produce just off to my right-hand shoulder beyond the cemetery here. So I likely think we'll be looking at a tornado at least within the next 30 minutes. We are seeing some scud clouds start to come down, lots of lightning, so it is a little bit dangerous even to be standing. We're about to get a move on right now just so we can make sure we stay at least in a safe position. But I would not be surprised if we get another tornado warning within this storm very, 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 very quickly. But if you can kind of see up, notice how there's a little bit of a green tinge over here towards our right. That is big time hail. On the right-hand side, you actually have some clearing. And so that's where you're looking at the cell from the south and getting a vantage point north. But here we're facing it almost straight on, and we're going to be traveling and watching this storm develop. But I will say there was a mesoscale discussion issued pretty much for this exact supercell. That said, there's been one dominant right mover that's presented itself. Right moving storms typically are going to be the strongest tornadic cell out of the bunch that have started to develop, and that's the one that we're on right now. So the fact that the SPC issued a mesoscale discussion for one cell and for the propensity for this cell to become violent, it just goes to show that we really need to be taking this threat seriously. So anybody in Waterloo, or at least due east of our location now, we're in Grundy County, Iowa. As you can tell from our locator, anybody due east of Grundy County, Iowa, you need to at least know where a tornado safe place would potentially be. The good news is we're in a very, very rural spot right now. So if anything does touch down, it'll likely just pick up some crops and some debris in the form of dirt, which is what we had yesterday, which is why it was such a spectacular day. But today could turn dangerous, if not deadly, if people do not heed this warning and are not staying attuned to the weather. But yeah, Ian, this is a developing, very strong supercell. And as you mentioned, that anvil, let's see if I can even show you where that is. If I zoom out a little bit, notice that white along the top where the blue sky is, that's our anvil. And then within our specific mesocyclone, we have an even stronger updraft that's shot up from that. So even on visible satellite, you could probably see this storm. I don't know if somebody would want to pull that up for me. You were pointing out the scope of how large this anvil was, which is just the thunderstorm reaching the cap in the atmosphere, and then you find that stronger updraft that can burst through. And so when you have a smaller little bubble that pops up, that's exactly what this storm and this mesocyclone is doing right now. Brandon Kopic is also on this. He's not far away from us. Corey decided to go a little bit further to the east. We have a couple of other storm tracking friends, even some that work for Fox Weather, just on a vacation, and they are in our general area. So we'll be sure to have all angles covered from this to make sure that everybody stays safe. But northeastern Iowa, the environment is primed, and it's only going to get worse if this storm can continue to stay healthy, which it's showing no signs of weakening right now, Ian.
Yeah, you know, we're a bunch of weather nerds where folks are taking time off to do exactly what you're doing. But Haley, in that meso that you pointed out, they had said the Cape here, something up around like 4,500. These are numbers we haven't seen a ton of so far in this severe weather season. You had pointed out the hail core too. I know by design you guys are trying to stay away from that, try to keep the beast out of that. Have you seen any of it yet? Because each of these coming in, there's a lot of hail reports so far.
We actually did get hit by a little bit of hail right after this storm was able to produce that brief tornado that Brandon was on. We just briefly let that storm overtake us right where that meso was, and we were getting pea-sized hail. Very, very small, not a big deal, but that's just a sign if that is just a small portion of the updraft, what the most intense part of the updraft, you can only imagine what could be hiding up there. I mean, likely hailstones that are close to baseball, softball size. So we're going to avoid that like the plague as much as we can, because we don't want any glass in the beast. We also don't want a broken windshield, as this environment, even if we weren't tracking storms, we would have to be careful and stay vigilant. So that would be the last thing that we want to do right now. So that's another element of tracking storms, is you have to play the right angle of approach and not allow that meso to overtake you. If it does have a tornado that can produce, that can happen right above your head if you're not constantly looking up. But you also have to be looking at where this storm is moving. And again, moving due east right now, with a couple other storms moving just off towards our northeast, which could also go on to produce tornadoes. You were showing some of the radar, and there was rotation in it. So this is likely not going to be the only tornado we get today. Also keep in mind southern Wisconsin, that's a different zone, but still one that's also very, very primed for tornadoes. But yeah, you had mentioned Cape. The last couple of days we had Cape of about 1,500 joules per kilogram. That's enough to sustain a strong supercell or an updraft where maybe we get a tornado or 1 inch in diameter or less hail. But when you start talking about 4,000 joules per kilogram, that is just about maxing out on the atmosphere. And just from there, we had a big lightning strike. We'll likely hear some thunder overhead. But it's a difference between most unstable Cape, surface Cape, and mixed layer Cape. And the surface Cape, meaning the propensity for these storms to rise at the surface, so the ground level, is just violent. And so that's why we have this low cloud deck and a very high tornado threshold today.
Yeah, and we're staring out at those dark clouds off in the distance. So, Haley, be safe through all of this. We're keeping an eye on that feed. Great work out there, and we'll be talking with you again in a bit. Thank you. Today's severe weather threat, it's massive. I mean, you're staring at it right there. Texas up to Wisconsin, east to northern New England. You've got Vermont and New Hampshire in the mix today. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that's about to cross its way over into Vermont. So a bunch of different zones that we're watching, but no more so than right here. This is the camera, exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Brandon Kopic. He had eyes on the brief tornado that developed last hour, and he's still following this cell. He's in Hudson, Iowa. Interesting, as Haley had pointed out, Corey's a touch farther off to the east, and I'm wondering. She said, I saw his locator. I think it said New Glarus. There's a great brewery in Wisconsin, and that's the one. I think he might be on that one here. That's just back to the west of Madison, much earlier in its life cycle, but that appears like it's got a warning on it. That's becoming a powerful storm very quickly too. So this was, for a period of time, maybe for about an hour and a half, a lonely supercell. Now it's got a bunch of company, and that's not a good thing if these additional cells start behaving like that one did. This is what I was talking about. Dane and Iowa counties in Wisconsin runs until 5 o'clock local. So we got 50 minutes to go with this particular severe thunderstorm warning. That tells us the National Weather Service isn't expecting anything that's going to weaken that particular storm in the short term. That is a long fuse severe thunderstorm warning, and we'll watch to see if it needs to be tweaked at all, if it starts developing some rotation. Now in through here, this is the oldest cell. You move farther off to the east, you point out we got Dylan swapped in with us. There's northwestern parts of the Indianapolis metro area now included, Boone County. That one runs until 5:45, so that's 35 minutes to go with this one. It is indicated as a baseline severe thunderstorm warning. Dylan, what's the radar thinking for hail out of this one? That's some impressive reflectivity just in between the two interstates, 65 and 74, near Advance. Yeah, that's up to 2 inches as estimated by Doppler radar. So right here, east of Advance, that's the biggest hazard out of this one in Boone County right now. That could be producing golf ball size hail, maybe on its way to producing greater than that. So we'll watch. This tornado watch, was this expanded all to the north?
No.
No, okay. So it includes Sheboygan, Milwaukee, points west, Dubuque, Waterloo. We know the western part of this tornado watch just lit up with these supercells. We've been watching those for 2 hours or so. As we move forward, there they are. This is future radar now. And keep in mind, because of where this is, we're in Eastern time. We've got storms in both spots. Severe storms at 7 o'clock in the northeast. But this cluster here, you can see how these are still discrete, even showing up on the model as either clusters or some individual cells. That's all modes of severe weather potential and top end for all reasons we were talking about with Haley. Significant severe weather, EF2, EF3 tornadoes, the hail, which could exceed baseball size, and some big straight line wind gusts, 70, 75 miles per hour in all of these spots in through here. Wind primarily the concern up into the northeast. But you look at the coverage through the overnight, as that eventually congeals into a fairly sprawling line, moves across the Great Lakes into the overnight, you got places like Detroit. Folks are trying to get some rest through the overnight period, and those storms still have some serious sting. We'll see some damaging wind potential persisting into the overnight. Look at the hail. This is top of the scale with the SPC's conditional intensity groups indicating softball size plus 3.5 inches in diameter. Dubuque, Madison, that's all of those supercells that we've watched develop in real time. That's going to be a real threat in the short term over the next couple of hours. And point south, we're talking about similar things. This is a sprawling coverage. Bain's back with us, tracking some intense storms developing down that way. Red River points north up into Kansas. Similar concern.
Yeah, exactly. We have a major concern when it comes to the tornado threat as well as that hail threat massive hail is going to be a possibility with some of these storm systems. Already starting to see a couple of those severe thunderstorm warnings popping up throughout parts of Texas, northern Texas, into the southern parts of Oklahoma, and we are just getting started. So we have that tornado watch on deck until 11 o'clock Central Time for folks in northern Texas, as well as throughout Oklahoma and into southern Kansas as well. That does include Wichita, Kansas, and also Oklahoma City. Severe thunderstorm watch is also in play. This is for south central Texas for until 11 o'clock Central Time as well. But let's head up a little bit farther north into the state of Texas, where we still do have those severe thunderstorm warnings that are bumping up. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that has a considerable tag on it thanks to that hail size, nearly 2 inches in diameter. Radar indicated that's for Wichita and Wilburger counties. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be, well, a little bit farther to the north, the same system, but it's just ahead of this. So those counties also going to be under that same storm system within the coming hours. So we're watching out for these storms already starting to bubble up. But as we move throughout the later half of this afternoon for folks in the central time zone and early evening, that's when those storms really start to ramp up thanks to that dry line. So potential tornado threat, that's going to be a level 2 out of 5 for folks. But EF2 or greater will be able to, well, occur. We're going to be having the atmospheric conditions probability for that. Now, potential hail size, that's going to be the softball-sized hail, 3.5 to 4 inches in diameter. That's where you see kind of this grayish area that's been highlighted there. The darker purple is also going to be in the egg-sized hail, 2 inches or greater in diameter. Now, looking into the timing of this, we've already seen those storms bumping up throughout northern Texas, where they're already hitting that severe threat with considerable tags on them because of the hail. But in the next hour or two, those storms really start to bump back up into parts of Oklahoma, as well as into farther south into Texas. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this. These storms are going to be continuing to develop into the late night hours. Potentially overnight, those storms will continue on, but it's mostly going to be that stronger threat. That severe threat dampens down a little bit, but we could still have some storms lingering throughout the morning hours, especially into parts of Oklahoma. Still could be strong, dealing with some gustier winds, as well as that hail potential with those storm systems. So looking into Oklahoma City, starting now, we have those storms continuing for hours on end into the late night hours before we start to develop more so just the rain and the stronger systems into tomorrow morning. And again, we have another severe threat on the table for folks in the same area moving into tomorrow. But it's not just going to be the South and the Midwest here, Ian, that's dealing with all of these storm systems. It's also farther up towards the Northeast, too.
Yeah. Taking a look at the camera out of not Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. They're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Nasty scene as those winds are gusting considerably. It's a whole mess. Severe storms making a mess in the Midwest. That's Brandon Kopic's live feed, Hudson, Iowa. He's repositioning around that cell that he had previously shown us. It was last hour, much earlier in its life cycle, did produce a tornado. It may again, and there's a bunch of other supercells next to it that have that potential too. We'll dive more into what you can expect this evening and through what's left of the week when Fox Weather Now returns.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
All right, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. That is a lookout, Acrisure Stadium. We were talking about that, the severe storm moving its way through Pittsburgh, one of many cities impacted this evening, and more to come working on through this week. So we told you about the Midwest down across the Southern Plains. 17 active severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but we'll take a brief moment while there are no active tornado warnings in effect back in the plains and into the Midwest to show you what's going on here in the Northeast, which is more high-impact weather. The severe thunderstorm made its way through Pittsburgh here. You've also got a storm, New York into southern Vermont. This particular severe thunderstorm warning is just east of 87. So Manchester back into New York, Queensbury, Bennington, Washington, and Windham counties. Hail to an inch, wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. Just an indicator here that, I mean, we've got an atmosphere in the Northeast that's supportive of strong storms, too. There's Pittsburgh right over Interstate 76. Pittsburgh to Harrison, as this moved in, torrential rain, ton of lightning, very poorly timed as it's 20 minutes after 5 o'clock and you've got so many folks out on the road. That's in Allegheny County. You go a little bit farther off to the west into Ohio, Carroll, Harrison, and Jefferson counties. Another severe thunderstorm warning. We'll watch this as it moves through Steubenville and points off to the east. Sprawling severe thunderstorm watch that's up in northeastern PA, much of New York, over into western parts of New England. Well, we've been talking about it. Days of severe weather. This all kind of got started yesterday. 3-inch hail came down in Faribault, Minnesota, as severe storms swept on through. We were watching that play out. We got the hail reports in. It was an inch and a half, and then that 3-inch one came in. There's some video from Mason City, Iowa. They're back in it today. And in some spots, Bain, there isn't a lot of progress off to the east. We've got severe weather tomorrow, later in the week, too, same spots.
Same exact areas. It's almost like we're getting that storm fatigue over and over and over again. But yeah, same zones. Once again, moving into tomorrow. Now, tomorrow's going to be interesting because it all depends on what happens in the overnight and the early morning hours and how our atmosphere rebounds. We'll talk about that in a minute. But looking into that severe threat for tomorrow, that level 2 out of 5 extending all the way down into northern Texas, all the way back up into parts of Wisconsin. But we also do have that level 2 out of 5 that does include parts of Ohio, as well as into Pennsylvania. And we'll even be seeing that extending into parts of New York, too, with that level 1 out of 5 risk. Now, we have that sharp dip in the jet stream once again entering the plains, and this is allowing for all of that storm energy to bump up right throughout the same exact areas that we have been seeing over and over and over again. So looking into tomorrow morning, Why that matters is because in the morning, those storms are still going to be lingering about from later on tonight. Now, depends on how the cloud cover looks and how much rain is sticking around throughout the morning and how long it does end up sticking around. If we have a lot of cloud cover, it may dampen down that severe threat for tomorrow. But if we get more of a clearing, we get a bit more sunshine, that daytime heating comes into play, that severe threat could be bumped up, and we'll be watching out for that. But no matter what, we do have plenty of moisture into the atmosphere. I mean, we're talking dew points in the low to mid 60s heading into tomorrow. And then again, we have that dry line farther south into parts of Texas, heading into Oklahoma as well. And then that front continuing to track up towards the north. Now, we have available storm energy as we move into the next few hours and into tomorrow afternoon, especially forecasted to be seeing again that daytime heating coming into play and a lot more of that moisture as those fronts start to move through. And that's that catalyst to start getting those storms bumping up. When it comes to tomorrow's tornado threat, the majority of it under that level 1 out of 5. So still going to be a prominent tornado threat, but a level 2 out of 5 is going to be included for parts of Oklahoma and also into parts of Missouri, including Springfield, Missouri, too. So a big jump there. Now, we could see anywhere from an EF1, EF2 or greater tornado threat because the atmosphere will be able to support that. So timing-wise for this, too, we're looking at, again, the morning hours, depending on how that rain and that cloud cover goes. We'll watch out for those storm systems bumping up right around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the evening throughout Oklahoma and parts of Texas, and up towards the north, probably closer to around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night when we have those storms really starting to get stronger, potentially even severe here, Ian. So something we're watching out for. We have multiple days of severe weather. We just got to hunker down and make sure you know where your safe zone is, especially when we have those tornado threats on deck.
Yeah, Bain, even with a fast start to the season, we're actually trailing, thankfully, a touch behind the reports last year, the tornado reports at least. Kiana Lewis has been digging into those numbers. That may change a little bit, Kiana, by the end of this week into the weekend.
I would definitely say so. Look at some of these images that are coming in now. We're still getting in on these big opportunities for severe weather. And to be honest and frank, we are still early in the season. But if we look back at last year, Ian's absolutely right. We're about 22% down from where we were this time last year. Here's last year's numbers, 5,000 storm reports coming in. This year, we're sitting at around 3,900. Now, that may change. This year has been prolific, especially when it comes to the wind reports. It just hasn't made up to last year's numbers just yet. But we'll see how things kind of pan out by the end of this week. I want to take you to a look because we are going to see rapid rounds of severe weather, not only today, tomorrow, but even into the end of the week, if not weekend. Let's start you off with Friday. We have a level 3 out of 5 in place for severe weather. This is going to be that primary zone right along a dry line that we actually see all hazards of severe weather come through. First and foremost, we may see some hail, could see some opportunities for some rotating storms, and then leaving the evening hours, going into the overnight, we might watch this form into a linear situation where damaging winds are going to be a big issue. So a lot on the table. Here's our storm system. It's going to roll out of the west across the Rockies, pivot to the east. And as it moves in, we'll see this area of low pressure develop. We have a cold front attached to it, but the real trigger is going to be that dry line that sets up right into this zone from Oklahoma City up to about Kansas, moving just shy of St. Louis. I think that's where we're going to be watching this opportunity of those bigger hazards take shape. Now, everyone in that primary circle does have a chance of seeing some of those storms, but the bigger threats, there is a bit of a bullseye. So here's how things kind of pan out. Afternoon hours, temperatures are in the 70s, if not 80s. So that definitely does add to the instability in the atmosphere, leaving us with a chance of seeing some of those stronger storms by the time Friday night rolls around. Oklahoma City, St. Louis, up into about Minneapolis on the leading edge. Chicago going into the late evening could see some damaging wind threats once again, one of the bigger threats that we've seen this year. And then that secondary threat that really pans out into Saturday happens to be a flash flooding risk. So we watch that also get increased for Saturday morning, a level 2 out of 4 at the moment. We'll be keeping a close eye on this, Ian, and those numbers as we head into the end of the weekend.
Yeah, those are trending up, unfortunately, as we got an active evening and it stays incessant this week. Day after day of severe weather on the table. The plains in the upper Midwest, they've been in on it. Right now, moving from Iowa points east, we've got a number of severe storms, supercells. Our storm trackers are in pursuit, giving us eyes on the storms. We'll check in with them when we come right back. Don't forget, you see that QR code right side of your screen? That's an easy way to stay up to date with the absolute latest information. That's a constant stream You scan that, you can follow along your phone, website. It's great in tandem with what you're seeing here on the screen. Stay with us. More Fox weather coming up.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. This is what we're staring at moving into this evening. Severe weather happening in the Northeast, the Midwest, back into the plains, southern plains too. There's a severe thunderstorm on both sides of the Red River, Texas and Oklahoma. But in through here, in the short term, that's the zone of greatest concern, where there's a cluster, a bunch of supercell thunderstorms. One we've seen briefly produce a tornado. We saw it on this camera right here, the feed from exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. Corey is displaced from him some. He's over in Wisconsin tracking a separate storm. And it looks like he's getting zoomed in to see if that one's rotating too. Glad to report right now, no active tornado warnings, but several of these cells could change that pretty quickly. Got a live picture for you from the Fox Weather Beast. Our very own Haley Meyer, she's out tracking all the severe weather from the ground. So let's get back out there and check in with her. Haley, what have you seen? A locator says Waterloo. I know you guys are probably moving off to the east. This went from one lonely supercell to a nasty bunch of them all of a sudden real fast.
Yeah, we briefly had an ingestion of a little smaller cell just off to the western side of our main parent supercell, and that gave it an extra kick, and we saw some pretty substantial strengthening in the rotation. We are directly underneath that mesocell mesoscale cyclone right now. So it's high up into the atmosphere. There's no tornado on the ground, but it is really unique to be able to see if I can even throw it to my roof camera. And if you look close enough at the cloud deck, you can actually see the rotation within this storm. So I'm going to try and do my best zooming in. Just for anybody viewing at home, this is just taking you inside of the underbelly of an intense supercell. Now, one thing I want folks to keep in mind is there's actually another area that we're tracking that's actually going to be getting ingested as well into the storm. This one now a little bit further towards its north or towards its south and southeast, moving north. And so that could also, that ingestion could also give an extra kick to it. We briefly went through a big batch of rain, no hail within that grouping, but this storm again still is going to be cycling. So multiple times we're watching that meso tighten and then weaken. There was somebody that we were chatting with on our radios who briefly said there might have been another touchdown. I would say that was about 10 minutes ago, give or take. Hard to confirm that. We didn't necessarily see that, but somebody who was right next to the mesocyclone said it possibly could have had a brief connection with the ground. And so that's not unusual. We compare this to the storm that we were tracking yesterday. It actually went on to drop 3 separate tornadoes, all within a very small area, but that's just what happens. You get this tightening, then it occludes a little bit, which means that the downdraft takes over and the cooler air starts to take over. It almost suffocates itself because it's rotating so fast. And then you watch that meso get handed off to a space on the southern side. So it's almost like if you're running a relay race and you go and you pass the baton to the next person. That's what's happening with these mesoscale cyclones and those updrafts. And so that's what we saw yesterday. That is likely what this storm is doing right now. It seems as though we've got some pretty significant inflow. I'm trying to reorient my bearings. We're trying to overshoot this storm a little bit so that we can stay ahead of it and possibly stop and grab some gas. We're looking directly behind the beast, so I'm gonna try. It's a little bit difficult sometimes to wrap your mind around where we're going, but okay, there we go, that's what I'm looking for. You can see, Ian, that inflow getting pulled into our wall cloud that's descending out of our big giant shelf in our supercell. You zoom in a little bit closer here as well, you see a slight lowering, just some scud clouds, which scud just means kind of a messy jumble of a condensation that's starting to lower a little bit. It's not an immediate tornado genesis, but it is just a sign that we again have some rotation here. I'll try and zoom in, give you a better look. Possibly viewers at home or even you back in the studio can see that wraparound effect. The one hard part of this right now, Ian, is we are entering into a bit of a radar hole where we will be fighting with multiple radars, none of which that is going to have a great look at this. And so that's what's hard. And then at this point, we have to rely on all things visual cues. And even if the radar signature or that velocity couplet, winds moving towards and away from the radar, creating that tight spin that's indicative of a tornado on the ground, it may look loose, but it's not. It's tight and it's on the ground, and that's because, again, the radar's looking well up into the atmosphere. So that's why storm tracking is a group sport, and Brandon is on this cell with us. Corey decided to go for more of a northeastern target in southern Wisconsin. All of these areas, though, certainly capable of producing an intense tornado, big time hail. At this point, I think we'll just continue to move east, get ahead of this thing, and just watch it rapidly develop. But just like yesterday, we saw this storm and it was just a small budding supercell, and now here we go with it's one of the more intense supercells I've actually ever witnessed firsthand.
Yeah, you said it. It's a team sport, and I like our group out there. You guys got us covered, including Jared in the back. Shout out to Jared, Haley, you, Corey, Brandon. Any of those storms start rotating, we're gonna have some eyes on them. That's Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer out on the road tracking the storms. Thank you. Let's show you what's happening on radar. I mean, that's actually the look from Brandon's shot. He's in Jessup, Iowa. We saw about an hour and a half back, he had what was a brief tornado. It was one lone supercell, this one. Now it's like a squadron of these marching their way across the northwestern part of this level 3 out of 5 zone from the SPC. These will continue to move like this. The problem here is that that one up toward La Crosse, none of these are tornado warned for the time being. We saw this one become intense and start rotating quickly. Madison, you got one clipping you through here. The one that actually has had a history of actually producing a tornado, this Buchanan, 5:45 local, so another 7 minutes with this one. This has the tornado possible tag. It also has the considerable damage threat on it because of the hail that's fallen out of that. 2 inches in diameter. Those are eggs, and it says observed. So that means we get some hail reports. I mean, that's most certainly been the case earlier in its life cycle. This one is now indicated to 2.5 inches in diameter. Wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. Considerable damage tag as that hail is almost the size of a baseball. That's a tennis ball, 2.5 inches. And that's just clipping Madison to the western parts of the area and approaching Interstate 39. That's something to point out as Central Time. We're 20 minutes from the traditional workday letting out. You're going to have a storm that's producing tennis ball size hail moving over an interstate. That's a problem. So keep an eye, grab the Fox Weather app, see where that storm is. Make sure you're not driving into a storm like that on the interstate. You go back to Indy, back across the Midwest now, northern parts of the Indianapolis metro. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning. That's Boone County. Hail to an inch with that one, not seeing, especially by comparison, kind of recent standards, much of a hail signature out of that one, but it's torrential rain and some gusty winds. Those are the hail reports with the storms we were talking about. Now, Waterloo, that's a golf ball, Raymond golf ball, Nashua golf ball, Mineral Point size of a quarter. We may see much larger than that. We did yesterday with the actual reports. This is what I was talking about with the Tornado Watch, indicated EF2 plus from the Storm Prediction Center. So it's a ripe environment. If one of these cells hits it just right, we could see it produce a very intense tornado. Let's move a touch farther off to the south. Such a huge coverage of storms. Bain's been zeroed in, dialed in on the southern plains, and that dry line could still kick up some intense storms.
Oh, and it'll fire them up fast. That's the thing when we have a dry line system coming in. It can happen very, very quickly. These storms are nothing, and all of a sudden, boom, severe threats. And we're already starting to see a couple of those severe thunderstorm warnings bumping up into northern Texas and southern Oklahoma at this point. Right in that zone, we have that level 3 out of 5, which includes Texas, Oklahoma, and up towards Kansas, which also includes Oklahoma City and Wichita, Kansas, some major cities. Want to point this out. We do have a tornado watch in play for Oklahoma as well as into southern Kansas until 11 o'clock this evening. EF2 or greater tornadoes possible. On top of this, those hail makers. We have some massive hail that's going to be possible with many of these storms tonight. Now, we also have a severe thunderstorm watch in play. That's for south central Texas. That's going to be, again, in play until 11 o'clock Central Time. That severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for parts of Texas and now entering Oklahoma does have a considerable tag on it due to the hail course. We are getting an indication of a nearly 2-inch sized hail. That's radar indicated. On top of this, lots of lightning with this system, very heavy rain, large hail, not something you want to be messing around. This is just along I-44 for this point. So staying off the roads, going to want to try and do that as you move throughout the next few hours because these storms are just going to continue to fire up as we get into the evening, right around when folks are trying to head home from work and school. But we have a lot of available storm energy, all of this reddish purple that you can see in Oklahoma as well as into Texas. That's the energy that we need, the fuel that these storms need to get going, and they have plenty of it. That includes dew points, a lot of moisture. Our dew points are on the higher end, upper 60s near Oklahoma City and Tulsa for right now. Same goes for Dallas and Wichita Falls. But you can see where that dry line is. Amarillo, Texas, the dew points are in the 30s, so a very strong indicator of where that dry line is for right now. As it continues to track a little bit more, it's going to help bump up all of that moist air and then allow those storms to bubble up. We also have a lot of available wind shear into the atmosphere, which means tornadoes, they will be a possibility with some of these storm systems if we can get a bit of that rotation going. EF2 or greater tornadoes will be a possible thanks to the atmosphere conditions. But again, that hail potential, it's going to be on the big end too. I mean, we're talking about softball-sized hail with that area that we're looking at here and that striped gray color for Oklahoma, northern Texas, and a little part of Kansas as well. But a big portion could see egg-sized hail. I mean, that includes Texas, Oklahoma, all the way up into northern Kansas, too. Timing-wise for this, those storms are going to continue to bubble up as we get into this evening. Could continue into the late night hours. By the time we get to the overnight, though, Ian, those storms, they start to die down a little bit, but still could have some gustier winds along the way with some heavy rain as we move overnight into tomorrow morning, too.
Bane, back north, flooding has been a problem. We had rapidly melting snow, what was left of that, up in northern parts of Wisconsin here, and heavy rain, multiple rounds of that moved in. Firefighters had to rescue 3 people from rising floodwaters inside their home. This was in Suamico, Wisconsin. The threat continues as more rounds, more strong storms move on through. We've got the latest when Fox Weather Now returns. Keep it here.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
I have a structured settlement and I call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth.
Call 877 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
Now, welcome back to Fox Weather Now as we continue to follow these storms. A big coverage across multiple zones. The area of greatest concern, though, is the Midwest. You've got this cluster of storms. Steve, who's joining us now, he actually he called that out earlier. Steve, it was the middle of the afternoon. We had a cluster moving through there, but in through here. I know you've been watching Haley, Brandon, Corey's over in Wisconsin. A whole coverage of storms.
That's what's so difficult about this setup. So many different regions impacted, but even inside the same region, when you go from the Midwest, clusters that are forming. But how great has Brandon Kopic been along with Haley, where there's only one individual cell? And the thing was warned because they were right on it, and it's showing how good our team is pinpointing where the dynamics are aligning. But when you look at the big board, we got 14 active warnings right now.
The first one of those that we've seen.
Large hail.
Destructive tag, baseball-size hail, gust to 60. That one clipping Madison.
And that's the concern with this, Ian, is it's the same spots, right, that are getting that repetitive nature. We've seen this throughout the entire severe season, but we saw it last night. And the atmosphere is reloaded yet again. It may be a different threat. Last night we saw some tornadoes pop. Today, already showing you the large hail coming into these areas of the Midwest, whether it's Iowa, and this is going to continue to shift to the east.
Dylan just punched that up, and if you're wondering what gave them the confidence to throw a destructive tag on it, it's probably that report there.
Yeah, 2.5-inch size hail. Looking at this playing out over the next several hours, this is just outside of Indianapolis now as you get up towards the northern portion, I-69 corridor, Fort Wayne. We talk about local time. We're about to hit that evening rush. And that's the concern is when you get large hail, you're trapped outside. I mean, the best thing you can do is park inside. But what happens if you're driving?
Right.
Want to maybe postpone getting out on the interstate?
And you're saying what portion of Interstate 69? All of it. North of Indianapolis up toward Fort Wayne. The Waterloo, that's egg size. Nashua, golf balls, and a bunch of reports coming in. You can even see each of the individual supercells just from the hail reports.
Yeah, and now we're going to be looking at this tornado watch. It's going to go until 10 p.m. local time. Later on tonight, we are going to have the chief meteorologist out of Milwaukee. You all know him, Tom Walks. He's going to join us, and it's important. It's going to be at Tommy Tuesday at 7:30ish our time, which is right when that line is approaching I-39. It's going to be good to get his insight on what the dynamics are going to be like there.
Yeah, wild to watch that severe weather threat make it all the way to Lake Michigan. Then I guess we'll have to watch what's going on the other side.
And then just north of there, the flooding that persists. There's so many layers to this threat, and we're watching it play out almost each and every day this week.
Yeah, just know it's going to be a bumpy evening. The Fox Weather team has you covered through it. A dangerous flash flood threat that's been growing down in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico and the United States Virgin Islands under a flood watch as heavy rain is set to pound the region into the middle of the week. And with hurricane season just weeks out, we hope this isn't something of a preview. We're joined now by the chief meteorologist at WAPA-TV, Ada Monzon, live in Guaynabo, Puerto Rico. Ada, it's always great to chat with you. I hate that it comes this time around with more high-impact weather for PR. This has been soggy already, right? And you guys aren't quite through with this yet.
Yeah, it is so humid, but at least the rain has not been a major problem. Right now, we're closely monitoring all of Puerto Rico, but most of the rain has shifted toward the eastern part of the islands. Yesterday, we recorded between 3 to 4 inches of rain across the southern and west part of the island. For example, Rio Jauca in Peñuelas overflowed its banks, and it left a community temporarily isolated. A few other rivers had action stage but did not flood. At this time, all of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands remain under a flood watch through Wednesday morning. And the main concern is this unstable pattern, which is a trough combined with the daytime heating, and it has produced repeated rounds of heavy rain over already saturated ground. As you were showing some of the reports that we've had landslides, we've had some localized flooding, and this can also produce overwhelm of the drainage systems. And something very important, Ian, we're also monitoring the coastal conditions because there's high risk of rip currents along the north, the east, and the northwest facing beaches. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but since the beginning of the year, we have lost 12 lives because of rip currents. So that has become a major issue in Puerto Rico.
I did see that. It's a terrible number. And as you said, we're in a scenario here where that threat is very present. We showed the satellite picture. You could see that tail of moisture. And it's just another example that tropical moisture doesn't care about the calendar. It can be problematic at any point in the season. While we have you, I have to ask you about what you're expecting moving into the hurricane season. You've got an island that'll be soggy after all this, but June 1st is when it all gets started. We've got the El Nino. Maybe that could be a forcing toward a below average season?
Well, at least the conditions that we're observing right now, since the beginning of the year, we have been above normal in terms of rainfall. Specifically, the month of April was below normal, but we're picking up. And I think the next couple of weeks are going to be very humid, and still by the end of the weekend we will have rain events because we have another area of moisture moving in for Thursday and Friday. So we're closely monitoring all the rainfall situation. The seasonal outlook for this summer and the beginning of the fall signals like the Atlantic sea surface temperatures will continue to be warm, but with the ENSO El Nino phase, then I think that we might be going into a drought or at least rainfall deficiencies for the summer and the beginning of the hurricane season and the middle part of the season. So, that might be good news in a way, because then we might not be that affected if there are some hurricanes forming in the far Atlantic. However, we always get sea conditions which can be deteriorated because of these far events that form in the Atlantic. So we have to be really aware. This time of the year is a time to prepare. And I'm not sure if you know, Ian, but this week we are receiving the Hurricane Hunter in Puerto Rico. The U.S. Air Force is visiting Puerto Rico. As a matter of fact, today it is in the Florida Keys, and is going to be visiting Honduras and Belize as part of the Caribbean Hurricane Awareness Tour. So
Excellent.
On Saturday, they will be in Puerto Rico, and that at least with the Emergency Management Agency, the Weather Service, we start preparing people about the upcoming hurricane season.
Yeah, you see the hurricane hunters fly in and the gears start turning. It's getting to that point in the season where, regardless of whatever the outlook says, you take it day by day, storm by storm, as we move through the hurricane season. Ada, it's always great to chat with you. That's the chief meteorologist at WAPA-TV in Puerto Rico. Hope to see you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
This was yesterday. Just to kick things off, that tornado that we saw back across the upper Midwest. This is now Friday into the upcoming weekend. It's already a level 3 out of 5 threat from the Storm Prediction Center. Waterloo down to OKC, Tulsa, Kansas City, Des Moines, all included in that level 3 out of 5, as another big dip in the jet stream digs in, triggers the storms across the plains come Friday, and then points east as we move into the weekend. All of the ingredients we've been talking about this week are present again moving into this weekend, so plan accordingly. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn, even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income. It's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
You have no idea how long Marvin has waited to sing like this. Before getting his new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, Marv wouldn't let himself dream about getting back on stage. But now, he's back under the bright lights, right where he belongs. Sing your heart out, Marvin. You've earned it. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
And welcome inside Fox Weather Live. I'm Steve Bender. Deja vu again for the Midwest. A renewed wave of severe weather across America's heartland. As we look at tonight's threat, though, it's a little more expansive than just the Midwest. We're talking all the way from New England down into Texas. We're talking 2,000 miles of this threat. If you want the latest updates on any of that, go over to the edge of the screen. There's a QR code that just loaded up. You can scan that and you'll get the live Fox Weather blog, minute-by-minute updates, not only on the severe concerns, but also the flooding that's ongoing in the Midwest and in the Great Lakes. There's a lot to talk about tonight. Let's get you caught up on everything that's happened, what you can expect for the rest of tonight and the rest of the week. We're going to start off, though, out in the field, get you the ground truth as we have Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Myers back in the Fox Weather Beast. And Haley, you're on this storm in Iowa that is tornado warned. And I heard that it was getting loud out there. They got the sirens that are signaling right now of this storm.
Yeah, Steve, in downtown Independence, we heard for maybe 2-3 minutes, we heard tornado sirens going, and we stopped briefly to get gas, make sure that we're okay in the Beast to continue to pursue this cell. I don't hear the sirens anymore. They literally just cut off. But right now, we are literally in some of the worst radar spots you could imagine, where the radar in Des Moines and in Dubuque and further to the north into Wisconsin, they're all fighting each other, and we're right in that cross section of the three. And so we really don't have a great look at where the rotation is, at least per the radar, which is why you then start to defer and look for the visual cues. There has been a lot of very heavy rain. The Beast has gone through it, but I will say within this supercell, that downdraft, the intense winds, they kick up to about 50, 60 miles per hour. We felt that as it produced a very weak and brief tornado just off towards our west. That was about, I would say, maybe 3:30, 3:50 Central Time here, so about 4:30 Eastern. At this point, we're trying to navigate through this smaller town of Independence, Iowa. Jared helping me out with the roof camera and directing as we're making turns. We had to go over a couple of river crossings and a railroad crossing, and so it's all about trying to stay safe and finding the best road network to do so. Just based on some of the visual observations that not only I have had, but other storm chasers that we're with in this area, they're saying that it seems as though the circulation, the best mesocyclone, is actually just towards the southwest of Independence. So our play right now is to keep moving somewhat east, but also to the north just a touch to track out this storm. At this moment, it's the one storm that's moving more so due east, and it's the east moving, right moving supercells that has been noted in the mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center, but is also just notable as a meteorologist. Any right splitting, right moving supercell in a cluster of supercells is always the nastiest and the one that you really want to keep out for. Just off towards our right, we see the lowering of this. It's not necessarily an imminent tornado right now, but definitely seeing some lowering. And this is it's a thick base. Yesterday when we were looking at a developing tornado that eventually did touch down, that was in southern Minnesota, you guys captured it live on your air. Myself, Brandon, Corey, we were all on that storm. it was a lot more of a narrower circulation. This is a broad circulation, but still lowering, which hints to me that this wouldn't be a rope tornado or something skinny. If this does form, and it seems likely that at least somewhere in this region it will in northeastern Iowa, that this supercell would likely become a stovepipe, if not a wedge tornado. And so I think that that's important, that folks need to keep in mind that this could decimate an entire town if it goes through and touches down. With the parameters in place right now, the CAPE, or convective available potential energy, the propensity for these storms to rise, is well over 4,000 joules per kilogram, and that's surface based. There's a couple of different types of CAPE that you can measure: most unstable CAPE, mixed layer CAPE, and surface CAPE. Surface CAPE is the best parameter to look at when you are trying to, big lightning strike right in front of me, when you're trying to analyze if these storms will have roots to the surface and allow that mesocyclone or the tornado to touch down. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this environment. Low-level jet still kicking here, the lightning really starting to pick up, which is a sign that this updraft is strengthening. So we are right underneath that mesocyclone, just it's a little bit off towards my right-hand side. We're moving east right now, kind of away from this storm, but we will be on top of it, Steve. It's not surprising that they went tornado warned with this. This is one of the stronger cells of the day, but if anybody is tuning in from southern Wisconsin, I don't want them to rule out that threat as well. That could also produce a very strong and possibly violent tornado. But there's a couple of different cell mergers going on right now, and I think that's giving this cell the extra kick that it needs to go on and produce. And that's what happened the first time it produced over off towards our west, near, I forget the name of the town, it escapes me right now, but when it first went on to produce that weak supercell and that weak tornado. And then eventually we got a report about 30 minutes ago from another storm tracker in the area and said that he thought it touched down again. I didn't necessarily see that, and I can't confirm, so take that with a grain of salt, but it does seem like this storm is rapidly ingesting that other thunderstorm off towards its west, and that's giving it the extra push. So Independence is about to head north of Manchester, through Manchester, and at this point I believe we're heading due east on Interstate 20. We're back now in more of a rural farmland area, so the hope is it stays in a rural zone and that it doesn't do any significant damage if we do have a tornado touchdown.
Yeah, great analysis as we're looking at this. And Haley, what you were talking about, those cells kind of starting to merge. I've noticed just to your south and west, you have a new warning that popped up. That storm moving at the northeast at 45 miles per hour. The storm you're on is moving east at about 20-something miles an hour, 35 miles per hour. So these two storms are likely going to merge, and that could actually create some type of vorticity. But this is a large threat. It's over 2,000 miles. So we're going to unpack it from the northeast, the Midwest, down into the southern plains. Haley, thank you for giving us that update from Independence, Iowa. You're going to be hearing a lot from Haley in the hours ahead. Let's take this back, though, and just show you how large this threat is for this evening time. We have multiple watches that are out. We also have another team member, Corey Gherkin, of course, that's in Madison, Wisconsin. We're going to have Tom Walks, the chief meteorologist out of Fox 6, join us in the next hour to kind of give us what we're looking at there in Wisconsin. Look at that wall cloud. I'm going to actually bring up his feed for everybody at home so that could actually show you exactly what that wall cloud is as we take a look. So let's bring you to Milwaukee with Fox 6 as we go in the zone to listen into their coverage.
So that's the update where we are. Some of the street lights are starting to come on the interstates as well as it is getting darker due to this supercell moving through. Again, we have a lot of tools in the car that I'm able to track where we are, so we are safe. Eric is with me, our photojournalist, amazing driver. We are going to continue to check up with you later on how things are looking here. The goal for us, I think, is going to be to pull off in just a little bit. As I mentioned, we might be able to see some hail, but I really...
And that is our team out of Fox 6 Milwaukee, one of the crew that's out live in this as they have their own, beast that they are driving in their vehicle, tracking this. This is Corey, and we're going to move on from this, but I want to show you, it's actually this wall cloud right behind this hill. Can't see it now with the line of sight, but he's in that traffic. He's stuck, and you can see this is the shelf cloud that's forming, oblong shape or rectangle. This is where you have the tornado factor that often at times that could produce it all. Again, he's in Wisconsin. Haley's in Iowa. The Midwest is in that zone for the biggest threat for not only large hail, but tornadic conditions. But it's beyond just the Midwest. I want to show you all the watches that are in place. We're talking about millions of people. So severe thunderstorm watch for upstate New York, even portions of Vermont. We have another severe thunderstorm watch that encompasses Indiana and Ohio. Then we have the tornado watch. This is where we've already visited on the ground with multiple team members. We have the Southern Plains, which is Kansas and Oklahoma under a tornado watch. And then the final stop, I-10, I-20 in Texas. Massive, over 2,000 miles of storms. And now we show you all the warnings are active. And behind me, we have the big board. And I can show you that there's over 22 warnings right now. Most of those are going to be severe thunderstorm warnings, one tornado warning. The amount of lightning, over 2,700 strikes in just a 15-minute window. Lightning shows you the destabilization of the atmosphere, that energy that's packed in. Now, here's that cluster in the Northeast, level 2 out of 5 threat. This is predominantly for a damaging wind event. It's leaving the Catskills, the southern Adirondacks, and it's whipping through the I-87 corridor. You notice Albany's underneath this, 60-mile-per-hour wind. That is a threat that we'll watch in Northeast, mainly New England. Now we bring it back, and notice how there's individual clusters. So we've already talked about this Waterloo and portions of northwestern Iowa or northeastern Iowa. We do want to show you this. This is the other team member that's on the ground right now, and that's going to be Brandon Kopic. He's near Haley. He's in Winthrop. That area is producing what is a very impressive, kind of looks like a horseshoe cloud. So you have the belly of the beast, right? You have that entire kind of anvil cloud. Then you have that lowering, but it doesn't look like one just little spot. It almost looks like it's curling around, like that would be actually where you would have, potentially some rotation, large hail that's embedded. On the bottom corner of your screen, I've brought up both of our trackers. See, Brandon Kopic is under that tornado warning. You have Corey Gherkin, who's in Madison, Wisconsin, high populace, where you have the interstate, a lot of people on the roads right now. They're getting a damaging wind event and potentially a destructive hail event. So two vastly different type of setups. But since we're on Brandon's shot, I do want to zoom in. And what I'm going to show you is exactly what is unfolding in his shot here. This is right near Independence, where we were talking with Haley. She may be a couple miles behind him. But when you're looking at that overall rotation, notice from his vantage point, do you see anything on the ground versus what we are seeing on radar, a very strong couplet, bright colors that are starting to emerge, where you look at the differential, 106 mile per hour differential. That would be consistent with at least an EF2 type of intensity, as just a radar estimate, by the way. This is just showing you that there is at least enough mid-level rotation for this to support some lowering, but we brought him back out. It's beyond just what we're seeing in the Midwest. Notice the Red River region coming alive as the dry line ignites some supercells down in Texas and Oklahoma. A lot to talk about tonight. Thank you for being with us here on Fox Weather. But we're going to talk more about the severe weather in areas that maybe haven't seen it just yet. Kansas City back in the cycle again tonight and in the days ahead. Plus, another big story that we're tracking, Typhoon Sinalaku, where we're going to be having charging storms that are blasting through those areas. We'll have more on that typhoon that's impacting spots like the Northern Mariana Islands. This is what we're looking at here, though, for the Red River region as these storms pop up again tonight. I do want to show you what we are looking at for areas tomorrow, though, right? We showed you Kansas City. And with that, the threat that they've already experienced severe storms for last night, again tonight, potentially. Here's tomorrow's threat, and you'll see it's the same spots. Maybe not near the intensity that they are seeing, tonight, but each consecutive round is going to pack a punch. And if there's damage at the surface, it shortens that window of time. But this is all predicated or built off of how the storms do with the morning time. If there's cloud cover early on in the day, that limits the daytime heating, potentially puts a cap on the atmosphere. But what we're noticing, though, is that there is still plenty of support and instability that ignites for Kansas City down towards Tulsa and Oklahoma City by the afternoon and late evening. Look at the tornadic threat. It shifts from the upper Midwest tonight down into the Midwest in those areas like the Ozarks, Springfield, and southern Missouri as we move into tomorrow afternoon. A lot to talk about, not only tonight, but in the days ahead. It's all built off of severe. And so we're looking at spots like Wisconsin tonight, Madison, where they're already seeing some warnings popped up, not only for tornadoes, but for large hail. Right in the heart of the evening rush hour. We'll have more on that. Plus, another big story that we're tracking tonight is, of course, Typhoon Sinalaku. It's charging through the northern Mariana Islands. Several islands could see destructive conditions, as it's not only the wind that you see here, but the slow nature at which it's moving, creating a major flooding concern. Much more ahead when Fox Weather Live returns. Stay with us.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning. Your floors never stay clean. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code on the screen to claim your 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system. The X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow. Oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live, showing you Winthrop, Iowa. They're under a tornado warning right now. Brandon is there, of course, along with Haley Myers. She's in the Fox Weather Beast. And this is just one of many alerts that are getting picked up on in the Fox Weather Alert System. We got the warnings in, 24 of them right now, and it stretches over 2,000 miles. It goes from, South Texas, the Mexico border, out towards Fort Stockton in the I-10 corridor, all the way up into New England and the mountainous terrain. Here's those warnings as of right now. But each one of these is going to be a different type of threat, right? This is not going to be consistent across the board. Where we have Haley and Brandon, that's the tornadic threat in large hail. You get up in the Northeast, a damaging wind event. You get down south, all modes of threats are starting to pop because of the dry line. So a lot unfolding. And then our other team member, Corey, he has kind of worked his way a little further to the north and east. He's in Madison, or just outside of Madison, Wisconsin, in Monona. And look at that impressive shelf cloud and then the lowering that's happening there. Very powerful storms that are underway. Notice on the edge of your screen, I encourage you, we have so much to talk about tonight. Those side panels, right, the edge of your screen, showing you how many active warning, 24 of them. Now, predominantly, it's going to be severe thunderstorm warnings. That's what that lightning bolt is. Then you have the tornado warning. That's where we have Haley and, of course, Brandon Kopic. We've had over 100 storm reports coming in already today. And I'm telling you, we haven't even hit the peak of this event by any means. A lot of these events are just getting started. And what I want to do is actually zoom in. We have a new tornado warning that's coming in out of Wisconsin. It's not even, it actually just is coming in to the Fox Weather Alert System. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in on this one. And I'm curious to see how far, this looks like maybe out towards Janesville, Wisconsin. By the way, we are going to have, this is Madison. Okay, so this is a little further to the north. I believe this is where we have Corey Gherkin. Let's bring it up. Yeah, there's Corey. He's right on it, of course. And let's freeze it in time right now, because when you're looking at the radar, I'm not seeing that hook, mechanism on it right now, that textbook analysis, but it's gate-to-gate shear. You got the bright orange that's starting to emerge with the highlighter green. Why is it important? You got over 71 mile per hour differential here on the board, which means at 65 miles per hour, you see this wall cloud that he has in his shot. I'm actually going to pull up his shot. I'm going to draw it for you here, because this is what ends up happening. Mid-level rotation produces a wall cloud. So I know we're going to have back-to-back. We'll take this full for you. He's driving, of course, on a very popular interstate. So you're going to have, some of the trees that get in the way of the overpasses. But that is a wall cloud. It's a lowering from the cloud deck. You have this scud cloud right here. But what you're worried about is the potential rotation that could connect at the mid-level and get all the way to the ground as a tornado. Another aspect is another spot of mid-level rotation on this end. So you have multiple areas of rotation embedded inside this storm. Now, you're going to have powerful storms, anvil clouds, that are towering 40 to 50,000 feet. Then you have the wall cloud, as we have zoomed in on and talked about. Another one here. So two areas of opportunity potentially for these storms to rotate. And then you have the line of sight that gets blocked out as you're traveling here. Here's my concern. Local time, it's just after 5 o'clock, about 5:20. A lot of people are going to be on the road. And so there's going to be a concern about how many people, aren't going to be able to get out of the way of those storms that we are seeing. Brandon is on the other warning as of right now. Let's zoom in on what he's seeing with Haley in areas of the Highway 20 corridor in Iowa. This is, as of right now, another very strong rotation. You're getting the orange, but I think that it's actually going to be an indication of a strong, not actually rotation, but wind gust. This could be the rear flank downdraft. Let me get this again. Let me get a quick scan as it got updated. In orange, 35 mile per hour differential, not that strong. This could be, again, another sign of a wall cloud, mid-level rotation in this area. Looking at the base signature, when I'm looking at that, it doesn't look like it has enough of that rotation. But here's the other aspect of this, is that you have large hail. You're looking at tennis ball size, the baseball size hail. And again, the incredible vantage point that we have from, of course, this is Corey's shot, where you're looking at the tremendous amount of rain that's coming out of this. When you look at this, these are two very strong storms that are really starting to take form in Iowa and Wisconsin again tonight. Well, I think the key in all of this, though, is talking about this severe season and what this means so far for 2026. I want to bring in Kiana as you unlock the key of what this means, because I think a lot of people are scratching their heads saying, Kiana, I'm in the Midwest. I wasn't expecting this volume of storms time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting this year, especially if you think back to even just last year. Yeah. March was off the record. And as we get into this year, while we may be short in terms of numbers, we are actually may see that number start to rise as we head into the latter half of this week. So to your point, the Midwest has definitely been seeing a lot of this activity. I want to take you through some of the storm reports first as we look at some of the storm reports for 2026 so far. 300 plus tornado reports, but wind reports definitely took the cake, specifically in the Midwest. And the same could be said for those hail reports. But as we look at the bigger numbers here, we're about 22% down from this time last year in terms of total storm reports, meaning that we're falling just shy of how active it was last year. And I think it's pretty interesting because here we are heading into April where we could see this number spike, maybe even surpassing last year, just given that we're getting into the very beginning of the peak of severe season. So that's going to be one of the things that we have to continue to watch moving forward. That starts by the time we get into the end of this week. Looking at Friday, we have yet another day of an increased risk of seeing severe weather that may change these numbers and up these numbers as we go through the end of the week. So here's Friday's threat, a level 3 out of 5. Notice that there's a bullseye here from Oklahoma City up into about Des Moines. This is where I think we see all hazards on the table. So those numbers that we talked about, they are going to be rising too in terms of the hail threat, damaging wind threat, and possibly even the tornado threat. We have a dry line that's going to set up right along that I-35 corridor. That will be the trigger mechanism. Ahead of that dry line, temperatures are warm, so that sets the stage for warming up the atmosphere, for getting the instability in place. Behind that dry line is the cold front. But the dry line itself is going to be our troublemaker, especially in some of these cities I have right behind me. We have Wisconsin down through about Texas. So that should be that line that we watch really take shape in some of these areas. It's cloudy out there now, but Friday is going to be the day that these storms really come rumbling through. And here it is, our dry line kind of clashing with some of that moisture ahead of it and setting the stage for an active evening. Steve will be here. I will be here to get you through that evening when it comes to the severe weather. But when we look at how things kind of take shape, it isn't just Friday. It also happens to move into Saturday for some of the same areas. Midwest, we talked about how most of the season you've been in that threat zone. You're in it once again by Friday afternoon and evening hours. We watch this threat kind of move through. Chicago on the leading edge by Friday evening. Oklahoma City still in the threat as we head into Friday evening too. Now notice that as we get into Friday, really the overnight hours, of course, temperatures do drop, but we watch this kind of ramp up right into Saturday. So we do see this threat extend into the first half of the weekend. Saturday, we watch a flood risk start to move into place. So now we're talking about yet another severe threat on the table. Right now, we're sitting at a level 2 out of 4. Again, we're going to watch how that kind of progresses because we have this level of severe weather rocking right into Saturday afternoon once again. So watching these numbers very closely, Steve, this has been a very interesting year. Yes, we've seen that 22% decrease in terms of the storm threats and reports. But I wouldn't be surprised if we watch that number rise heading into the next couple of weeks or so.
And sadly, Kiana, that's not the only thing that's going to rise. You kind of alluded to the flooding aspect. We're watching the rivers start to rise in areas like Michigan. This is Powers, Michigan, where you look at the drainage, it's trying to keep up, but you got this whirlpool that's starting to form, and major concerns for areas like Michigan and Wisconsin. Cities like Alpena, Michigan, have already begun targeting the flooding evacuations. And so let's get into what we are seeing in spots like Wisconsin. And you're looking at 3 people that had to be rescued from rising waters inside of their home. This was in Suamico, Wisconsin. Firefighters rescued all 3 from their flooded first floor. No injuries reported, thankfully, but it's not over. Let's talk about what's ahead, because as we talk about the frequency of these storms, it's not about every round, what's the intensity of it, but it's the fact that you're going 12, 15 rounds in the ring, right? When you're thinking about how much rain they've already seen in spots like Green Bay, out towards Wausau, you already have a half foot or more, and they're not alone. You get to the other side of Lake Michigan, that enhancement at the surface where you get more saturation because of the Great Lake. You start looking at spots like Traverse City, where now it's widespread, over 6 inches of rain. By the way, that all drains into the same tributaries, those creeks and those rivers. They start to get swollen and they start to gain their intensity with how fast they are moving, and they overflow their banks. So widespread in that darker shade of green, a flood watch. Excessive snowmelt is a real concern for the northern aspect, whether it's the northern mitten of Michigan, Mackinac City, or out towards the U, the Upper Peninsula, Marquette, Sault Ste. Marie, those areas. We already showed you how much rain. Here's the anticipated amount. Now, notice something different about this, though. The other areas I was just talking about, Green Bay. If this forecast holds true, these next rounds will have a more southerly trajectory, and it's going to impact areas further south in the Badger State like Milwaukee. Then you get into northern Illinois towards Chicago and then Grand Rapids. So hopefully that's sparing those spots to the north. But either way, we already have rivers that are going to be at major flood stage, and it's not individual spots of the river. Notice how many of those chevrons are purple, whether you're talking about Michigan or Wisconsin. As of right now, there's only one that's at major flood stage, which means likely that water will continue to build. This is a good example in portions outside of Big Rapids towards Sherman, where you're watching the record being set right now as the river continues to rise. Up next, though, millions under the threat for the large hail, the damaging wind that could be up to hurricane force gusts, and then the powerful tornadoes in spots like Iowa, Wisconsin, northern Illinois. It just continues on. But then we have the other side of things, where it's been bone dry, and that's sparking wildfires in Florida. Evacuations along I-75 in Collier County as crews working the containment of the Newman Drive brush fire. All of that smoke moving towards Naples, Florida, and deteriorating the air quality as well. More on all of these stories when Fox Weather Live rumbles on. Stay with us.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live, bringing you to Manchester, Iowa. They are actually underneath a tornado warning right now and a tornado watch. We got over 11.5 million people under tornado watches tonight, and nearly 10 million people under severe thunderstorm watch. But this just coming in to the Fox Weather Alert System, Grant County, Wisconsin, with a confirmed tour. You're looking through the dash cam footage of Brennan Kopic. He's just doing a quick U-turn. And if he's doing a quick U-turn, you know something is about to happen there in portions of northeastern Iowa. He's throwing in the rear view cam now. There's the 360 cam. I think he just realized he was about to drive into an absolute buzzsaw of a storm. potentially a tornado that's on the ground. But this is what we call a HP storm, a high precip storm, where you have such a strong rain shield, you can't see anything. And even with his level of experience, you don't drive into that not knowing what's on the other side of it. But he's looking at the conditions there in northern Iowa. That's not the only spot. Look at what we just popped in on the edge of your screen. We're your severe weather HQ, no matter where you live. Yes, we know in the Midwest, it's most conducive. There's a confirmed tour now on what Brandon is looking at. But we are looking at areas of the Northeast, the Red River region, and yes, the Midwest. Team, let's get in now on what we are looking at with Brandon's shot. I do want to show how large this threat is. These are all the watches. I told you that we have over 20 million people in these watches. This coincides with the Fox Weather Forecast outlook along with the Storm Prediction Center. But we have to now lock in on what's happening in these areas of the Midwest and start looking at those potential purple polygons with confirmed tornadoes. We're going to start off with the Wisconsin one only because we're going to talk with Haley in a matter of moments here, and she's in that warning along with Brandon. Here is Fenimore, Highway 18 corridor of western Wisconsin. What I want to look at is the overall rotation on this storm. It doesn't look that strong. That's a good sign that maybe it started to cycle. It looked like towards Mount Hope that there was actually some strong rotation, and then it started to actually kind of cycle a little bit, maybe potentially lift as it gets into those spots around Madison, Wisconsin. But right now, let's bring in Haley Meyer. She is, of course, in areas like Manchester, Iowa, along the Highway 20 corridor. Haley, I want to get your insight. We just were looking at Brandon's shot. It looked like he did a quick U-turn because he's about to drive into this confirmed tour. What is your assessment, and where are you at in proximity to this confirmed tour?
I mean, it's messy, Steve. Like, when you compare it to what we were able to see yesterday, one clear-cut tornado that touched down the condensation funnel. Here, we've been watching these rain curtains, or what meteorologists call a bear's cage, with the bear being the tornado on the inside. With Brandon, and we also have a couple other storm trackers that we know of that are closer to that center of circulation, saying that it is likely a large tornado on the ground. So a stovepipe, if not possibly a developing wedge tornado. Right now, we're trying to reorient ourselves to see what we can capture, but the velocity just recently tightened up incredibly fast. And so that is something that we are monitoring right now. We're in a smaller town. I'm trying to see if there's any names of this town. Jared, maybe you can help me out on a name. Manchester. So right now we are in Manchester, Iowa. If you are in Manchester, Iowa, you need to stay weather aware, get into your tornado safe place. This is the town. I'm trying to listen a little bit to what our other storm trackers that are in the area kind of tackling this big tornado with us are saying. But again, we're kind of waiting to see. Now, one thing that I do think is important to note, we had something pop up on our phone, another tornado warning at the time, and it said that the sirens in Winthrop, Iowa were broken and they were not sounding. And so what that means is people needed to take shelter immediately, and if they were waiting for that audio cue of a storm siren, they weren't going to hear it. And so I think that's important for people who are in northeastern Iowa right now. They have to make sure that they have multiple ways to receive warnings, because without that audio cue of a tornado siren, it could be a real serious danger. At this moment, we're trying to navigate across some train tracks and a couple of rivers. We're getting a little more dense vegetation, less farmland, and unfortunately that means we have more homes. But yeah, Steve, we do not have a visual on this at all, but that does not mean that there isn't a tornado on the ground. With Brandon and another storm tracker as well, confirming that there was a large condensation funnel that touched down shortly.
Yeah, Haley, we were looking at Brandon's shot. You could see potentially a large tornado, and then, as you had mentioned and talked about, the bear cage took over, and before you could really actually tell where that tornado was headed, the rain just blocked it out. Scary to think about. I was doing the velocity couplet and looking at the overall rotation, estimated 90 plus miles per hour. So these are those stronger storms that are starting to pop. I want to ask you about the dynamic, because you're in the same area, right? You're talking about last night you were in areas like Iowa. Now you're back in it. We have core that's in Wisconsin. What is different about tonight when you're looking at this setup from what you saw yesterday, or does it seem about the same?
Overall, Steve, the environment to start the day felt the same, but the storms, when they fired, they were so quick to jump. We had a big flash of lightning right off to my left-hand side, very, very close to the beast. Brandon Kopic as well. You can... Did you hear all that thunder? Still roaring. That was right by the beast. Brandon Kopic noting that if this is this tornado, truly this tornado, confirmed tornado, is heading right for Manchester, Iowa. So if you are in Manchester, Iowa, get to your tornado safe place now. You do not have time to wait. I've seen a couple of people as I've been traveling through the town, literally standing outside on their front porch, looking up into the sky. I'm a weather watcher too. I love the weather, but this is a very serious situation. So right now we're trying to get onto Interstate 20 or Highway 20 and then head off towards our east to get a better positioning with this tornado. But yeah, Steve, to your point, you had mentioned that the environment today, very similar in a way, but so much more instability. The environment felt warm and humid, and it was a very different story when we left Clear Lake this morning. It was cold. You could feel that drier air. And then the second we got to Waterloo, Iowa, as of about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you could just tell that the atmosphere was primed. And this was one storm we were tracking ever since it popped up near Des Moines, and it continued on this northeasterly track. So this is a very dangerous, evolving situation, but these tornadoes, at least in this particular zone, are rain-wrapped and nearly impossible to see. So for anybody who wants to stand outside and get a look at this, you will not be able to see this, and that could be very dangerous and a threat to life. So
yeah,
just my latest update here as we try and get a vantage point.
Yeah, Haley, it's night and day from what we're seeing from your vantage point, and then you look out towards Brandon, and it just looks like it's even nighttime. You have this large hail that's pounding it. By the way, these storms, concerned about the long track nature of them, because we've had over 70 miles of this storm kind of cycling through, and we're looking at the intensity of this rain that's coming down and a large hail out of this event. As you had mentioned, it's Manchester, Iowa. It looks likely to be just maybe a mile or so above that high or north of the Highway 20 corridor, but it just shows you how volatile the conditions there are. This is a spot of Iowa that is primed, but will continue to enter into other regions like northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin. We have Corey that's on the ground in areas around Madison where it's conducive for this as well. And so this is going to be an ongoing threat. Haley, thank you for joining us. We're going to continue to tap into your coverage, of course, and insight as we look at what's happening in spots like Manchester. Everything's aligning. The rotation potential, the wind shear is off the charts in this environment, which means that it's going to be conducive for these storms to organize and rotate quickly. Look at Brandon's shot. That looks like Main Street, right? You think about those towns in the Midwest, you start tapping into them, a couple thousand people. There's Main Street, and it's 5:30 local time. And the amount of people that may be clocking in their day, not realizing they're driving into this absolute dynamic storm, why it's so important to stay locked in. Let's talk about a key ingredient that is feeding these storms. That's the intense heat, time and time again, that's refueling the atmosphere. But it's not just, of course, areas like the Midwest. We've talked about over 2,000 miles of these storms. And one of those spots is the Northeast. Now, well north of us in New York City, we are seeing storms in spots like Vermont and upstate New York. But we've seen this heat, and it built yesterday over 12 new record highs that were built in. Why is that happening? High pressure parked off of the Southeast allows that clockwise rotation, atmospheric moisture, and heat. That's going to be for those areas of the Midwest, Southern Plains that ignites severe weather. But everything north of here along the East Coast, just stagnant conditions, days after days of heat, and that's going to lead to over 200 plus new daily record highs over this week alone. As we fast forward into tomorrow, though, that looks like it could be the absolute peak, or potentially Thursday, depending on where you live. Notice, City of Brotherly Love tiptoeing into the lower 90s tomorrow. They're going to break that 1941 record. If you thought that was impressive, Wilmington, Delaware, breaking over a 125-year record. Then we shift our focus a little further to the south. Mid-Atlantic, they are feeling it as well, as the temperatures are quite warm. So here's for tomorrow. As you're looking at the temperatures all up and down, really only Boston getting a glancing blow from the storms tonight. they're cooling off in the mid-60s. Look at New York, 87 degrees as we enter into tomorrow. Further south of there, you're tiptoeing into the 90s. Let's talk more about that benchmark for New York. As you look, our average this time of year should be lower 60s, 61. We're going to be about 25 degrees above that. Tomorrow's high for us here at the Fox Weather Forecast Center predicted to be into the mid to upper 80s. Very warm. But there are other signals that it could maybe even get to 90 degrees. By the way, we don't really reach 90 until the end of May. And so we're looking at this being quite warm. Let's talk about what the prediction markets are looking at. And these numbers have been changing as you're looking at where people are trading. A lot of people signaling the confidence ahead. Upper 80s to lower 90s could be that benchmark again. We don't typically reach 90 degrees in New York until late May. And there's already the confidence ahead that potentially over a third of the trades are coming in right there at that benchmark of that intense heat, a signal of the early heat wave already here in the springtime. Up next, Fox Weather, we're tracking the live severe storms all across the country, over 2,000 miles, but it's the same spots that were in it last night. But what you're seeing there in Iowa, and it's not just tornadoes, it's large hail as well. Taking it outside the lower 48, the typhoon Sinalaku is still going strong in the northern Mariana Islands. Several islands could see not only destructive wind, but this thing is barely moving, which means that slow crawl, enhancing the flooding aspect as well. We're going to go and dive deeper into this typhoon on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
Stay tuned to get a second can of Alien Seal Spray for 50% off.
Hi, Gator, and I'm here for it. This is Alien Flexible Seal Spray. The real deal seal that won't chip, crack, dry out, or peel. Yeah, we know it works great for repairing leaks in roofs, sealing up gutters watertight, and fixing leaky drain pipes. And that saves you a ton of cash. Alien Seal is a rubberized, flexible, self-leveling spray you can use to patch, seal, and waterproof every day. Check this out. Got an old wooden hammer you can't let go of, but it wants to let go of you? Just Alien Seal it for a non-slip grip. Waterproof your camping gear for a safe, dry trip. It stands up to extreme cold and extreme heat. Alien Seal fills in concrete cracks and joints from weeds and debris. Seals leaks and air ducts in your HVAC. Alien Seal Spray. It's great for sealing your wood siding and also sealing the air and moisture away from your window edges. And can be painted to perfectly match. For weather prep, home improvement, or repair, Alien Seal Spray saves you money everywhere. Don't get caught in an expensive leaky situation. Alien is the real deal seal that won't chip, crack, dry out, or peel. And I'm standing by that statement. All right then, next.
Call or go online now to get your large can of Alien Flexible Seal Spray in your choice of black or clear to repair, fix, seal, and save you hundreds for just $19.99. We guarantee Alien Seal Spray will pay for itself with just one use. But to make this our best deal on TV, you could get 50% off a second large can. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get 2 large cans, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
Call 1-800-677-5406 or go to alienspray.com. So call 1-800-677-5406 or go online to alienspray.com.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Alert System, bringing you to Linden Station, Wisconsin, just outside of a PDS warning. Remember, that's a particular dangerous situation, a confirmed tornado in portions of western Wisconsin along that I-94 corridor. This is something that was observed, and sadly, there is a debris bow, which means there's damage at the surface. It's getting lofted up into the atmosphere, and the radar beam is scanning it and picking it up. It's not the only confirmed tornado, though, that we have for Wisconsin. We have another one as well. So here's a broad view. This is what we're looking at for the Midwest and the Great Lakes. It's a level 3 out of 5 threat, but it's the purple polygons that we're most worried about. The National Weather Service did come out and they did a meso discussion. It just means an in-depth analysis of this individual storm, and it said it's capable of an EF4 intensity. Now that has been sadly a storm that has been confirmed as a tornado with a considerable tag in Juneau County, Wisconsin. That does include the I-90 corridor out towards Mauston, 7 Mile Creek. You can see the hook on the backside of this. There is the debris ball that we'll show you here, and this has been ongoing. So what a debris ball is, you'll find it up here on the legend. If it comes in and it's in that darker shade of blue, like that deep ocean blue, that means there is an oblong shape. So as you saw that white beam come across, it's scanning the atmosphere for the rain, the hail, and it's going to be able to differentiate that. And then once there's damage at the surface, like it picks up here, then you're looking at potentially an ongoing tornado. Why they hit that particular dangerous tag. Notice this came in at 5:35. This was about 10 to 12 minutes ago, and it's been ongoing, which means likely it's been on the ground and shifting a little bit further to the north and east, a rough approximation of how far, about 5 miles plus, potentially with that debris that's on the ground. As we look at the overall couplet on it, you can see a very strong rotation that's coming in, gate-to-gate shear, which means red meets green, nothing in between. The differential there, at least 70 mile per hour differential. I don't think that's doing it justice, as this was an EF4 intensity probability before. There you go. That's 111 mile per hour differential. That would get it to that EF2, potentially greater estimate as of right now. What we know, this is moving east at 35 miles per hour. Now that we know with strong confidence where that is, we draw it out here, and these are the cities. Lemonweir, 6:07. That's going to be roughly about 20 minutes from now. Kildare, 6:16. Notice this is the I-90 corridor. I've mentioned this a couple of times. Whether you're running north or south, you are going to be in the path of this. It's going to blow over the interstate, even as a damaging wind event. And with that, the concern, of course, of the intensity of that storm. We do not have any reports as of now with the damage. But when we're looking at the rotation, this has been extreme, and it's been extreme prior to this as well. We'll look at over the last 2 hours, it cycled as it moved through Hillsborough. I'm going to actually bring this up. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer along that Highway 33 corridor, and you can start to look at potentially where there was that damage. Could be out towards Union Center, and then it carried on as it came through. So as we bring it back in time, and you look at where the damage was signaled, moves through Hillsborough, cycled through Union Center, and potentially picked up that damage. We do have Sam. She's in the command center getting the latest on this storm, but she had told me before this was not the only warning. This was a signal of could be the worst. Also this, when you're looking at this, this is the vacuum effect, where you have that circle, which means there's an ongoing threat. You have this rain shield here, which means storm motion goes this direction. You're not going to see it. Just let me give you an estimate of what the rain rate is like. It's a considerable amount for these areas where the rain is looking at it could be approximately 9 inches per hour. That's probably a signal of the large hail that's coming in. But rain rate could easily be clearing 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. So there's 1.5 inch per hour. What that means easily is that there's limited visibility, and you're not going to be able to see what's happening inside this storm. By the way, hail report has been a signal of this too, a very strong and dynamic storm as it comes in. Looking overall, the rotation continues on. I do want to back out real quickly. We've done a lot of in-depth analysis on this storm, but as we back out, we do have other warnings that are popping up. We have this one that's just outside of Lancaster, and you're looking towards south of Richwood. Goes from confirmed tornado to potentially a tornado warning from Fenimore to Dodgeville. Looking at the overall rotation, still remaining strong as it shifts to the eastern side of this warning. Get an estimate on exactly what happened. Look at how that jumped real quickly. Radar estimates anywhere from 117 mile per hour differential or more in these spots. As we back out, though, I do want to see what overall storm movement is on this so we could get a signal of the storm path. Real quickly, I'm getting word east at 25 miles per hour. We have our team that's in the field. So what I'm going to do is back out real quickly. We have Brandon Kopic that's on the phone. He's also on a confirmed tour in eastern Iowa. Brandon, if you can hear me, I was just tracking that PDS warning in Wisconsin, but I want to get your insight on what's happening there in Iowa. Can you kind of walk us through what you're seeing?
Yeah, right now we're watching this lowering just off to our west. It's definitely got heavy and rapid rotation. This has been very much an HP or high precipitation storm. So we're keeping an eye on it, but right now I cannot confirm anything on the ground, but there's definitely some rapid rotation inside the storm. It's just hard to confirm when everything's so rapid in rain.
And Brandon, this has been a storm that seems like it's been cycling. I looked at it before, about 70 miles as it's worked its way through Eldora. Iowa is beginning phases on. Can you talk about the atmosphere itself, beyond just what you're seeing in this present storm, how juiced it is for the Midwest?
Yeah, the atmosphere is very much right for tornadoes today. Stand by, I'm doing a hit.
Okay.
The atmosphere is definitely really ripe right now. There's a lot of low-level shear, so these things have the potential to produce strong tornadoes. But thankfully, the thing that's really held today back is the storm interaction. There's too many rain showers and storms running into others, and that's stopping them from producing these strong, significant tornadoes, except for a very small handful.
And when we look at this, Brent, I know you're coordinating with somebody, but I can't help but hear the intensity of the rain. You mentioned the HP, high precip, but also the hail. I mean, the hail has been pretty significant as of well right now, too, with some of these storms.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The hail's been decent sized as well. I mean, we've had at times above 2-inch in diameter hail, so it's definitely been very much worth noting. The hail threat has been fairly significant today. Can you walk us through, this is our first time I've gotten to talk to you, I know Haley's back out in the field as well, what that's like to coordinate with the team as they, kind of navigate through these storms? I know this has always been kind of a passion of yours to try to share this with others, what it's like to take them through an event. Yeah, no, it's definitely a little bit more to the job, but it's definitely. I'm glad that they're out here. They're good at what they do. I know I can trust them. They got a great driver. There's a lot going for them, and I'm glad they're out here. That way we can provide them more extensive coverage for the viewers of Fox 1.
Yeah, it really just shows how great of a team we got. Brandon, thank you for joining us. We're going to continue to watch. Of course, you're seeing it shows you just how intense the wind is. Brandon's trying to coordinate with his team out in the field. I do want to bring to our attention, though, Broaden back out real quickly for everybody at home that's just joining us. You'll continue to watch Brandon's shot, right? It shows you how dynamic one individual cell is. But I'm showing you on that box on the corner how big this event is for the Midwest. But look at this, because it's bigger than just the Midwest. Now you're looking at the entire, event. It's over 2,000 miles. And I can just show you that here as we look at areas like you go all the way outside of Boston, down south there towards spots into Texas, and anywhere in between. You see how, intense this event can be. I do want to bring to our attention, we haven't gotten a chance to look at the dry line ignition of areas. This is the other spot where you're looking at a level 3 out of 5 threat for the Red River region moving out towards Oklahoma City. I know it's been quiet for you, but continue to look at what's happening in Brandon's shot, right? You see the intensity of that storm, people parking off to the side, can't see absolutely anything. And this is the type of setup that could play out in spots like Childress, Wichita Falls, Elk City, Lawton. This is playing out over the next several hours, just in a different region as you're looking at that threat that starts to emerge. You have the intensity of these. I'm going to do one scan down south real quickly and just show you. There's a considerable threat. Look at what's on the table. 70-mile-per-hour wind over tennis ball size hail for Baylor, Ford, Wilbarger counties, all in North Texas, as spots like the Midwest get pounded with these storms. We're going to continue to stay on the worst of these storms, though. I want to get a real quick assessment of what's happening in these areas like the I-90 corridor in Wisconsin, where we had a PDS tag, and the latest showing us here, very strong rotation starting to fall apart. Hopefully a sign that it's cycling. Look at Brendan's shot. We have so much to cover tonight. Stay with us here on Fox Weather Live as we dive deeper into the severe event.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Welcome inside Fox Weather Live as we take a look at Millston, Wisconsin, one of the many areas where there's a confirmed tornado that continues in the Badger State. We have multiple warnings that are ongoing in the Midwest, but this threat is over 2,000 miles. It stretches from the Northeast, Midwest, down into the Southern Plains. And right now there's a Fox Weather alert system picking up on all of those warnings. As of right now, we have 44 active warnings. That's the most that I have seen in any given time in the severe season thus far. And so it shows you the intensity. By the way, 38 of those are severe thunderstorm warnings. And then you have some that are tornado warnings right where Brandon is at in Delhi, Iowa, where you're looking at, remember when we talked about an HP, a high precip system? Maybe you're saying, what does that even mean? That's what it means right there. You're almost thankful the wind is that strong that it's blowing it off to the side, so that way it's not just coming down vertically, right? It's almost blowing horizontal. You'll hear me at times describe things as almost being pressure washed. That's what it feels like. Notice here on the edge of your screen, we have our team that's out in the field along with Brandon. That's, of course, Haley Meyer and Jared Maloney. They're out there in Delhi, Iowa as well, in the Fox Weather Beast. We're going to be talking to them here in a couple moments. They're under a tornado warning. It was a confirmed tornado minutes ago. That's been lifted. But here's something important to know, is when you're looking at that right now, he is one of thousands of people that are commuting right now. There's Corey, by the way, in this event, if not tens of thousands of people. So here's how large this event is. I showed you all the different regions. There's the warnings that are in place. Here's the watches. Remember, a watch says the conditions are conducive. At any moment, you may get a storm that bubbles up. In the watch alone, we have over 20 million people, whether it's the severe thunderstorm watch or the tornado watch. Here are the stats as of right now. There's some of the current warnings that were dropping off at the top of the hour. So now we're at 33 active warnings. We have over 1.5 million people in an active warning right now. And you'll notice this is the top hail reports. Madison, Wisconsin leading the way with over apple-size hail, over baseball-size hail that's coming in. Let's take you to these different events. This is the Northeast damaging wind event in upstate New York, western Mass, and southern New Hampshire. This is the spot that's most conducive for the storms. And look outside Milwaukee. We do have Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. He would normally join us, but on a night like this, he is covering his viewers and talking about that threat. By the way, this was a storm that had a PDS tag, a confirmed tornado. Want to get you a quick update for 7 Mile Creek in the I-90 corridor. Has a tornado possible tag, but no longer is confirmed. We watched this storm actually begin this cycle. That was a good sign. That was lifting. I do want to get into what's happening here outside of Milwaukee. Team, I know you'll be watching our Fox 6 team to see if they are covering this, and if they are, we will bring you in the zone. They have teams that are not only covering it in the studio like Tom Walks, but they have teams that are out in their own weather vehicles looking at this event. We got about 83 mile per hour differential. That is enough for a lowering of a wall cloud that would be possible. This was that damage from before up in the northwest of where we were just looking. I do want to bring it south now into a tornado warning in these areas of Wisconsin, in Iowa County, Wisconsin. We have multiple areas of rotation. This is something that Brandon Kopic alluded to before. He had talked about, these storms are running into each other. And because of that, they're actually inhibiting what they're able to, produce. So it's these lone supercells that could form tornadoes, but you oftentimes fight each other. Let's bring it now to Fox 6 Milwaukee. They're on that same storm where Corey's at right now. They're covering it. We'll go in the zone with Fox 6 to listen to their coverage.
Is going to have a lot of rain in this, but I want to tell you that where it's getting darker on our camera, that's the storm. The rain is very heavy right now, but we are hearing sirens going off in Lake Mills. Now keep in mind, Lake Mills is not under the tornado warning. That tornado warning is to the west, as you've been mentioning. We are going to try to get just to the south of where the rotation is to see if we can get a clear view of anything developing within the Hook signature area. Now again, we're going to start to have to watch things closely because you might be able to see it is very dark off to our east and northeast. So we are not necessarily going to get a clear view until we can get through the bottom portion of this hook. We are going to be very safe though, because again, right now the rotation is north of the interstate. We've had periodic moments again of heavy rain and light rain. We even had a couple of hailstones on the car, but it is very ominous out here. It's actually kind of scary looking. We have had people at the gas stations that have been also just relaxing, trying to take cover after their shifts. We did have one individual come up to us, ask us what's going on, and I broke down for him that, hey, we had a tornado warning cell coming our way. We're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So as cool as it is, I'm going to turn the camera here. That is looking off to the north. And even though we have some trees moving through right now, there is a
All right, that's our team, Fox 6 Milwaukee. Of course, they're out in the thick of it right now. They got a storm that's barreling down, but we got other team members that are giving us the ground truth right now. Fox weather meteorologist Haley Meyer back in the wash cycle of another round of severe weather in Iowa. Haley, walk us through. I mean, this was a confirmed tornado, now a tornado warning, but still a violent storm.
Yeah, I will say that storm, at least the one that we were in pursuit of, that tornado warning right now, that at one point was confirmed, and we even had a couple of our storm trackers that have been working in tandem with us today say confirmed, likely if it was down or when it was down, probably a stovepipe, if not a larger wedge-esque type of tornado. It looked like a bowl as it was descending from the wall cloud. Now at this moment, that storm looks more outflow dominant. Too many cell mergers, and it's also very heavily rain wrapped. So now our new target is this next tornado warning that has just popped up. So if somebody can throw on radar for me, I can walk our Fox Weather viewers through where we're at now, where we're heading, and why. At this moment, we are heading south on, what's the road again, Jared?
This is 38 here.
We are heading south on 38, and so this is more of a diagonal-esque type of road, and we're trying to intercept the very tail end of this multi-cell cluster. Right now, it's undergoing a merger with one storm just off to the west of it right now, and that merger could just be enough to drop a tornado and potentially start to kick this thing moving due east. At this moment, the mesocyclone, at least based upon what the models are telling me or what the radar is telling me, is it's moving northeast, and as you have been saying throughout the day today, and as we've reiterated, it's the storms that are moving more east. That's going to be the storms that you have to watch. And at this moment, it seems like it might be taking a slight east turn. Yeah, we are probably, I would say, another 5-10 minutes out from this tornado warning. And it does seem like it is starting to wrap up. Again, we're watching a merger from a cell from just the west, merging with this other supercell. And so that can sometimes give a little extra kick into the environment right now. So that is near the Cedar Rapids area, just north of the Dubuque radar. We're still in somewhat of a radar hole, which is a struggle when you're dealing with not only not being able to have a good radar view, but also now we at one moment had a rain wrap tornado. So you didn't know what way was up, down, left, right. And whenever I was driving through some of the small towns in Iowa under that confirmed tornado warning at the time, people are standing outside trying to get a view of it. And that's what's really dangerous about a tornado in this type of environment where an EF3 is certainly possible. But I'm also keeping an eye on the other tornado warned storm. No longer, they'll probably watch that tornado warning expire, but this is just to the south of Dubuque, south and southwest. That storm is more of a right deviating storm, and so that one could also, because it's all by itself, have a better chance at producing something. So Quad Cities, that's a spot where I think we really need to be kind of aware of the weather. This could slice just to the south of Dubuque, but still hit some of the southern suburbs. So that's just something else that I'm watching out for. And another reason why we decided to jet south is to jump into this tornado warning, see what that meso has to offer. Possibly a little bit outflowy as it's ingesting the western cell, but that doesn't mean it can't retighten, because we have seen the velocity tighten a little bit within the last couple of scans, but we'll be checking out that tornado warning. And then, as always, Steve, I'm keeping an eye on the one even further south. So that's kind of where we're at. The hard part is now we're getting close to the Iowa-Illinois, Iowa-Wisconsin border, and that requires more river crossings and limited space and road networks to get over. And so you really have to play your cards right here.
Speaking about the road network, hey, I know you were kind of in a rural area, but what's that like now? You're in an evening commute. I'm watching Corey Shotty's outside of Milwaukee. There's a lot of people out on the road, and you think about, I mean, the volume of warnings. You've got 40 different warnings that are active right now. What's it been like for you? Has there been some traffic out there, or has it been really kind of hopefully quiet?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. We've encountered a lot of chaser traffic. So there's been quite a few roads that are just waterlogged with people that are whether enthusiasts or they do this professionally for a living. I've probably seen 50 separate people to 100 people on this one particular cell in Iowa. And then there's been a split of meteorologists, some going to that southern Wisconsin target, others staying in far eastern Iowa. And so that's the biggest threat, at least in traffic from my perspective. But we've been going through small towns. Sooner rather than later, we'll be getting close to the Quad Cities. And so especially just looking at Corey's vantage point from some of the major interstates, it does seem like, you know, that evening commute is is going to be nasty, especially with all the heavy rain. And even that's enough to be life-threatening. Whether or not there's a tornado on the ground, if you can't see vehicles in front of you, somebody stops. One thing I really want to emphasize as well, an overpass and going in under those underpasses, not a safe place to be. That is very, very dangerous. A tornado can still kill you if you are under one and it comes through. It does not act as a shield, maybe a shield from hail, but then you also have to keep in mind that then you are backing traffic up and leaving traffic at a standstill for other people behind you. Best thing is to just keep moving. And to use as many visual cues as possible. Find a gas station, go under there, but do not go under an underpass. That is the worst thing that you can do and very ill-advised in a situation like this.
Yeah, we see a lot of people oftentimes in this situation could panic, especially beyond just the tornadic threat, Haley. We have that damaging wind and large hail, and oftentimes you get that large hail, people will try to park underneath it, and then, yeah, something unfortunate ends up happening here. We do have Corey's shot, and he's in Summit, Wisconsin. He's getting closer and closer to Milwaukee. Overall, what is your game plan, Haley? Is it going to be to continue to drift to the east as far as you can with this? Or are you going to try to take a southerly mode? Have you had even an opportunity to think about that?
Well, for right now, I think we are really just trying to drift south and stay on the Iowa side of this border for as long as possible. Because once you get into southern Wisconsin, you enter into territory where there's a lot of trees that obstructs views. You have more traffic with larger population centers. So eventually, when the storms take us over the border, we will follow any interesting storm. But for now, because we have that secondary tornado warning just south of us, I think that's really going to be our focus of attention. We have a couple other cells that are rapidly moving to the northeast that are just south of our location as well. I'll be interested to see what that storm merger looks like and if that potentially can help prompt maybe a tornado touchdown. But again, I'm still keeping an eye out on that Quad City cell that is more of a right mover. It is severe thunderstorm warning issued, and likely going to drop that tornado warning, but it seems like we might be getting closer to some hail here in a second. So I'll give it back to you, Steve, but just keep the audio on the Fox Weather Beast just in case.
Yeah, we're looking at the Dubuque area, the Quad Cities. They could be seeing storms here in roughly about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll be watching it closely. Great coverage by not only Haley, we got Corey and Brandon, an entire team that's out to give us the ground truth. We're going to continue to be locked in on the severe threat for tonight and in the days ahead here on Fox Weather. Make sure you stay with us.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly.
If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the U.S. or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
Welcome back. This is a Fox Weather Alert bringing you to Hopkinton, Iowa right now, where you look at the intensity of the rain. This rain right anywhere from 2 to 3 inches plus per hour. It means blinding conditions. You're not going to be able to see in front of you. Very difficult to drive, and it's still just after 6:15 local time. A lot of people on the road, sadly, during that evening commute. By the way, we have 39 current warnings that are active right now. Over 2.2 million people in those warnings that you're seeing in the Fox Weather Alert System. A warning means it's happening now. You have to get into that action plan. You'll notice here that we are committed to being your severe weather HQ no matter where you live. So if you're in the Red River region, we're watching that dry line ignite. If you're up here in the Northeast, you're seeing the damaging wind event spill into the Catskills and into Western Mass. And then, of course, the big event happening in the Midwest. And in the Midwest, we have everything that's unfolding with our team. Brandon Kopic, he is there showing us from one vantage point. Then we have our team, of course, with Haley Meyer, Jared Maloney, and the Fox Weather Beast crew that is driving in that same area as Brandon. Notice the intensity of that rain, blinding conditions. They are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Not too far from them is a tornado warning. And notice this. This is on the edge of your screen, that bottom box. That's showing you how large this event is. I'm going to bring out the ruler because at times I think people get, kind of impressed, amazed by, hey, what's happening in one individual area. And then you start looking at the intensity of this, over 2,000 miles of this. As we had mentioned, over 20 million people under the watches. Watches mean, hey, the ingredients are in place. Be on the lookout. A warning means it's happening. Get into your action plan. We have seen that time and time again. There's that 2.2 million people that are hopefully in that action plan. Here is our team on the Fox Weather Beast that's looking at Monticello, Iowa. That's on the eastern portion of Iowa, where you're looking at the rain that's coming down. Thankfully, from this vantage point, you can tell they're in a rural farmland. This is where you want to keep it. But we just talked to Haley not too long ago. It might have been 4 minutes ago. And she was saying, I'm really worried about the Quad Cities because all of this is moving towards the Quad Cities. Yes, it's warned as a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's multiple areas of rotation, and you can't rule out the potential for a tornado. Look at the Northeast, by the way. It's on the edge of your screen. They're dealing with a damaging wind event that's blasting through. We'll be covering that. Here's what we are seeing from Brandon's shot, the Midwest, dynamic conditions. And notice embedded inside all of that is multiple areas where you have tornado warning. So there's one in Wisconsin, 2 in the Badger State, and then now 2 that are popping up in Iowa. So before we move on, I do want to zoom in onto those locations and get you quick updates as we're looking at what's happening with Brandon's shot. I'll zoom into these warnings. This one that I'm looking at right now actually has a history of producing a tornado. It was a PDS warning about a half hour ago, which means it was observed, a destructive tag on it, and meant there was damage at the surface. That was a major concern. As of right now, it looks like it has mid-level rotation, so not nearly the intensity, but something we'll watch closely. We're going to back out our coverage. Looking at this here, we have another warning that is out towards Dodgeville. And as we get towards Dodgeville, you'll notice that this is another one that when you're watching it from line of sight, doesn't look like it has an impressive rotation. And then you bring up the velocity scan, and you're looking at two areas of rotation. They're right up here, just out towards the north and east of Dodgeville. I'm going to do a quick scan on this to see what that intensity is with the overall rotation. And it looks like there could be the potential of rotation, maybe 100 plus. Because they're so close to each other with this rotation, you're looking at about 4 miles. Hopefully that is not a signal of a damaging tornado that would be on the ground. Real quickly before we move on, I do want to bring it now to our team that's out there, Fox 6 Milwaukee. They are covering this tornado warning right now. Our chief meteorologist Tom Walks is watching this closely as we're looking at this area moving Oconomowoc and Meriton that's dealing with this rotation. But this is something we have seen time and time again during the severe season. Well, I think the key in all of this, though, is talking about this severe season and what this means so far for 2026. I want to bring in Kiana as you unlock the key of what this means, because I think a lot of people are scratching their heads saying, Kiana, I'm in the Midwest. I wasn't expecting this volume of storms time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting this year, especially if you think back to even just last year. Yeah. March was off the record. And as we get into this year, while we may be short in terms of numbers, we are actually may see that number start to rise as we head into the latter half of this week. So to your point, the Midwest has definitely been seeing a lot of this activity. I want to take you through some of the storm reports first as we look at some of the storm reports for 2026 so far. 300 plus tornado reports, but wind reports definitely took the cake, specifically in the Midwest. And the same could be said for those hail reports. But as we look at the bigger numbers here, we're about 22% down from this time last year in terms of total storm reports, meaning that we're falling just shy of how active it was last year. And I think it's pretty interesting because here we are heading into April where we could see this number spike, maybe even surpassing last year, just given that we're getting into the very beginning of the peak of severe season. So that's going to be one of the things that we have to continue to watch moving forward. That starts by the time we get into the end of this week. Looking at Friday, we have yet another day of an increased risk of seeing severe weather that may change these numbers and up these numbers as we go through the end of the week. So here's Friday's threat, a level 3 out of 5. Notice that there's a bullseye here from Oklahoma City up until about Des Moines. This is where I think we see all hazards on the table. So those numbers that we talked about, they are going to be rising too in terms of the hail threat, damaging wind threat, and possibly even the tornado threat. We have a dry line that's going to set up right along that I-35 corridor. That will be the trigger mechanism. Ahead of that dry line, temperatures are warm, so that sets the stage for warming up the atmosphere, for getting the instability in place. Behind that dry line is the cold front. But the dry line itself is going to be our troublemaker, especially in some of these cities I have right behind me. We have Wisconsin down through about Texas. So that should be that line that we watch really take shape in some of these areas. It's cloudy out there now, but Friday is going to be the day that these storms really come rumbling through. And here it is, our dry line kind of clashing with some of that moisture ahead of it and setting the stage for an active evening. Steve will be here. I will be here to get you through that evening when it comes to the severe weather. But when we look at how things kind of take shape, it isn't just Friday. It also happens to move into Saturday for some of the same areas. Midwest, we talked about how most of the season you've been in that threat zone. You're in it once again by Friday afternoon and evening hours. We watched this threat kind of move through. Chicago on the leading edge by Friday evening. Oklahoma City still in the threat as we head into Friday evening too. Now notice that as we get into Friday, really the overnight hours, of course, temperatures do drop, but we watch this kind of ramp up right into Saturday. So we do see this threat extend into the first half of the weekend. Saturday, we watch a flood risk start to move into place. So now we're talking about yet another severe threat on the table. Right now, we're sitting at a level 2 out of 4. Again, we're going to watch how that kind of progresses because we have this level of severe weather rocking right into Saturday afternoon once again. So watching these numbers very closely, Steve, this has been a very interesting year. Yes, we've seen that 22% decrease in terms of the storm threats and reports. But I wouldn't be surprised if we watch that number rise heading into the next couple of weeks or so.
And sadly, Kiana, that's not the only thing that's going to rise. You kind of alluded to the flooding aspect. We're watching the rivers start to rise in areas like Michigan. This is Powers, Michigan, where you look at the drainage, it's trying to keep up, but you got this whirlpool that's starting to form, and major concerns for areas like Michigan and Wisconsin. Cities like Alpena, Michigan, have already begun targeting the flooding evacuations. And so let's get into what we are seeing in spots like Wisconsin. And you're looking at 3 people that had to be rescued from rising waters inside of their home. This was in Suamico, Wisconsin. Firefighters rescued all three from their flooded first floor. No injuries reported, thankfully, but it's not over. Let's talk about what's ahead, because as we talk about the frequency of these storms, it's not about every round, what's the intensity of it, but it's the fact that you're going 12, 15 rounds in the ring, right? When you're thinking about how much rain they've already seen in spots like Green Bay, out towards Wausau, you already have a half foot or more, and they're not alone. You get to the other side of Lake Michigan, that enhancement at the surface where you get more saturation because of the Great Lake. You start looking at spots like Traverse City, where now it's widespread, over 6 inches of rain. By the way, that all drains into the same tributaries, those creeks and those rivers. They start to get swollen and they start to gain their intensity with how fast they are moving, and they overflow their banks. So widespread in that darker shade of green, a flood watch. Excessive snowmelt is a real concern for the northern aspect, whether it's the northern mitten of Michigan, Mackinac City, or out towards the U, the Upper Peninsula, Marquette, Sault Ste. Marie, those areas. We already showed you how much rain. Here's the anticipated amount. Now, notice something different about this, though. The other areas I was just talking about, Green Bay. If this forecast holds true, these next rounds will have a more southerly trajectory, and it's going to impact areas further south in the Badger State like Milwaukee. Then you get into northern Illinois towards Chicago and then Grand Rapids. So hopefully that's sparing those spots to the north. But either way, we already have rivers that are going to be at major flood stage, and it's not individual spots of the river. Notice how many of those chevrons are purple, whether you're talking about Michigan or Wisconsin. As of right now, there's only one that's at major flood stage, which means likely that water will continue to build. This is a good example in portions outside of Big Rapids towards Sherman, where you're watching the record being set right now as the river continues to rise. And we're continuing to track that severe threat, and even with these violent storms, there's the beauty in the midst of it all. There's a rainbow that emerges in Monticello, Iowa, as the storms continue to tear through the Midwest. We'll have the latest on that and even talk with our team that's getting us the ground truth. That, and we'll be tracking what's happening down in the Sunshine State, where it's been bone dry, and they have another fire that's broken out. It started yesterday along the I-75 corridor in Collier County, and then all that smoke moving towards Naples, Florida. Big concern about how dry it is in Florida and the ongoing fire threat. We'll dive deeper into this when Fox Weather Live returns. Stay with us.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat, and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live, showing you Wyoming, Iowa. It's important to note that with the Fox Weather Beast, as they continue to look at these storms, look at the overall structure of this. From this line of sight, it almost looks like it's lowering and off in the distance there. We're going to be talking with Haley Meyer here in a moment. She's going to kind of walk us through what she's seeing in eastern Iowa. But I'm looking at the Fox Weather Alert System, Washington County and Waukesha County in Wisconsin with a confirmed tornado. This is just outside of Milwaukee right now. So we'll be tapping into our Fox 6 team there, Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. They also have a team that's out in the field. Really, there's no other weather network that can flex the amount of people, eyes, and, kind of knowledge in these type of events. We have an entire team there in Wisconsin that's going to be able to give us what's unfolding, along with not only Fox 6, but Corey Gherkin. He's on that cell as well. And then we have Brandon Kopic. We'll be talking with him in a couple minutes about what he's seeing outside of here with the team, with the Fox Weather Beast. So looking at this broad view, we have 3 separate regions. We have the Northeast, the Midwest, and the Southern Plains. And we have eyes in every of these spots right now. You'll notice over 20 million people in the watches. As of right now, I'm seeing 36 active warnings and then 2.5 million people in those active warnings. A warning means it's imminent. There's an action plan. And even if it's a damaging wind event like you're seeing in the Northeast, that means you got to get away from those exterior rooms or even the windows. This is where we've seen the absolute worst of it, though. And before we jump in and talk with Haley, I know she's on the line about to talk to us. I do want to get to this confirmed tour because, team, if we're watching this, I mean, this thing's barreling towards Milwaukee. This is a real threat for those spots towards Waukesha and those areas. As we look here, there is that overall rotation. It does look relatively broad. As we get into what we are seeing overall, this looks like the velocity signature is actually not that strong. That could be a hopeful sign that the rotation is being picked up at the mid-levels of the atmosphere. We'll be watching this closely as it gets closer and closer to Milwaukee. We will break in and go to Fox 6 if they have something to note with that. But right now, we want to go to Haley as she is out in Wyoming, Iowa, and she is seeing these storms continue to kind of cycle. Haley, it's been good to talk to you through the evening time. Walk us through what you're seeing, because it looks like off on the edge of your screen, there could potentially be maybe a wall cloud or something starting to lower.
Steve, I mean, I really think we're minutes away from a tornado here. This is not far off the ground at all. At all. This is that southern cell that we're on, the current tornado warning. It just got extended. It's heading a little bit further northeast of Monmouth, but definitely looking at a significant, funnel. Jared, right. There it is. Okay, so we've got an active tornado. If you want to take our dash cam, actually, you know what?
Yeah, we have it in Brandon's shot, Scotts Grove right now. It's coming down.
Tornado on the ground right now. You can actually see the condensation funnel touching the ground. It's all the way down. Thankfully, we're still in some farmland right now, but you can actively see that rope and then the touchdown moving through, the debris being just probably some vegetation, but it is immediately passing just straight in front of us. It does seem like it's rapidly tightening. You have lightning, absolutely gorgeous to look at, but definitely a very, very threatening tornado for anything in its path. So hopefully, guys, you can take that dash cam. Yep, Brandon Kopic's got it. We are right next to this thing. It's getting stronger. It's growing right now. Okay, thankfully I don't see any homes or anything imminent, but we do have some power lines immediately within its path. So this is a developing situation, confirmed tornado. It does seem like it's rapidly tightening. A little bit of occlusion going on, which means it's kind of roping out, but I don't think that this thing is weakening right now. Again, good news, we do not have any homes that are in the immediate vicinity of this, but give it another mile and we certainly could be. So, yeah, Steve,
Haley,
I mean, just look at it.
I know we're watching this, is it mesmerizing to watch? It's out in the open field. Look at how it's broadening out. Is this coming closer to you? Can you kind of give us a sense of what direction this is moving? And then ultimately, look at how high that dirt is climbing. It almost is like the mid-level to the funnel. Could you kind of give us an approximation of how high that is?
Oh, I mean, I would say at this point we are maybe a quarter of a mile away from this. It is moving in front of us. It is not getting closer to us. So our positioning right now is safe. But yeah, that debris is widening. That field, we're actually standing in the inflow of this storm right now, where we can actually get that big push of wind. You can probably hear it on the microphone, and that's the inflow getting sucked into this storm. Yeah, I would say right now the storm is probably close to 6 stories tall, maybe, but it does seem like we're getting an additional lowering here, and that certainly could mean that we're getting a widening tornado. It does look like, if you look at the very top of the cloud, where it's a very tight funnel, it seems like it's occluding and it's disconnecting. That's exactly what we're watching right now. So occlusion meaning that downdraft is winning and the storm is kind of suffocating itself out. So you're watching it rope out in real time. That's the weakening of the tornado. And then, but look right on to the right-hand side of it, we still have rotation that's lowering. So likely it is passing off to another mesocyclone that would probably be much wider, potentially watching the development of a stovepipe tornado right now. But it does seem like the confirmed tornado that we had has since been lifted. So I don't think we're tracking an active tornado. The last little bit of that rotation and the debris signature on the ground. But then again, I want your attention to still okay. Maybe it's coming back again, just a little bit more.
Yeah,
you can still see the last remnants.
Yeah, the last remnants as the dust starts to disperse. Haley, you were just kind of describing it, but I mean, when you look at this, what was that feeling like from this distance away? Because oftentimes when we talk with people that have lived through this, it sounds like a freight train. What was this like, hearing that and watching it form so closely?
You know, I have to say, I don't hear any freight train, and I think that maybe it's more of a myth, and that train-like sound is if you are directly underneath that mesocyclone and that area of low pressure is going through, being you are in the center of a tornado. But one thing that I've noted, and this is something that I really haven't experienced in some of the other storms that I've been on, is the fact that the downdraft, the RFD, is powerful. It can knock you off your feet. And so when you have these severe thunderstorm warnings for 60-mile-an-hour winds or greater, it's all because of that RFD. And so right now we're kind of on that zone, the RFD that's pushing down. But you can feel it in the air. One thing that I will say that is the most audible is the thunder and the lightning. And if I quiet down for just a second, I'm going to stop talking so you can hear everything. You can hear tornado sirens into the background.
Yeah,
you've got the roar of thunder as well, but it's very distant with the sirens. But yeah, you just watched an active tornado, and this still a storm that we're going to be tracking and watching, but keep in mind that there are storms just to the south that also are a little bit interesting that could potentially produce a tornado as well. But I'm not done tracking this storm. But yeah, active tornado that has since lifted. So good news there, especially for those farm homes that are just off into the distance.
Very good news there. An incredible analysis as you were talking about occluding and roping out. But we do have a confirmed tornado just a couple miles from Milwaukee. Milwaukee under a tornado warning right now, 650,000 people. So Haley, we're going to jump into that threat as we continue to look at the dynamics all across the Midwest. We do have our team, Fox 6 Milwaukee. They are watching this and talking about it. We do have on the edge of your screen, the velocity signature is very strong. Let's listen into their coverage.
Lowerings, and they may lift and come back down again. But I know, Tom, you're looking at this too.
It's looking almost more like a shelf cloud.
Yeah, absolutely.
But You know what I'm thinking here? Let me do this. So while you're analyzing this, I want to move the camera a little bit.
Okay.
And then I think what we should do,
real quick.
we need to practice what we preach, right, Steph? I don't think we should tell people to go to the basement and not do it ourselves, right?
Very true. And I'm looking at velocity right now.
Look at the left-hand side of your screen there.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to zoom in on this here, and then I think what...
And you're listening to Tom, of course, the chief meteorologist there, talk with his team. And I think it's really important, if you just missed that, he said you got to practice what you preach. And our team may actually be going into their safe place right now. We're going to keep you updated as we're watching. Corey, I put his live shot in the bottom side. He's in Johnson Creek, Wisconsin. He's been on that cell. And then, of course, the big box, you're looking at Brandon. He was on the same storm as Haley, and he saw that rope tornado form, and now he's kind of in a different position. As she had talked about, it's handing itself off to another mesocyclone, another storm that could aid in that rotation and potentially lead to a larger type of tornado, a cone shape instead of a rope tornado. We're watching this all unfold from Iowa into Wisconsin, northern Illinois in the threat area. This is all the Midwest. We have other regions that are being impacted as well, like the Northeast and the Southern Plains, but this is the most dynamic spot. I do want to kind of give you a sense of just how many people are being impacted. So you're looking at Brandon's shot, and as I had mentioned, 20 million people under a watch. But I want you to see, just by the stats alone, we have 45 active warnings. Notice the number at the bottom here with the population underneath a warning, which means the storm is imminent. It's making an impact. Over 3.3 million people feeling the ferocity and the intensity of Mother Nature tonight. And so it just kind of shows you the sheer intensity, not in the individual, but on the large-scale threat that's playing out as the April severe classic setup continues on. And I encourage you, look at the bottom corner. You'll see all those warnings, and I'm going to zoom in to just the Midwest alone. And look at that cluster. It's turned linear, but yet you not only have tornado warnings, you have the purple polygon, which means a confirmed tour in Iowa. We have Brendan and Haley there. We have a confirmed tour in Milwaukee. We have Corey and Tom Walks, and then another one just north of there. There's no other weather network that can bring you the eyes on the ground, and we're going to continue to do so on the other side of the break. Make sure you stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Hey there, Mike Lestmay here. It's time now for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking, and we're here to help you save some cash on some awesome products. No matter the forecast, head on over to foxweatherdeals.com. Joining me now, lifestyles expert, the one and only Courtney Kaysen. Courtney, great to see you as always.
I am so happy to be here because as a weatherman and a Georgia and Mississippi girl, you know people don't like being hot. And most of the time your fan looks like this.
Absolutely.
And it does not deliver. That is why I have been obsessed with this Pursuit MagSafe portable fan, because if you've got a phone and a magnet in the back of it, it attaches just like this. But if you're unsure, they absolutely include the stickers, which is wonderful. You're going to turn this on and it delivers a powerful fan, up to 135 minutes of use, which is great if you're sitting at that outdoor,
graduation,
graduation, wedding, sporting event.
Birthdays.
It's also got a light on here, so if you need like a little extra selfie or a Zoom call or want to film some content, you've got that on there. You can use both at the same time, but this is absolutely something you want to invest in for warm weather. You're getting a set of two for $39.99, saving 33% off. I would pick up multiple sets because this is one of those things that people are just going to ask you about and you need extra.
Can I just tell you, that fan is strong, by the way.
It's good.
That's keeping you cool.
Love it.
I love that too. Courtney, thank you so much as always. And of course, if you want to purchase what you saw today, scan that QR code on your screen or head to foxweatherdeals.com for more.
Do you want to gain weight? Yes, I said gain weight. Do you want more curves? Do you want to bulk up? Try CB1 Weight Gainer today, the natural weight gain pill designed for people who struggle to put on weight.
I just love the results. I'm loving the way that I look.
I was able to eat. I was able to hit the gym. I'm feeling great and I'm looking great. I put on 25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free. When you call now, we'll also upgrade your order to rush processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right. Call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-599-8987 or go to trycb1.com.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Live as we show you the sheer size of this severe threat. Notice Danbury, New Hampshire. They're in a threat for damaging wind tonight. A lot of that snowpack could be melting away quickly with the rain. Then we take you to Chicago. They're in the heart of that threat. Just to the north of them, it's been really playing out for areas like Milwaukee and southern Wisconsin for the tornadic conditions. And then Oklahoma City, they're waiting for that dry line ignition. They're under their own tornado watch that goes until 11 p.m. Eastern. And so a lot that is unfolding for these areas all across the country. When you look at all the watches that are in place, we're talking over 20 million people. Nearly 12 million of that is the tornado threat itself. Now, when we look at today's, event already, just where we stand, you can see each region that's already had the storm reports coming in, likely going to see this total climb a lot in the hours ahead. There's a delay in these reports. Oftentimes, we've already easily eclipsed over 200 reports. Let's take you to some of the top hail reports out of this. Madison, Wisconsin, over apple-sized hail. We're closing in on a major event for the Midwest, but we're going to start off with the Northeast, right? A level 2 threat. Damaging wind event as it pushes through the New England region. As we play this forward, though, you're not going to have to wait long. As we get to about midnight, it moves offshore. And that's a good sign. And one thing that we've talked about throughout our show is the intense heat, the record heat for the East Coast. New England, here's the trade-off. For the storms overnight, you're going to cool down. That's a good sign. In the heart of the worst of this event, likely here, from Iowa, northern Illinois, Wisconsin, into Michigan, even northern Indiana, could be impacted by those storms as we played out. Here's 10:30 later on tonight, a nasty squall line that plays through. Now, here's the other end of this. Look at the coloration in these storms. Yes, widespread yellow, but that leading edge in purple, that speaks to, you find this legend often at the top of the screen, that's speaking to heavy rain, that rain rate that can be 2 inches plus per hour. What's the other threat that we've been communicating and talking with you over the last several days? The Midwest and the Great Lakes flooding. We've had communities that have been evacuated, water rescues that have been playing out in Michigan and Wisconsin. And as you're looking at this nasty line, it sets up as a linear mode, which means damaging wind event. The ground's already saturated. That could lead to power outages, but the additional rainfall could be problematic. As I'm playing this out, you'll notice this continues on. Chicago, by the way, maybe it was quiet through most of Tuesday, but you get into Wednesday morning, you're an early riser, you're chasing the sunrise. It may not get much of a glimpse of the sun because the storms are going to be overhead, and this could impact your morning commute. Here's the good news for the I-80 corridor in these areas of northern Indiana, South Bend. You move out towards southern Michigan. I don't think they have the same type of ferocity or intensity that we're talking about through the evening time. It kind of dissipates. But here's the thing. You're still seeing plenty of green on the screen. It's still raining, which enhances that threat of the flooding aspect of it all. When does it really start to taper off? You get into the late morning time, early afternoon tomorrow, it becomes more isolated. That's not even the entire event, though. Now we're going to get down into the Red River region, the Midwest, and the Southern Plains, all in this line. By the way, this is ignited by a dry line. And so what this is going to show us is the spots like Oklahoma City. It's going to get rowdy here as we push into the evening time. I encourage you to stay with us here on Fox Weather, as we do have Ari and Chris. They are going to be staying into the night and overnight hours watching. This could be the event that really enhances the most during their hours as we look at what's unfolding in spots like Oklahoma City. Notice by 9:30 p.m. local time, it's just pushing through Oklahoma City and continues to march into the Ozarks. Now, this is interesting because the Ozarks, you get that orographic lift. It's a small mountain range, but you're about 2,200 to 2,500 feet is enough of a ramping effect that potentially an isolated flooding risk as you get out towards Springfield or Fort Smith, Arkansas, and those areas. But look how quickly it starts to dissipate. And that's a good sign that that's falling apart. But this is the same area that we'll be watching tomorrow for potential storms. Look at what's happening in the Red River region. The storms are brewing late morning, and by the time we get into Wednesday afternoon, now we have the next event that's on our hand. And so that would be the big concern as we end through all of this, is that we enter into Wednesday and you're back in the wash cycle for the Midwest. I mean, they already had it Monday. We've been tracking the storms today, and then you fast forward into Wednesday and you're back into this threat, not only for the Midwest and the Southern Plains, but even into the interior Northeast. And so it just shows you that the spring severe season is just continuing on, and there's really no sign that they're going to be letting off the gas pedal anytime soon. Now, as we take a look at, of course, everything that's unfolded, let's talk about what happened yesterday. This was in Amboy, Minnesota, courtesy of Corey Gherkin. You can look at this impressive storm as the team continues to talk with each other. And there's extremely close range intercept there. More than a dozen reports of tornadoes across 4 different states. It was Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Kansas. Now, Corey Gherkin had quite the night as he was really right in the thick of it. Take a listen to that moment. You could just hear the intensity. We got another angle of that intense tornado intercept in Minnesota. Corey reporting that a barn sustained some of the damage, but thankfully no houses were actually hit. And what we've noticed throughout this event, a lot of it has been in rural farmland, and that was good at least for Monday. The concern would be now as we enter into Tuesday night, a higher populace. Let's take you over to our other Fox Weather Storm Tracker. That's Brandon Kopic, who also snagged a tornado with this funnel that charged across the road near Truman, Minnesota. He passed a couple cars rushing to leave away from this, but notice the dirt and the debris field, right? You have that cone tornado that comes down, the condensation funnel, but as you get closer to the surface, it disappears, and then you know that there's a tornado on the ground just by the dirt that's getting kicked up 200 to 300 feet in the air. And then we had our other team that was on the ground. You've heard a lot from her over the last several days. That's Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer, who didn't want to be outdone in all of this. She captured the moment that funnel was formed near Truman, Minnesota. She was out there chasing the storm deep into the night. She was talking with Ari last night. She will continue on her coverage tonight. So as I mentioned, at the top of the hour at 9 p.m., you're going to have Ari, Chris, and Haley continuing the coverage. But it wasn't just tornadoes. That's important to note. Heavy hail also slamming areas like Mason City, Iowa. Check out also the powerful lightning strikes in the background. Lightning in and of itself is dangerous. You got to get inside. as you look at the hail that's coming down, I think what's fascinating with this is when it hits like the concrete, the road, how it just shatters. You just see the intensity of this hail that's coming in out. Faribault, Minnesota, this vantage point, well, they said it's about golf ball size hail. But we actually had confirmed reports up to 3-inch in diameter size hail, which would be that, apple size hail or greater coming in those areas. Now, we want to hear from you. Got any cool weather photos or videos that you want to share? Scan the QR code on your screen and you can share them with us, or you can actually head over to foxweather.com/connect. I also encourage you to do this very safely in order to be able to give us those videos.
Actively see that rope and then the touchdown moving through, the debris being just probably some vegetation, but it is immediately passing just straight in front of us. It does seem like it's rapidly tightening. You have lightning, absolutely gorgeous to look at, but definitely a very, very threatening tornado for anything in its path. So hopefully, guys, you can take that dash cam. Yep, Jared's, Brandon Kopic's got it. We are right.
That was just earlier in the day, Wyoming, Iowa, looking at that impressive tornado that formed. Notice it's over farmland, kicking up a whole lot of dirt. But we got over 20 million people that are in the watches tonight, and the warnings have been numerous throughout the day. The concern is that these type of visuals that are playing out in rural areas could be hitting larger cities and impacting those in the Midwest, the Southern Plains, and the Red River region. That was not the only vantage point. We also had Brandon Kopic, who was showing us earlier today in Onslow, Iowa, where you're looking at, of course, that rope tornado that's coming down. This was the beginning stages of this tornado that was on the ground for minutes as we covered it live here on Fox Weather Live. Something important to know, something that we truly, take pride in, and we really have confidence in, is being your severe weather HQ and giving you the ground truth. It's not about just showing you the radar and looking at how strong these storms are, but of course protecting those that are in the path of these storms. And that starts with, of course, tracking it and then having the teams that are diving into that. It's not just our storm chasers. We have teams that live in these locations that can give us the local insight, like what you see out of Milwaukee as these storms blasted through. Our team there at Fox 6 Milwaukee was covering the tornado warnings and the confirmed tornadoes. And at times, we're talking about taking shelter as they were underneath the warnings as well. The storms are continuing on. And again, this is a threat that's going to go deep into the night and even for the rest of the week. Keep it here on Fox Weather as we continue to time out the storms.
Forget do-nothing dusters, bulky brooms, and clumsy vacuums. Inside or out, no matter where dust hides, blast it with Bullseye Air Blaster and clear messes away faster. The cordless, powerful Bullseye Air Blaster quickly blasts away debris from in between your seats, spills in your truck bed, and so much more. A turbocharged 80,000 RPM motor moves concentrated air to target any mess and blast it away instantly. It puts the power of a full-size blower in the palm of your hand. Just watch how it handles this table full of candles. Now that's Bullseye blasting power. Forget expensive canned air. Air Blaster gives you a microblast of air to clean anywhere. Now easily blast away dust from keyboards and computers. It features 2 different nozzles to create the perfect airstream wherever you want to clean. There's even an inflation nozzle, and you can adjust your blasting power from max strength for tough jobs to minimum airflow for delicate dusting. It's great for all over the house, even those crumbs in the couch. It's rechargeable for hours of continuous use. Take it camping to keep tents dirt-free, or blast in air to keep the fire going. And it's compact enough to store anywhere. Get your Bullseye Air Blaster complete with different nozzle attachments, the charging cord, and a money-back guarantee for just $39.99. And we're not done. We'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all. The Bullseye Air Blaster, free shipping, and a money-back guarantee, all for one incredible price. This deal won't last, so act fast. Here's how.
Call 1-800-506-6819 or go to bullseyeblaster.com. So call 1-800-506-6819 or go online to bullseyeblaster.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
And welcome inside Fox Weather Live, full alert mode as we look at the storms that continue in the Midwest. Baseball to apple-sized hail, numerous tornado warnings, confirmed tornadoes, and that includes Milwaukee, where we're looking at those alerts that are coming in. 38 active warnings, 9 of those tornado warnings, over 4.5 million people under those active warnings. That includes our team, Fox 6 Milwaukee, which has taken shelter as they track out these storms. I would like a moment to watch their coverage as we go in the zone with Fox 6 Milwaukee in their basement. Listen in.
Canceled it. Little
Good
early.
news. All right, so the
Great
tornado warning is
news.
canceled. Hey, Fox 6, we can go back upstairs. So thanks for it. Kale Zimney, excellent job. Thank you very much for setting this up. We may have to come back down here later.
Yeah,
We don't
very
know.
well. Yeah, I'll stay
Sure.
down
Yeah,
here
well,
while
okay.
you make your way
Absolutely.
upstairs.
Yep. And then
Then
we'll
we can look at
we'll
maybe some
transition
damage
back.
reports.
So, all right. So again, tornado warning expired, so you can get out of your tornado safe location, but we're not necessarily out of the woods here.
Yeah, and so I have hail tracker up right now, clearly around Menominee Falls.
All right, you were just in our team. Thankfully, here's the good news for Milwaukee. They've been lifted from the tornado warning. Our team is going to get back up into the studio. I think it was important to hear this. Fox 6 Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks minutes ago said, you got to practice what you preach. And if we're telling people you got to get into your basement, lowest level of your home, interior room, we need to do the same. And so that team there, our affiliate in Milwaukee, they did just that. And now they're getting back out. They're tracking the storms. But if you heard them at the very end, they said, we may have to get back in here. This is going to be a long night, and we're going to be here every step of the way. It's something that we take pride in here at Fox Weather, is being a weather network that has eyes everywhere. We're going to get you the ground truth. Look how large this threat is. It stretches from the northeast all the way down south, over 2,000 miles, and we got eyes in every direction. But looking at this right now, I don't want to waste any time because we do have some active tornadoes and ongoing observed tornadoes. That's what the purple polygon are. So I know there's a lot that you're seeing on the screen right now. I'm going to block out the noise for you, and we're going to show it to you a level 2 radar site. If it's yellow, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. If it's green, it's a flash flood warning. If it's red, it's a tornado warning. If it's purple, that means it's a confirmed tornado. And so let's get into what we're seeing in eastern Iowa. This is not far from our team that's on the ground there as well. There's Brandon Kopic, and I believe Haley is in this as well. So we're going to look at this, and I know Haley's been on the phone with us. She may be able to join us here in a moment as these storms, but look at this gate-to-gate shear where you have that green that meets the yellow, and there's nothing in between with this. So you're looking at a very strong velocity couplet, which means rotation overall, 100 mile per hour vorticity and rotation. So what that means to us is we're going to move over because we know where this rotation is at. I'm going to look at what overall this could mean for movement, 40 miles per hour towards the east. And now we're going to draw this out and warn those areas that are in the line of it. Green Island, 721. Dorinda, 733. Woodland, 742. If I just mentioned, of course, your city, that means action plan now. If you're in Jackson County, Iowa, action plan, lowest level of your home, interior room. There's the visual to match what we were just talking about. There's Brandon Kopic. There's his locator on the bottom of your screen. You're also looking at the overall rotation. I'm going to see if there's a CC drop. That would mean a debris signature. No, there's nothing as of right now. That's a good sign. Rotation is broad and strong as of right now, but this has been an ongoing threat for these areas. By the way, he's not alone. I do want to show you where Corey is at. Corey has been where these storms have been firing up in Wisconsin. So he's in Milton, Wisconsin as well, scanning the skies there, looking overall at what's unfolding. It does look like improving conditions for Wisconsin. And then here's Monmouth, Iowa, where we have Haley. We're going to talk to her in a moment. And she is not far from where Brandon is at with this severe storms. Before we dive deeper and really zone in on this confirmed tornado with Haley and what's unfolding, I do want to show you broad view, the intention that we have to have for regions throughout the night. Over 20 million people in the watches. You'll see the active warnings that are in place. There is nearly 4 million people now at this point in those warnings. And the worst of it is being felt in the Midwest as of right now. Look at the intensity of that rain that's coming down in Brandon's shot. Let's bring in Haley. She's been running in tandem with Brandon on these storms. And Haley, from Brandon's vantage point, nasty amount of rain. You can't see much. And I know he's in the heart of that confirmed tour. Where is your location? Are you on that same storm as well?
Yeah, Steve, we are on the same area. I believe that Brandon is in Mankato, if that's how you pronounce it, and we are just off towards the northwest of Mankato, and we're diving south-southeast to get into a better vantage point. We just drove through the heavy rain, all that precipitation that Brandon's at right now, and it is a hot mess express, to say the least. Not a ton of hail, at least in our angle of approach for that storm, but right now we're in more of a clear air spot. So we see a little bit of sunshine, not even a little bit, a lot of bit of sunshine off on my right-hand side. I'll throw up our roof camera so you guys can see. I mean, look at that. It's just incredible when you think about how these supercells work, and especially when they're discrete. You can have a beautiful blue sky day and then a menacing tornado, which we just saw, which we brought to you live on the air. You can hear our phones going off with the tornado warning right now. Trying to angle our camera. Jared, if you wouldn't mind handling the camera to frame me up for a good storm. Yeah, right now we're just trying to reposition and get into a better spot. And again, I'm still watching that storm that is south of, I believe it's Davenport, Iowa. It is all by itself. It has a decaying severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning on it. But I think once we decide, if we decide to give up on this cluster of cells, that would be our next target for the next couple of hours. But it does seem like the current tornado warning that at one point was confirmed potentially was occluding a little bit. And now it seems as though it might be trying to hand off that mezzo to something else. But what you're looking at is directly in front of the Fox Weather Beast and off of my left-hand shoulder. So we're going east. Yeah, you're just looking directly towards the northeast there. Lots of lightning. No imminent tornado, but as we brought to you live on air, that can happen fast. It can rapidly tighten and rotate. We're still in somewhat rural country, so that's good news, not threatening any major towns, but the latest is we're just going to keep in pursuit of the southern tip of this multi-cell cluster. But thankfully we're not to the north, because that was rain-wrapped and just nasty. So anybody who would be in a rain-wrapped tornadic environment with a tornado warning, you have to be in your tornado safe place, because you cannot see anything in that type of storm environment.
Yeah, Haley, something to note. I just was pulling up the storm reports. Dubuque Regional Airport registered an 88-mile-per-hour gust. I mean, talk about having everything on the table tonight. We've already had larger than apple-sized hail, confirmed tornadoes that you witnessed firsthand and were able to verify now over hurricane-force gusts that are unfolding in this environment. Can you walk us through potentially the other elements that you have seen throughout the day, besides just the tornadic conditions? Have you felt the wind? Have you guys run into those nasty hail cores at all?
We try to avoid the hail core at all costs, but we have run into a couple of pockets of pea-sized hail that's come down. I know Brandon at one point, I think, took on hail of at least golf ball size. But yeah, those hail cores have been gnarly. We are kind of off on our own. There's not a ton of storm chasers that are in our general vicinity. And yesterday we were able to confirm softball size hail because I saw someone's back windshield totally blown out. But at this moment, The key thing that I think really is sticking out to me throughout the day today is the fact that these RFDs, the rear flank downdraft, where you have the push of wind that eventually starts to wrap into your mesocyclone or your tornado, they are intense. It can knock you off your feet, and it goes from calm to intensity just like that, and that is all from the power of a supercell storm. But I think that is something that I'm really taking away. But 60-mile-an-hour winds, any thunderstorm or severe thunderstorm warning that highlights 60-mile-an-hour winds, I can confirm. And the Beast, with our Airmar station, we confirmed 50-mile-an-hour winds, and we were fighting against it a little bit, so it was likely stronger than that when Brandon had his first small tornado touchdown about 3 o'clock Central, 3:30 Central.
Yeah, looking at this, we have, of course, you're hearing Jared in the background. He's kind of coordinating, of course, the GPS. How do you get to the next spot? Looking at this on the velocity signature, it's a confirmed tour. It's been observed, the one that you're on. Now extends into Illinois. But to your point about the RFD, even if this is not rotating, it's picking up on 94-mile-per-hour wind. Now, this could be a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. What's that like? Kind of give us an insight, Haley, on is it going to be difficult to get into Illinois? Because I know at times trying to cross over into the state lines, it can be tough, to stay up with these storms.
Yeah, I mean, you actually were just catching the topic of conversation right now. We are right along the border. And so the decision was, do we go into Illinois? Do we stay over in Iowa? And honestly, at this point, I'm going to hand the microphone off to Jared just a little bit, because since I've been talking to you, I wasn't necessarily locked into that decision process. And so thankfully, we've got multiple minds here in the Fox Weather Beast working to bring you live storm tracking. So I'll let Jared bring you into some of his decision making at this moment.
The biggest issue that we face with the border all day and has driven all of our decision making is the river and all of the river crossings and how few and far between they are. If we go and try to intercept these cells here one more time in Iowa, we are totally losing them when they cross the border into Illinois. So what we're going to do is we're going to go follow into Illinois to be able to stay with them longer, and then we can go, once we cross over the border, we cross the river, we can go dive up north again on them.
Hey, Jared, it's great to hear your voice and kind of the insight on all of this. And Haley, I know you've been working not only with Jared, but of course, Brandon and Corey. How difficult was it today to target which ones you were going to go for? Because you look at what produced with Corey, he had plenty of warnings he was on. You've been with Brandon. But I mean, we're talking over 2,000 miles of opportunity for severe storms. And you guys have been on the ones that have had confirmed tours.
Yeah, I mean, I think today the target zone was obvious. It was going to be southern Wisconsin, northeastern Iowa, northern Illinois. I mean, but to your point, it's a wide stretch. It's a couple hundred miles worth of tornadic supercells, hail cores. I mean, you name it. We leaned in a little bit on Brandon's wisdom. Actually, after we were done storm tracking, we got dinner at Applebee's and we hung out at the hotel, and we sat and we chatted till about 2 o'clock in the morning. Don't worry, we slept. We got to sleep in, but we picked Brandon's brain about what the terrain is like in southern Wisconsin, what it's like over in eastern Iowa, and we made the determination that Iowa is going to be our best chance at getting a visual of these storms, because it can get so dangerous when you have a lot of obstruction of your view and you're dealing with a lot of traffic, some stuff that Corey, who's very experienced at storm tracking, been doing it for many years, he knows how to navigate that. But Jared and I, we really wanted to have those visual cues and to better bring the sights, the sounds, and everything of a tornado or any kind of supercell to the viewer at Fox Weather. So that kind of went into our decision making for the day today. All of the parameters we knew were going to be there. No matter where you chose to storm track today, you were likely going to get something, but Iowa was just going to be the best visual for us, and that's sort of what we're riding on right now.
Yeah, we're going to be watching it closely, Haley. We're going to jump over to our team there in Milwaukee. They've had storms one after another. Great coverage throughout the day. Thank you for giving us the insight as we go into zone now with Fox 6 Milwaukee. Let's listen in.
Still in more of a line shape, in fact, off towards Dane County and Madison, heading towards areas of Rock County, Monroe, and southward into Illinois, which it is going to be a very active evening, just like you mentioned, Tom. You know, very noisy. Steph, you know, you guys have been doing such a great job at keeping people informed downstairs. It definitely, now we can maybe zoom into this. We are seeing a rather large tree now down on the street. Can you see
yeah,
that?
We see it. Yeah. And it looks like
Eric,
it's snapped,
what
too.
street is this, to be precise? Do you know? Yeah, so it looks like we have
Jefferson Street.
So we are on Jefferson Street, Eric just told me, and we again are seeing this very large tree branch that has snapped and is on the ground. In fact, there's a couple cones that look to have been put up for that, so people who are driving, because it's still very dark out here and hard to see, they can at least get that visual of, hey, you know, you're going to want to drive around that. But yeah, the tree looks like it completely snapped, the entire part of it. There's one branch still on the top part, but the majority of that tree, that's going to be down.
And that is our team, Fox 6 Milwaukee. A reminder, they had to take shelter, get into the basement, of course, earlier this evening time as they were under a tornado warning. We'll continue to talk with all of our teams that are on the ground. That includes our team that's in pursuit of these storms as they leave Iowa and go into Illinois. But you can be part of the team, by the way, if you could safely send us those videos and pictures. This was Madison, Wisconsin, 3 p.m. today. Earlier, Thomas Russell was able to send us quarter-size hail, if not a little larger than that. And so when you're looking at it, there's the QR code on the screen. If you have an opportunity to scan that, you can send us those videos safely. You'll also know the intense rain that continues on in the Midwest. Flash flood warnings are popping up, and we do have Joe Daviess County in Illinois that's under a flash flood warning as well. So we're going to be watching this as it unfolds in real time in the Midwest. Look at that, too. The mammatus clouds, the cold pouches that sag underneath a powerful anvil. Witnessed here by Carson in Illinois. Again, it just shows you the intensity of these storms, and we'll be tracking it all out here on Fox Weather.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Oof, this is embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at the 4 Patriots warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 3-month survival food kit flew off the shelves. So we told the team, make more. And wow, they delivered. But thanks to supply delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy a 3-month kit, get 2 more months absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
And welcome back to Fox Weather Live, showing you Dubuque, Iowa. As temperatures right now in the mid-60s, the winds at the surface derived out of the southwest, winds aloft, changing direction and speed, which means there's plenty of wind shear in the environment there. Then we take you down to Oklahoma City. The camera's rocking right now to Paycom Center as you're looking at the tri line start to ignite some of the storms from the Red River region throughout the Sooner State. Remember, they are actually under a level 3 out of 5 threat. Tornadoes are a real concern for them in the hours ahead. They're under a tornado watch that goes until 11 p.m. So it's important to note all this because we have over 2,000 miles of severe storms. Some of these events may be coming to an end. Like you see at the edge of your screen, the Northeast, you probably got another 2 hours and it falls apart. You got other events where it's just getting started, like Oklahoma City, and it's about to get rowdy quick. Don't worry, we got teams assembled. And we got Chris, who's loading up. He's ready for Fox Weather at night. That's going to be at the top of the hour at 9 p.m., of course, with Ari. And they're going to be talking about these threats. And, of course, you've already heard from our teams that are in the field. There's Corey Gerken. He's in Milton, Wisconsin. We've had, of course, Haley Meyer and Jared. They have been joining us here throughout the evening time. They are in portions of Iowa. But it was important. If you had just missed this, by the way, they were just talking about, hey, we're going to have to almost kind of cut our way away from some of these storms, position into Illinois, or we're going to lose them. They're going to outrun us. And so what they're trying to do is now position to continue the coverage in the hours ahead. But I can talk about how large this setup is, and then you just witness it, right? Anywhere really from West Texas near the Mexico border all the way up towards Boston. We have warnings and the potential of dynamic storms. That's why we have watches that are issued. The watches encompass over 20 million people. So what that means is that if you have the ability, if you already have the Fox Weather app, hopefully you'll get those notifications. But let's say you're in that tornado watch. It goes into the evening time. A good thing to do is potentially have the family assemble into the living room, a common area. That way, if you get that warning, got to get into that action plan. You're not trying to coordinate all the way around wherever you live. Everybody's right there, and you can quickly move into place. Notice, in those active warnings right now, nearly 3 million people. For the Northeast, it's a damaging wind event. It's getting closer and closer to the I-95 corridor. That could be a problem. Here's the good news for the Midwest. Notice that the purple polygons have fallen off. The confirmed tours have been lifted. We do have multiple active tornado warnings. We have addressed that. Here's the southerly threat, by the way, that is just starting to ignite, and we're watching that closely as well. Well, I think the key in all of this, though, is talking about this severe season and what this means so far for 2026. I want to bring in Kiana as you unlock the key of what this means, because I think a lot of people are scratching their heads saying, Kiana, I'm in the Midwest. I wasn't expecting this volume of storms time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting this year, especially if you think back to even just last year. Yeah. March was off the record. And as we get into this year, while we may be short in terms of numbers, we are actually may see that number start to rise as we head into the latter half of this week. So to your point, the Midwest has definitely been seeing a lot of this activity. I want to take you through some of the storm reports first. As we look at some of the storm reports for 2026 so far, 300 plus tornado reports, but wind reports definitely took the cake, specifically in the Midwest. And the same could be said for those hail reports. But as we look at the bigger numbers here, we're about 22% down from this time last year in terms of total storm reports, meaning that we're falling just shy of how active it was last year. And I think it's pretty interesting because here we are heading into April where we could see this number spike, maybe even surpassing last year, just given that we're getting into the very beginning of the peak of severe season. So that's going to be one of the things that we have to continue to watch moving forward. That starts by the time we get into the end of this week. Looking at Friday, we have yet another day of an increased risk of seeing severe weather that may change these numbers and up these numbers as we go through the end of the week. So here's Friday's threat, a level 3 out of 5. Notice that there's a bullseye here from Oklahoma City up into about Des Moines. This is where I think we see all hazards on the table. So those numbers that we talked about, they are going going to be rising too in terms of the hail threat, damaging wind threat, and possibly even the tornado threat. We have a dry line that's going to set up right along that I-35 corridor. That will be the trigger mechanism. Ahead of that dry line, temperatures are warm, so that sets the stage for warming up the atmosphere, for getting the instability in place. Behind that dry line is the cold front. But the dry line itself is going to be our troublemaker, especially in some of these cities I have right behind me. We have Wisconsin down through about Texas. So that should be that line that we watch really take shape in some of these areas. It's cloudy out there now, but Friday is going to be the day that these storms really come rumbling through. And here it is, our dry line kind of clashing with some of that moisture ahead of it and setting the stage for an active evening. Steve will be here. I will be here to get you through that evening when it comes to the severe weather. But when we look at how things kind of take shape, it isn't just Friday. It also happens to move into Saturday for some of the same areas. Midwest, we talked about how most of the season you've been in that threat zone. You're in it once again by Friday afternoon and evening hours. We watched this threat kind of move through. Chicago on the leading edge by Friday evening. Oklahoma City still in the threat as we head into Friday evening too. Now notice that as we get into Friday, really the overnight hours, of course, temperatures do drop, but we watch this kind of ramp up right into Saturday. So we do see this threat extend into the first half of the weekend. Saturday, we watch a flood risk start to move into place. So now we're talking about yet another severe threat on the table. Right now, we're sitting at a level 2 out of 4. Again, we're going to watch how that kind of progresses because we have this level of severe weather rocking right into Saturday afternoon once again. So watching these numbers very closely, Steve, this has been a very interesting year. Yes, we've seen that 22% decrease in terms of the storm threats and reports. But I wouldn't be surprised if we watch that number rise heading into the next couple of weeks or so.
And sadly, Kiana, that's not the only thing that's going to rise. You kind of alluded to the flooding aspect. We're watching the rivers start to rise in areas like Michigan. This is Powers, Michigan, where you look at the drainage, it's trying to keep up, but you got this whirlpool that's starting to form, and major concerns for areas like Michigan and Wisconsin. Cities like Alpena, Michigan, have already begun targeting the flooding evacuations. And so let's get into what we are seeing in spots like Wisconsin. And you're looking at 3 people that had to be rescued from rising waters inside of their home. This was in Suamico, Wisconsin. Firefighters rescued all 3 from their flooded first floor. No injuries reported, thankfully, but it's not over. Let's talk about what's ahead, because as we talk about the frequency of these storms, it's not about every round, what's the intensity of it, but it's the fact that you're going 12, 15 rounds in the ring, right? When you're thinking about how much rain they've already seen in spots like Green Bay, out towards Wausau, you already have a half foot or more, and they're not alone. You get to the other side of Lake Michigan, that enhancement at the surface where you get more saturation because of the Great Lake. You start looking at spots like Traverse City, where now it's widespread, over 6 inches of rain. By the way, that all drains into the same tributaries, those creeks and those rivers. They start to get swollen and they start to gain their intensity with how fast they are moving, and they overflow their banks. So widespread in that darker shade of green, a flood watch. Excessive snowmelt is a real concern for the northern aspect, whether it's the northern mid of Michigan, Mackinac City, or out towards the U, the Upper Peninsula, Marquette, Sault Ste. Marie, those areas. We already showed you how much rain. Here's the anticipated amount. Now, notice something different about this, though. The other areas I was just talking about, Green Bay. If this forecast holds true, these next rounds will have a more southerly trajectory, and it's going to impact areas further south in the Badger State like Milwaukee. Then you get into northern Illinois towards Chicago and then Grand Rapids. So hopefully that's sparing those spots to the north. But either way, we already have rivers that are going to be at major flood stage, and it's not individual spots of the river. Notice how many of those chevrons are purple, whether you're talking about Michigan or Wisconsin. As of right now, there's only one that's at major flood stage, which means likely that water will continue to build. This is a good example in portions outside of Big Rapids towards Sherman, where you're watching the record being set right now as the river continues to rise. A lot that we've talked about, but there is a major winter event that's happening in Georgetown, Colorado. Word just coming in, a multi-vehicle crash closing down this big interstate I-70 because of, of course, the accident. Now you're noticing in Silver Plume the backup. Notice it feels like temperature plummeting into the 20s. Remember, for Colorado, they get the most snow in April. So I know it's the severe season for everywhere east of the Rockies. But in the high terrain, it's still the heart of winter potentially for these spots. There's Keystone, another vantage point, just showing you the miles and miles of backups that are underway along I-70. By the way, that is the major interstate that takes you from Denver up into the mountains. And so if that's backed up, you really don't have any other options. So we're going to get you the latest, not only on the severe weather, but the winter storm as well. Stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Live. Full alert mode as it continues on. Over 2,000 miles of storms, but it's been the Midwest that's been getting pounded, and that does include Green Bay, Wisconsin. Here's the thing, beyond just the strobing of lightning in of itself being dangerous, additional rain now for Green Bay, northern Wisconsin. They've already had roughly about 5 to 6 inches of rain in the last 3 days, which means any more rain is going to really enhance that flooding risk. Notice on the edge of your screen, we call those side panels, but really what that means is we're highlighting all 2,000 miles. So you may hear me talk a lot about the Midwest, rightfully so. That's where we have most of the warnings and the tornado warnings that are coming in. That's also where we have our team on the Fox Weather Beast, Haley Meyer and Jared Maloney, as they actually came in and they coordinated with us and they said, hey, before we go into Illinois, we're going to make one last kind of dive towards the tail end of these clusters to see if it's going to go tornado warn. They kind of got this instinct right now as they feel like something could happen. And when you're looking at the dash cam, I mean, look at the angry skies, the belly of the beast threatening to unleash something, whether it's going to be a tornadic element, heavy rain, could be even large hail, constant lightning. By the way, when you're seeing lightning, that is a destabilized atmosphere. That's a storm that is gaining in energy and intensity. They're on one individual storm of 9 active warnings right now, about 1.5 million people underneath those warnings. I want to show you the sheer size of this. We will talk with Haley here in a moment, kind of get her insight, what made her make this call along with Jared, also what we are seeing overall. So if you want to continue to watch what's unfolding, we do have that below. You'll see behind me just popping in. That's Ari. He's coordinating with Chris, kind of looking at what's going to unfold, because look at the watches. They go beyond our coverage here at Fox Weather Live. Fox Weather at Night is going to talk more about what's unfolding, not only in the Midwest, but I think something that's really starting to enhance is what's happening down south, Red River region, out towards Oklahoma City. They have their own tornado watch. Haven't seen any tornado warnings. I've seen a whole lot of action start to pop up, though. Here's what's been happening in the Northeast. We're going to go east to west real quickly. Thunderstorm damage, knocking down power lines, numerous trees that are knocked down. I'm thinking about 2 to 3 more hours of this event. It's been damaging wind. Here is the Midwest, active on this, noticing a line that's nasty right now at the very tail end of it. Tornado warn. That's where we have Haley. We're going to talk to her in a moment. Notice Janesville, Wisconsin. That's right in here, that I-90 corridor where we have Corey Gerken. I think he's trying to dive south to get into that northern Illinois threat. He's been on these warnings. By the way, we've had over 200 storm reports coming in from the Midwest alone. Then we take you to that southerly threat that's just getting underway. Couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. They've had a considerable tag because of the intense wind. Verification of at least 60-plus mile-per-hour wind and sadly damage to a home on radar in those areas of southwestern Oklahoma. So we popped around a lot. I want to bring it back into the Midwest and get into that tornado warning as of right now. Look at all the lightning in this. It just shows you, again, the intensity, over 750 lightning strikes in this alone. This is radar indicated rotation as of right now. It's going to interact with the river oftentimes. That could aid in some of this, or it could actually kind of throw off the overall stability of a storm. Right now, maybe Bellevue. In that mess, what you're looking at is potentially, here, I'll circle it here, Bellevue, potentially a rotation, but look at what's happening in Otter Creek. This could be that kind of RFD on the backside of this that could be creating a potential damaging wind event on, the most western portion of this. So a lot to watch in this as it kind of unfolds, but a good sign that hopefully there's not enough rotation in this. Again, you're looking at towards Bellevue, potentially, where you're getting that hook that's starting to form. I wonder if our team is here. No, they're outside of that. They're working their way, getting closer. But we're going to have our team that's actually up in Milwaukee. They're going to get us the latest on what's unfolding as we go in the zone with Fox 6. Take a listen.
Tracking that couplet, and this is what sent us into the basement here in northern Milwaukee County. Let me read this to you. From 6:27 tonight, radar confirmed tornadic debris signature at this location. We were tracking that, remember, on radar at the time? Multiple roofs have been ripped off of a commercial facility reported by law enforcement, and siding damage to a nearby church. So again, this is from earlier, not anymore, it's no longer on the ground, but Sussex, you got hit by a tornado tonight, and it did damage. So we will likely have a crew heading out to that location. Again, multiple roofs ripped off of a commercial facility and siding damage to a nearby church. That is likely what we saw on radar, the roof flying off. Or maybe the siding, but probably the roof being picked up, or roofs being picked up on radar, which is that debris signature that we saw. 6:27 tonight, a tornado in
That is, of course, Chief Meteorologist out of Fox 6 Milwaukee, Tom Walks. He's a friend of the program. He and the entire team had to get into the basement earlier this evening as they were under a tornado warning. Now he's unpacking those storm reports. Let's bring you to another team member that's actually in a current tornado warning. It's the only active tornado warning on the board right now. The instincts paid off. We got Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer, who decided, along with Jared, let's not get into Illinois just yet. Let's chase this. Haley, walk us through that decision making, what ultimately led you to be in this warning.
Yeah, I mean, we have been babysitting this storm all day, and so we just weren't ready to give up on it just yet. And if we were to bail and go all the way over into Illinois, we'd have to leave it for probably the better part of 30 to 45 minutes, and we just weren't willing to do that just yet, especially considering that that storm was going to ingest another storm just off to the west. So we were watching that happen. I saw a small tube of a funnel cloud that started, and it just couldn't fully make it there. So right now, this guy is angry, but it is very messy. Will we have a tornado within this? It's really hard to say. I keep seeing a couple of pockets where that meso is trying to strengthen and rotate and then just becomes too outflow dominant. But all of this has to happen before the more damaging wind component of this, which is about maybe 10 or so minutes off towards our west, catches up and then turns this into a big time wind maker. But again, we are still not totally out of the running for the storm that's moving just south of us by about 30 or so minutes. So we're going to keep on with this probably for another 20 minutes or so, see what happens. Right now, I'm not feeling too confident that it's going to drop anything, but I know that Brandon is also on this cell with us as well. But it's that small little notch that you see. Yep, exactly, right there. That's where we are looking directly into in the Fox Weather Beast and not seeing anything rotating or on the ground quite yet. I'm not totally going to rule out the backhand side of this cell again, so even further out towards the west, but it does seem like that's a little more of a damaging wind and outflow as opposed to something that could potentially produce a tornado. But we're getting into the heavier rain, probably close to some of the hail as well. We're not too far away from that smaller hail core that you see just due north of the smaller notch within this multi-cell cluster, Steve.
I want to ask you, Haley, and we're looking through your dash cam there, and it's tough now because the rain shield just hit you, but it looked like for a long time you were looking at potentially a wall cloud. Was that the case, or was it just kind of the vantage point overall, from our line of sight here? Trying to get a sense.
No, I mean, I really do think we were looking at a wall cloud for a second there. Definitely a lowering. I will say once you get right underneath the meso, it gets very distorted and it's hard to see that shelf and the wall. And that's why there are some storm chasers out there that like to play the distance card. They don't get anywhere close to it so they can see that structure. We saw that when Brandon Kopic had his tornado at the very, very beginning of this storm. It dropped a small, very weak tornado, and we were able to capture that from a far distance, seeing the wall clouds, seeing that beaver tail inflow, and eventually that tornado. That was about an hour and a half towards our west at 3:30 or so Central Time. But in this case, it's so hard to tell what we're exactly under, but at one moment there was certainly a wall cloud, so you were right there.
We've run out of runway. We're in Bellevue, the border with Illinois.
Okay.
Oh, really?
You're hearing Jared. He said he's in Bellevue, which is at the border of Illinois. So he's kind of coordinating. Before, as Bellevue was the spot where they had the best rotation earlier on the velocity couplet. And now as you're looking at that, what does that mean for you? Kind of translate that to us here. Does that mean you've run out of real estate? What bridge? Because there looks like there may be a bridge a little further to the south of you. Let me get you a little coordination here to kind of help out towards Savannah. And the Highway 64 corridor, is that your best option, potentially, Haley?
Yeah, Jared, what bridge are you trying to have us cross over? Steve's saying near the Savannah area?
Yeah, so it'd be near the Savannah area, which was what we talked about originally before we decided to give Iowa one last go. Beyond that, though, we just need to dip south so that we could actually see a little bit more, especially since we're losing daylight. Like, if we went for the more northern option, we'd probably have to go punch through a ton of heavy rain and wind. It would be very difficult to see. So with this, it would give us like one last shot to go and catch up, if we so choose, in Illinois after crossing the river that far south.
Haley, I want to ask you something real quick, because we often talk about once the sun starts to set, of course, the low-level jet starts kicking in. What do you think the opportunity is in the hours ahead? I mean, you got viewers that are going to be on standby watching Fox Weather at night with Chris and Ari, and I know you're joining them. What's the opportunity, in your opinion, for Northern Illinois for these storms to get brewing?
That's a good question. Thinking about Northern Illinois right now, just kind of giving an analyzation of the current storm. Honestly, it looks like very, very heavy rain. But again, there's that one supercell. What, Jerry?
Look to the right. Move the roof camera to the right. Move the roof camera to the right.
Looks
Okay,
like
hang
Jared
on.
might have just caught
Hang on.
something here. Looking out to the
Possibly.
right, there was strong
There's a-
rotation on Bellevue before.
So far, it looks like scud.
All right, it's a scud cloud that
Yeah,
he's talking
we're-
about. Okay.
Yeah, it's something, but it is a lowering. But yeah, Steve, we may
Yeah.
play that far southern cell through northern Illinois, but other than that, I don't think we'll be doing much for the rest
All
of
right.
the evening. Give it another 2 hours.
Haley, we're going to let you kind of coordinate where you guys are going to go next as we continue our coverage here of the severe storms on Fox Weather Live.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
What if feeding your dog fresh whole foods was easy? At Sundays for Dogs, we start with all natural, human-grade ingredients. Then we air dry the food into shelf-stable pieces. Frozen dog food is a costly hassle, but with Sundays, you can give your dog the nutrition they need without waste, prep, or mess. Your dog's food can be healthy and simple. Get 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Live as we show you the sheer size of this severe threat. Notice Danbury, New Hampshire. They're in a threat for damaging wind tonight. A lot of that snowpack could be melting away quickly with the rain. Then we take you to Chicago. They're in the heart of that threat. Just to the north of them, it's been really playing out for areas like Milwaukee and southern Wisconsin for the tornadic conditions. And then Oklahoma City, they're waiting for that dry line ignition. They're under their own tornado watch that goes until 11 p.m. Eastern. And so a lot that is unfolding for these areas all across the country. When you look at all the watches that are in place, we're talking over 20 million people. Nearly 12 million of that is the tornado threat itself. Now, when we look at today's, event already, just where we stand, you can see each region that's already had the storm reports coming in, likely going to see this total climb a lot in the hours ahead. There's a delay in these reports. Oftentimes, we've already easily eclipsed over 200 reports. Let's take you to some of the top hail reports out of this. Madison, Wisconsin, over apple-size hail. We're closing in on a major event for the Midwest, but we're going to start off with the Northeast, right? A level 2 threat damaging wind event as it pushes through the New England region. As we play this forward, though, you're not going to have to wait long. As we get to about midnight, it moves offshore. And that's a good sign. And one thing that we've talked about throughout our show is the intense heat, the record heat for the East Coast. New England, here's the trade-off. For the storms overnight, you're going to cool down. That's a good sign. In the heart of the worst of this event, likely here, from Iowa, northern Illinois, Wisconsin, into Michigan, even northern Indiana, could be impacted by those storms as we played out. Here's 10:30 later on tonight, a nasty squall line that plays through. Now, here's the other end of this. Look at the coloration in these storms. Yes, widespread yellow, but that leading edge in purple, that speaks to, you find this legend often at the top of the screen, that's speaking to heavy rain, that rain rate that could be 2 inches plus per hour. What's the other threat that we've been communicating and talking with you over the last several days? The Midwest and the Great Lakes flooding. We've had communities that have been evacuated, water rescues that have been playing out in Michigan and Wisconsin. And as you're looking at this nasty line, it sets up as a linear mode, which means damaging wind event. The ground's already saturated. That could lead to power outages, but the additional rainfall could be problematic. As I'm playing this out, you'll notice this continues on. Chicago, by the way, maybe it was quiet through most of Tuesday, but you get into Wednesday morning, you're an early riser, you're chasing the sunrise. It may not get much of a glimpse of the sun because the storms are going to be overhead, and this could impact your morning commute. Here's the good news for the I-80 corridor in these areas of northern Indiana, South Bend. You move out towards southern Michigan. I don't think they have the same type of ferocity or intensity that we're talking about through the evening time. It kind of dissipates. But here's the thing. You're still seeing plenty of green on the screen. It's still raining, which enhances that threat of the flooding aspect of it all. When does it really start to taper off? You get into late morning time, early afternoon tomorrow, it becomes more isolated. That's not even the entire event, though. Now we're going to get down into the Red River region, the Midwest, and the Southern Plains, all in this line. By the way, this is ignited by a dry line. And so what this is going to show us is the spots like Oklahoma City. It's going to get rowdy here as we push into the evening time. I encourage you to stay with us here on Fox Weather, as we do have Ari and Chris. They are going to be staying into the night and overnight hours watching. This could be the event that really enhances the most during their hours as we look at what's unfolding in spots like Oklahoma City. Notice by 9:30 p.m. local time, it's just pushing through Oklahoma City and continues to march into the Ozarks. Now, this is interesting because the Ozarks, you get that orographic lift. It's a small mountain range, but you're about 2,200 to 2,500 feet is enough of a ramping effect that potentially an isolated flooding risk as you get out towards Springfield or Fort Smith, Arkansas, and those areas. But look how quickly it starts to dissipate. And that's a good sign that that's falling apart. But this is the same area that we'll be watching tomorrow for potential storms. Look at what's happening in the Red River region. The storms are brewing late morning, and by the time we get into Wednesday afternoon, now we have the next event that's on our hand. And so that would be the big concern as we end through all of this, is that we enter into Wednesday and you're back in the wash cycle for the Midwest. I mean, they already had it Monday. We've been tracking the storms today, and then you fast forward into Wednesday and you're back into this threat, not only for the Midwest and the Southern Plains, but even into the interior Northeast. And so it just shows you that the spring severe season is just continuing on, and there's really no sign that they're going to be letting off the gas pedal anytime soon. Now, as we take a look at, of course, everything that's unfolded, let's talk about what happened yesterday. This was in Amboy, Minnesota, courtesy of Corey Gherkin. You can look at this impressive storm as the team continues to talk with each other. And there's extremely close range intercept there. More than a dozen reports of tornadoes across 4 different states. It was Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Kansas. Now, Corey Gherkin had quite the night as he was really right in the thick of it. Take a listen to that moment. You can just hear the intensity. We got another angle of that intense tornado intercept in Minnesota. Corey reporting that a barn sustained some of the damage, but thankfully no houses were actually hit. And what we've noticed throughout this event, a lot of it has been in rural farmland, and that was good at least for Monday. The concern would be now as we enter into Tuesday night, a higher populace. Let's take you over to our other Fox Weather Storm Tracker. That's Brandon Kopic, who also snagged a tornado with this funnel that charged across the road near Truman, Minnesota. He passed a couple cars rushing to leave away from this, but notice the dirt and the debris field, right? You have that cone tornado that comes down, the condensation funnel, but as you get closer to the surface, it disappears, and then you know that there's a tornado on the ground just by the dirt that's getting kicked up 200 to 300 feet in the air. And then we had our other team that was on the ground. You've heard a lot from her over the last several days. That's Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer, who didn't want to be outdone in all of this. She captured the moment that funnel was formed near Truman, Minnesota. She was out there chasing the storm deep into the night. She was talking with Ari last night. She will continue on her coverage tonight. So as I mentioned, at the top of the hour at 9 p.m., you're going to have Ari, Chris, and Haley continuing the coverage. But it wasn't just tornadoes. That's important to note. Heavy hail also slamming areas like Mason City, Iowa. Check out also the powerful lightning strikes in the background. Lightning in and of itself is dangerous. You got to get inside. As you look at the hail that's coming down, I think what's fascinating with this is when it hits like the concrete, the road, how it just shatters. You just see the intensity of this hail that's coming in out. Faribault, Minnesota, this vantage point, well, they said it's about golf ball size hail. But we actually had confirmed reports up to 3-inch in diameter size hail, which would be that, apple size hail or greater coming those areas. Now, we want to hear from you. Got any cool weather photos or videos that you want to share? Scan the QR code on your screen and you can share them with us, or you can actually head over to foxweather.com/connect. I also encourage you to do this very safely in order to be able to give us those videos.
Actively see that rope and then the touchdown moving through the debris being just probably some vegetation, but it is immediately passing just straight in front of us. It does seem like it's rapidly tightening. You have lightning, absolutely gorgeous to look at, but definitely a very, very threatening tornado for anything in its path. So hopefully, guys, you can take that dash cam. Yep, Jared's, Brandon Kopic's got it. We are right.
That was just earlier in the day, Wyoming, Iowa, looking at that impressive tornado that formed. Notice it's over farmland, kicking up a whole lot of dirt. But we got over 20 million people that are in the watches tonight, and the warnings have been numerous throughout the day. The concern is that these type of visuals that are playing out in rural areas could be hitting larger cities and impacting those in the Midwest, the Southern Plains, and the Red River region. That was not the only vantage point. We also had Brandon Kopic, who was showing us earlier today in Onslow, Iowa, where you're looking at, of course, that rope tornado that's coming down. This was the beginning stages of this tornado that was on the ground for minutes as we covered it live here on Fox Weather Live. Something important to know, something that we truly take pride in, and we really have confidence in, is being your Severe Weather HQ and giving you the ground truth. It's not about just showing you the radar and looking at how strong these storms are, but of course protecting those that are in the path of these storms. And that starts with, of course, tracking it and then having the teams that are diving into that. And it's not just our storm chasers. We have teams that live in these locations that can give us the local insight, like what you see out of Milwaukee as these storms blasted through. Our team there at Fox 6 Milwaukee was covering the tornado warnings and the confirmed tornadoes. And at times, we're talking about taking shelter as they were underneath the warnings as well. The storms are continuing on. And again, this is a threat that's going to go deep into the night and even for the rest of the week. Keep it here on Fox Weather as we continue to time out the storms.
Forget do-nothing dusters, bulky brooms, and clumsy vacuums. Inside or out, no matter where dust hides, blast it with Bullseye Air Blaster and clear messes away faster. The cordless, powerful Bullseye Air Blaster quickly blasts away debris from in between your seats, spills in your truck bed, and so much more. A turbocharged 80,000 RPM motor moves concentrated air to target any mess and blast it away instantly. It puts the power of a full-size blower in the palm of your hand. Just watch how it handles this table full of candles. Now that's Bullseye blasting power. Forget expensive canned air. Air Blaster gives you a microblast of air to clean anywhere. Now easily blast away dust from keyboards and computers. It features 2 different nozzles to create the perfect airstream. wherever you want to clean. There's even an inflation nozzle, and you can adjust your blasting power from max strength for tough jobs to minimum airflow for delicate dusting. It's great for all over the house, even those crumbs in the couch. It's rechargeable for hours of continuous use. Take it camping to keep tents dirt-free, or blast in air to keep the fire going. And it's compact enough to store anywhere. Get your Bullseye Air Blaster complete with different nozzle attachments, the charging cord, and a money-back guarantee for just $39.99. And we're not done. We'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all. The Bullseye Air Blaster, free shipping, and a money-back guarantee, all for one incredible price. This deal won't last, so act fast. Here's how.
Call 1-800-506-6819 or go to bullseyeblaster.com. So call 1-800-506-6819 or go online to bullseyeblaster.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Well, it's been another day of some big-time severe weather up in the upper Midwest. It's been the year of the upper Midwest as far as the severe weather goes. Again, another big day of some huge hail. We had baseball-sized plus hail all over the place up in parts of Wisconsin, Iowa, and a couple of tornadoes, too. Several confirmed tornado warnings that we had, and we've got confirmations of some damage in some areas. I'll go through all that stuff with you. This was some video from earlier. Our storm trackers actually were there. That was literally their video. I was watching this live as it happened. Haley was narrating it expertly, kind of a weak, brief tornado that happened over in Iowa. And that batch of storms now has moved over into parts of northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, and we got a nasty one that's rolling through Freeport, Illinois right now. It has a tornado warning on it. It's not a confirmed tornado. It's extremely heavy rain. There's likely to be some hail in there too. That storm has a history, at least over the last hour or two, of producing 1-inch diameter hail. And it looks like the camera may have just frozen there, which is unsurprising. So here's that storm we were just talking about.
It's back and it's crazy.
Yeah, throw it up below me. That's a lot of lightning, holy moly. Let me go to the high res on this, this radar here. Check the velocities. Oh yeah, look at that. There could certainly be a tornado in there. So what I'm going to be paying attention to on this camera view that you see here, I'm just looking at the direction of the rain that it's moving. Right now it's moving from right to left across the screen. If we see some really violent wind and then we see it all of a sudden changing directions, that's an indication that we've probably got a tornado going through. Now keep in mind, as far as like the size of the tornado itself, the chances of this tornado going directly over the area where the camera is relatively low. And actually it looks like again, it's hard to know exactly where this camera is. I don't know if you've got like a geolocator on it, Chris.
It's free. Oh, you mean exactly.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is like when you look at the radar, clearly the rotation is just on the north side of town. I don't know if the camera's here, something like that. And this is several miles in between all this stuff. So
yeah, it's on the west side of Freeport.
West side of town.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so probably the rotation is past. So let's say the camera's about here. The tornado would be past there already if there is a tornado. And once again, we're not in a great radar spot here. Or are we? Well, it's not as bad as it was yesterday. Radar is in Davenport down here, so probably seeing about 5,000 feet up in the air, something like that. So remember, green's coming toward the radar, red's going away from the radar. That's the way that the velocities work. and it tells you how fast the wind is going. And so you can see the greens and reds right on top of each other like that. That's a counterclockwise rotation, and there's a good chance that there could be a tornado in there. Now, I've seen worse tornado signatures before. We've seen a lot of them earlier on, where we had some confirmed tornadoes. A couple of spots that come to mind: Union Center, Wisconsin, where I would imagine we had some pretty significant damage. We had Sussex, Wisconsin, that's just west of Milwaukee. Over there in Waukesha County. Luckily, Milwaukee proper missed out on seeing a tornado, but there's some parts of like the north side of town that may have seen some action. Again, we're still kind of early in the cleanup here. So let me just give you like a wide overview of what's going on. And by the way, this is only one specific area of severe storms that we're going to be dealing with. Farther south, we've got some storms that are firing up. The Storm Prediction Center has dropped the level 3 threat, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, that was for kind of this area-ish. Was it like Oklahoma, Kansas? Okay, so it was a level 3 threat, and they had the chance for some big tornadoes. It looks like they've dropped that, and just looking at the way that these storms are firing up down here, it's got kind of a stratiform look to it. They don't look as beefy as all the action that was going on up toward the north. So yet another win for StormNet on that one, as if they haven't won enough so far this week. It's been a lot of winning. It's been a lot of winning for StormNet. So we'll see how things go in the future with that. Okay, between Milwaukee and northern Illinois, we've got a line of storms, and you can see what's happened here. We're going linear now. So once you see these storms form into a line, the main threat becomes straight line damaging wind. You can still get a spin up tornado or two within the line, but the tornado threat, the biggest hours for the chance of tornadoes were over the last couple of hours, basically during Fox Weather Live. I always joke with Bender because I like doing severe weather coverage. I'm like, man, you get all the action during your show, and then I got to play cleanup here with the, the straight line damaging wind, which is okay. We're not done in Milwaukee, by the way. Man, it's been a rough couple hours in Milwaukee. I mean, we've still got this whole batch of storms that's got to come through. It's rolling through Janesville right now. Madison, where you already had baseball-sized hail, there's another round of storms that has been coming through over the last couple of hours. You guys are just about done with the worst of it right now, though. And then, I think it's going to be interesting to watch over the next couple of hours. Does this extend a little farther toward the south? Does Chicagoland come into play? Certainly Rockford is a spot we got to watch very closely. I'm sure Chris is already firing up some of the cameras from down there because we've got a tornado-warned storm that's going to be rolling into that county before too long. There's Shorewood, Wisconsin. Again, that's not far from Milwaukee. So that's kind of the overall idea of what's going on right now. Now, let's see where the Fox Weather Beast is. They've had another big day. 2 days in a row that they spotted a tornado. Let's bring in Haley Meyer, Jared Maloney in the background there. You guys got the little mini office in the Fox Weather Beast. What a cool vehicle that is. So you guys are in Miles, Iowa right now. It doesn't look like you're going to catch that storm with a tornado warning on it. So looks like kind of a similar situation as last night. You're kind of playing the tail end a little bit here as things are wrapping up. Mm-hmm. Can I just say you got closer to the tornado than Coppock did, so big W for you guys today. Let's go.
I know. I actually, right after it happened, Jared and I were like, we did it. And it was really unique. And that rope tornado that we were able to capture today was in the middle of nowhere yet again. It didn't cause any significant damage to any structures. So it's exactly what you want to see. Right now, we've actually just barely crossed over into the Illinois border, correct? We're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. We're close to potentially crossing over. We are still playing the very tail end of that line with the tornado warning on the leading edge. We won't be able to catch that, and honestly, the warning right now is starting to gust out a little bit. It seems like a lot of these storms are becoming very outflow dominant. The air outside feels very cold, and so that's when you know that the colder air is starting to win more so than the warmer air, and that's when the tornado potential starts to die down a little bit. But one thing that is kind of concerning me is the fact that it is almost training in a sense. And so that training effect is going to lead to some flash flood concerns. We've already run into some ponding on the roads. My feet are kind of wet. I stepped in a few big puddles. So I think that's our next big zone for storms, whether or not we continue to track it. We're going to reconvene with Brandon over the phone for a second and kind of get his perspective. Right now, it seems like he's south in Davenport, Iowa, but the tail end of this, it's hard to say. We saw some lowering for a second, but I just don't think it's really going to be able to get the job done. I'll throw up the roof camera really quick because we have a pretty good view. Okay, there's the back of the beast, a little bit of sunlight and then here's the side.
Yeah.
A little, yeah. We're not totally in pitch black yet. But yeah, we've got some scud clouds on our right-hand side, a little bit further off into the distance. Nothing that really screams tornado genesis right now, so it's just a matter of how long we want to commit to this and do we fully want to go over into the Illinois border. So I'm open to taking suggestions. Chris, Ari, whatever you guys maybe think or what you're seeing, at least with some of the other storms around it, because we've been so hyper-focused on this one storm that sometimes we...
Oh man, I think we lost him. Well, I was about to give, oh no, we got him back. We got him back. A little in and out. Okay, so Haley, you were asking our opinion. I think Chris's opinion matters more than mine because he has more experience storm chasing. But me looking at this, I mean, just from the radar perspective, I kind of think it's just about over, you know, as far as like big tornado chances. I think that was the last couple hours. I mean, we're starting to see that bowed out structure, a couple different bows. These will all probably congeal too. I mean, unless you want to drive down to Oklahoma, which obviously is a joke and you wouldn't be able to make it there. Yeah, I mean, I'd say, you know, if it was me, I'd get out ahead of these storms. They're backfilling a little bit. I'd be super careful about driving into flooded roads because they've got flash flood warnings out. You were just talking about the flood threat there. What do you think, Chris?
I think we lost her, first of all. But yeah, I think this would be done unless you're, there might be some structure. I don't know if she's still able to hear us, but
yeah.
Looking at actually, where is it? Hold on. RS3. So this is Rockford, Illinois. If you were to get in front of it and get some cool lightning.
They're not going to make it there, though. There's no way, because they're like, yeah, they won't make it to Rockford for that one. I would say, you know, maybe set up shop somewhere out ahead of that line and try to get your structure chasing at this point, right? Yeah, your structure chasing. You try to get in a spot where you can see some lightning and get a nice shot of the shelf cloud, because it's going to be a hell of a shelf cloud on the leading edge of that thing. It's going to be a beautiful storm, I can guarantee you that. It's also going to be a dangerous storm with some damaging wind there. So let's see. Am I crazy here? Okay, for some reason I had the severe thunderstorm warnings turned off. So yeah, all these storms are severe warned. You got severe thunderstorm warnings. These are all for damaging wind over 60 miles per hour. Let's see what we got here. And these go from anywhere from like 8:30 Central to 9:30 Eastern. So, which would be 8:30 Central. So bottom line is that's going to be a lot of straight line damaging wind. We've had some reports of flooding. I know we had a bunch of flooding up around Green Bay and areas west of there last night. You got a lot of factors going here. There's also some snow melt. You know, still there's been a lot of snow melt over the last couple of days from the UP in northern Wisconsin trying to drain down toward the south. We've had round after round of rain coming through different parts of Wisconsin. And now we got the training going on. I mean, I remember just a couple of hours ago, because I've got very good friends here that I was in close contact with as that tornado warned storm was coming through west of Milwaukee. And they were getting rained on for quite a while. They've been getting rained on for a while. And look at this. There's more coming in. And Haley was just talking about this. It's oriented a little bit west to east. It's taken its time working through from northwest to southeast. So point is, it's doing this training thing where a lot of the same areas here are getting rained on for a long period of time. Again, seeing some reports of flooding anywhere between Milwaukee and Green Bay. And I think we'll start to see some more reports of flooding. You can see the flash flood warnings all along I-94. Between Madison and Milwaukee. That's a really heavily traveled area, and then south of Dubuque over into southwestern Wisconsin. So not seeing them extend that tornado warning right now from Freeport into Rockford. Before we go to break here, let me real quick take one more look at this on the velocities, and it doesn't look quite as bad as it did. Whoops, let me check. Yeah, remember when we were looking at this here at the beginning of this block? It's kind of not looking quite as bad. And we switched the radar. You can definitely see some rotation in the radar to the southeast here. So yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that. But it doesn't look like the Weather Service is going to extend the tornado warning. And that's the only tornado warning on the board. Coming up, we'll recap the confirmed tornadoes that we have. Stay close.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow. Oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Pet owners know the struggle. Your best bud can track all sorts of gunk indoors. Now there's a simple solution. It's Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that keeps your dog's paws clean before they make a mess inside. Use Muddy Mat under your pet's food dish, in the bathroom, even catch spills in the kitchen. Call or go online to order your Muddy Mat right away. Through this introductory offer, order 2 and get 1 free for only $19.95 each.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
All right, here is some video from earlier. Great job getting this, guys. Thank you so much. $50, that's hail that's bigger than a $50 for sure. Easily golf ball sized hail there in Madtown, Madison, Wisconsin. That's a place I know pretty well, my alma mater. Haven't been there since 2007 though. I imagine it's changed quite a bit. I do remember a hailstorm while I was there though. We were out on a patio in one of the apartments. Man, that was a long time ago, 05, something like that. Cool stuff. You guys got some hail. I'm sure it was damaging in some cases. Madison's a town where there's a lot of cars that are parked outside. I'm sure we got a lot of cars that are dented and all that kind of stuff. And we would love to share your pictures and video. And we made it super easy. If you just scan the QR code on your screen, if you saw anything cool today, if you got some pictures of some hail or any damage or anything like that, we can turn it around super quick. And Chris is always watching this. So just scan the QR code. You can just go straight into your phone and upload a picture or video. It gives us the, the clearance to use it, and then we'll throw it up there with your name. And I will be very, very thankful too, I promise, all right? We'll give you some credit for it. We appreciate that for anybody that does it. Rockford, Illinois, get ready. You got a storm coming in. Doesn't look like they're gonna extend the tornado warning on this one. But just looking at the history of this storm, let's see, west of Freeport, a little north of Pearl City. So this is about, this is about 35 to 40 miles west of Rockford. This storm has a history of producing damage. Trees down blocking roads. This was in central Stevenson County. A tornado possible there. Sorry, let me zoom in on this. I was going to do the wide view, but now I want to zoom into this a little bit. Okay, so Rockford, Illinois. Again, this is the tornado warning. They've just shaved off the backside of it. The rotation was here. I'm not seeing them extend this. They still might. Not seeing as much rotation in it as we did not long ago. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep this as a severe thunderstorm warning. It's looking more like a line, not like you can't have a tornado spin up within a line. But here is your storm. And it's right on your doorstep in Rockford, and there's some wild lightning still going on in Freeport. Look at this, Freeport, you guys were just in this part of the storm, and now you're gonna be in the heavy rain here still. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of training for you guys, meaning just getting rained on over and over and over again. And that's why You see some of these flash flood warnings. Again, I know there's a lot of stuff going on this map, but that's a flash flood warning. This is a flash flood warning, okay? This is your tornado warning right here, and then the yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the situation up in northern Illinois. Yeah, trees down there, west of Freeport. They're saying tornado possible, and if you go back and look at this, there was actually a pretty solid rotation. You can't see it as well now. Let's see. Yeah, this was it. See, to me, this has that tornado-y type of look to it. There are some aliasing issues here with the velocity data, but I can still tell based on experience that, and that's actually exactly where the report was. Yeah, literally just north of Pearl City. So that was probably a brief tornado. Now, look what happens to this as it moves forward. And again, this was a little while ago, about, 30 minutes ago, something like that. As you go forward in time, you see that the rotation weakens pretty quickly. That's been a hallmark of today, all across this upper Midwest area. There have been several tornadoes that have looked really bad on radar and had that look where, clearly it was very strong while it was down, and then I'd be looking at the radar signature, super worried, like, oh my God, we're going to have a long track violent tornado here. This is going to be a really, long track bad one, and then it will lift. So as bad as some of these radar signatures have been, they haven't really had staying power, and that's actually a really good thing to see, obviously. I was really worried for my buddies in Brookfield, west of Milwaukee, when we had a tornado in Sussex, which is like, I don't know, six miles northwest of them, and then it kind of died down. Yeah, but Rockford, be prepared. Here we go. We got a storm coming in. Let me go back to the radar on this. And this is going to be some damaging wind. So you have a severe thunderstorm warning here in Rockford. Let's see what we got on this one. Let me go to the query on it. It's probably going to pick the tornado line. Let me just go like this. Come on, pick this for me. There we go. 70-mile-per-hour wind, 1-inch hail. So the way that these storm systems work out is initially you get the threat for the really big hail and the strong tornadoes. And as you get deeper into the night, things congeal into more of a line. It becomes more of a damaging straight line wind threat. You can still see some hail, but it's not as big. You can still see a spin-up tornado, but they don't have as much staying power. They're not quite as strong, etc. And I can actually show that to you here. It's really kind of interesting to see how this all panned out earlier on today. And I'll show this to you what happened yesterday also. So here's today. Okay, here's the clock, 2 p.m. Pay attention to this whole area in here. All right, we're going to move it forward in time. Look at this. Storms just start to pop. All of a sudden, you got tornado and hail report. You got hail reports here. Storms continue to pop. This is right at the beginning. Like immediately, you're seeing reports of huge hail all over the place. And a lot of these reports are of like baseball-sized hail. Okay, tornadoes, hail, tornadoes, hail. Are you seeing any straight line damaging wind reports? Not seeing many. I'm sure there was some in there, but it's all tornadoes and hail. And then now watch this. It starts to congeal into a line, and then you start to see more of like these. Actually, I think a better example is what happened yesterday, and I just want to like have a little teaching moment here because this was just a phenomenal example of what I was talking about there. Remember, storms initially form tornadoes and big hail. Watch this. Let me take this back in time. Oh no, I gotta fix this. Oh no, it's good. Okay, we're good. Okay, watch this. This was yesterday. And so we're talking about like Minnesota, northern Iowa, and Wisconsin. Here is the clock. So this was Monday. Take it forward. Look at this. Hail, tornadoes. Okay? If I take this off, look, the storms don't even look that big, but they're producing massive hail, individual cells. Hail, tornadoes. We go forward in time. More hail, more tornadoes. Couple reports of some straight line damaging wind. Now, at this point, 8 p.m., look at what starts to happen. It starts to form into more of a line. Okay? Let me throw the storm reports back on, and then watch what happens. This actually happened after we left, Chris. This line of storms here dove down into southeastern Wisconsin. Look at this. And all of a sudden, you got all straight line damaging wind from that. So that was like the perfect progression. All the individual cells here with the hail and the tornadoes, and then it congealed into a line and produced all this straight line damaging wind. And so when you look at what's going on with today's storms right now, look at this. I'll pull this up. This might take a second to load, but we're seeing less of the tornado warnings. Let's see, Winnebago County, Illinois. I see a new one there. Did they extend that one? They did extend it. So Rockford is now under a tornado warning. And there's actually another tornado warning just south of Milwaukee. So again, this is for like the chance of a spin-up tornado within the line. So we'll watch, let's see, we could probably throw up a Milwaukee camera too at some point here. I don't know if we have anything in Waukesha County, west of town, Brookfield, Elm Grove, Waukesha is another good one, WAU. I'm just throwing out a few names for Chris to search for, for cameras. I know we got a lot of cameras out there. So again, most of what you're going to see in here is straight line damaging wind, but let's investigate these storms a little bit. We'll have a good look at this one with the radar. Let's go to this. It's a new one just south of Sullivan. I believe that's actually where the radar site is, if I'm not mistaken. Why is the Sullivan radar not coming up here? Am I crazy? Let me double check on this. Sam, do we have the Sullivan radar turned on? Yeah, it should be like just west of Milwaukee. Yeah, like east of Jefferson, like that radar site's right there, but it doesn't look like it's picking up on it. I think we got K-Lot here. Let's just double check it because we'll need it for the next couple hours. It might have gone under the radar. You see what I did there? Okay. Let's check on the velocities with this. So this is going to include Mukwonago, Waukesha, Genesee, Eagle, Muskego. I used to work at a golf course out here in Eagle when I was in high school. It's my old stomping grounds. Finally, an area that I know how to say all the town names. This is great. But yeah, so that is for, let me go to this here. This is for Jefferson and Waukesha counties until 9 p.m. Now, it does not include like, yeah, it's mostly like the central and southern part of Waukesha County, a little bit of Jefferson County here, a little bit of Jefferson County, mostly central and southern Waukesha County. Now, this is important too. This is something I was learning from my friends, which I knew already, but they were telling me like, again, they live here. Earlier, they had a tornado warning, and they were texting me saying, hey, our tornado sirens went off for like 2 minutes, and then they turned off. So that's what happens. When the tornado warning is issued, if you are anywhere in the county that this polygon is touching, your tornado sirens will go off. Now, I think that's a big problem, because here's Waukesha County right here. Here's your tornado warning. So if you live like up in Menominee Falls, you're still going to hear the tornado sirens going off because you're part of this county, even though the tornado warning is way to your south and you're in no danger of a tornado. So that's just something, it's like 2026. We got to fix that somehow. I think it's outrageous that still happens. And then this is like the egregious one when it happens. Like here's Jefferson County, tiny little shred of Jefferson County in the southeastern part of the county is under a tornado warning, but I guarantee that your tornado sirens probably went off in like Jefferson, Watertown. Well, maybe you guys are just across there, but Fort Atkinson, Lake Ripley, etc. So again, this is why it's important to dig deeper for a little bit more information, just be kind of connected to what's going on with the weather. This does include New Berlin and Brookfield. So there you go. Hopefully you guys are watching, my buddies here. I'm going to take a peek at this off camera here because I think one of our radars is not working. I'm not seeing anything in here that's making me think tornado. I do see the rotation that sparked the Weather Service to issue this tornado warning, and that started kind of between Eagle and Palmyra here about 5 to 10 minutes ago. Now, as this has moved toward the east, the rotation has weakened quite a bit. I think you're probably in for a really big wind gust. There are a couple small areas of rotation here, but yeah, I think the rotation is really pittered out with that one. Could we see a new area of rotation form along that line? Yeah, we could. But yeah. Oh man, we're on the Grand Rapids radar here. Okay. Yeah, it'll load in. We'll give it another 5 minutes or so. It'll load in. Point is, I don't think there's a tornado here, so don't worry about it right now. If you live in like Mukwonago, Muskego, Brookfield, New Berlin, and you may want to be in the basement. It's going to be a huge gust of wind. If a new area of rotation pops up and I think there's a tornado, I'll let you know.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of airflow. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. Look, use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's power. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Get it today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the adjustable extension tube. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-4803 or go to bullseyeblower.com. That's 1-800-329-4803 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
This is a Fox weather alert. We've got a bunch of nasty, severe storms that are going on up in parts of Wisconsin. It's southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. And folks, this is my old stomping ground, okay? So I actually know how to pronounce a lot of the city names. This is a little bit different than usual. We got a couple tornado warnings that just came out. One of them is for southern Waukesha County. Let's see, we got another one rolling into Lake Geneva right now. Let me double check and see which county we got down here. We got Walworth County. So Delavan taking the worst of that storm right now. It's going to move out toward Lake Geneva and Elkhorn. Again, I'm looking at my own program over here, which has a bit of a higher resolution look at the radar. I'm not concerned about this Waukesha County storm anymore. There is not much rotation. I see why they put out the tornado warning initially. There was some rotation, but as is often the case, once these storms form into a line, the spin-up tornadoes, they happen really quickly. So there'll be like a spin-up, and the Weather Service looks at it, and they're like, oh my God, we got to put a tornado warning on it. And they do, and then it spins itself out, and it's just gone within like 5 or 10 minutes, and then they're left with this huge tornado warning. It's like, oh, what do we do with this? Maybe we just leave it up in case another one spins up. There's no tornado anywhere within that warning, I can guarantee you that. Although this one to the south, I'm a little more concerned about, and it is a spin-up that's pretty well north of Lake Geneva, a little bit closer to East Troy. So if you go up I-43, just pretty close to East Troy here, and by the way, I'm going to switch things up here. Give me a quick second. I got to throw some roads on here. So we're going to start from scratch. What other towns do we have here? This is, again, Walworth County. We're south of Mukwonago, and we're up close to East Troy along I-43. Let me zoom in on this. So again, this is the Waukesha County warning, not concerned about a tornado in there. This one I am concerned about a tornado in, not in Lake Geneva, but actually north of there. So, okay, now we got the good radar here. Now we're going to be cooking with fire. Check this out. So now I can actually show you what I'm talking about. Check this out. So here's Lake Geneva, Spring Prairie. This right here is the area that I'm concerned about the tornado there. So that's like down along I-43 near East Troy. It's going to be headed in this direction. Let's double check on this. Yeah, that's our first scan from there. Here's why I'm not concerned about a tornado in Waukesha County, by the way. You can see New Berlin up here, Brookfield out here. You can see all this gray between the red and the green. You don't see a spin up. Oops. Like, you see what this looks like down here? That's a spin up. Green's toward the radar. Radar's up in Sullivan. Red's away from the radar. So that's counterclockwise spin right there. And up here, this tornado warning should be canceled pretty soon. It should have been canceled a little while ago. But yeah, Walworth County, this is like the nature of the game from here on out. We don't have the big supercells that are going to have these long-lasting tornadoes anymore. What we're going to have is a line of storms that's producing generally a lot of straight-line damaging winds, 70-plus miles per hour. And then along that line, somewhere you can get these little notches, like you get these little pieces of inflow into the front of it, right? And then sometimes that can spin a little bit with the with just the strength of the regular wind from the storm. So again, we're just south of East Troy here, and that's where we could see a tornado. Again, you get farther toward the south, there's a little spin up here too, just on the north side of Lake Geneva, but it's not looking too bad overall. And you know, my thing, I'm cool with the tornado warning, I guess, like for something like this, certainly. But sometimes what you see the Weather Service do is they put out like a blanket tornado warning for an area where there could be a quick little spin up or two, where even if you do get like one of those tornadoes that spins up, you've already got a line of storms that's producing 70-plus mile per hour winds. So is it that much of a difference? Do we really need to scare everybody with the tornado warning? When I mean, it's a discussion. It's a discussion to be had. And to be fair, they're not here to like defend their side. And I know there are other thoughts on that, so we don't need to get too much into that. Again, Waukesha County are still looking pretty good. Let's go down to Rockford. How does the camera? Oh, well, of course the camera's down below me. I hadn't even been paying attention to that. And this is not in a great radar spot, so we're not going to have a good look at it. But yeah, from what I can see, it's very tough to tell from radar. So when you're not in a good radar spot, it's best to just take this, take the storm seriously. Does it switch? Did you swap out K-Lot? Is that what you did, Sam? It's a tough one. This is one of those nights where we got stuff going on all over the place. We got to pick a certain amount of high-res radars. So that's okay. I got my stuff off to the side here. I'll be able to analyze this stuff. Yeah, the Rockford storm, this was a rotation that started farther toward the west. We watched it over in Freeport for a while. It's been just cruising down I-20. And now you guys in Rockford are going to take the worst of the storm. Now, here's something that's a little bit rough about this storm. This line of storms is not moving very quickly to the southeast. It's doing a lot of this west to east movement while it's very slowly moving toward the southeast. What does that mean? That means that a lot of these areas are going to be getting rained on nonstop for a very long period of time. I mean, Chris, Freeport, remember how heavily it was raining in Freeport when we started the show? It was like 35 minutes ago, and they're still smack dab in the middle of it. And I'm sure Chris is about to pull up that camera from Freeport because...
We actually lost their camera.
Oh,
it looks like it went down.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, Rockford, this is going to be an interesting camera to watch. You can see all the lightning, and you guys are about to get hammered by that storm right on your doorstep. So we're going to start to see the rain coming in pretty soon. And actually, I want to stick with this camera because while I'm not totally convinced that there's a tornado in there, I think that we're going to see a really strong wind gust when this stuff comes in. So yeah, we'll stick with this one for a little bit. Let's leave the camera up. In the meantime, let me just back out a little bit and make sure that nothing is going on anywhere else. You will, from time to time, see me look up at the alert system. Oh, by the way, this Walworth County tornado warning down in southeast Wisconsin got extended into Racine County. So it's just an extension of the warning that we were just looking at. So let's look at the velocities again. And yeah, there's a couple spin-ups in here. So I see why the Weather Service did this. I'm good with it. South of East Troy, that's definitely the most significant part of the line that's spinning. And when you look out ahead of this, again, I actually haven't been down in this area too much. Hillburn, East Troy, especially the south side of town, north of Honey Lake, and then you're going to get over into Racine County, the new warning. This could be headed toward Waterford. So Waterford, I know that's one of the more populated cities around the area. Burlington, down here toward the south. I'm less concerned about a tornado in Burlington, although we got to watch this little spin up right here. So we got two areas of spin that are ongoing right now. And the bigger towns that are out ahead of these main areas of spin, what did I just had? I just had Waterford on here, right? Okay, so I had Waterford and Burlington. These are the next towns that I'm watching for these areas of spin to possibly be moving in. And again, I know it's like a big tornado warning. This is why I like getting into the nitty-gritty, the super high resolution data, because, okay, now they're saying tornado confirmed on this one. Okay, great. Meaning great, now we have the information, not great that there's actually a tornado. I'm going to assume it's this. Let me look at the CC on it. What are you seeing, Chris? This might be a little behind. Let me check on the other radar here. Sometimes these can be a little goofy. I'm just going to assume it's that area of spin right there, right? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so this is it. It just updated. All right, so exactly what I was just saying. This is a confirmed tornado now. We can see tornado debris. So again, this is eastern Walworth County in Wisconsin. You can see the little notch right here, just southeast of East Troy on the southeast side of town. So if you live in Waterford, or you have friends that live there, call them and tell them to get in their tornado shelter, which is the lowest level of their house, as close to the center of it as you can possibly get. This is north of Honey Lake. So north side of Honey Lake and Waterford, get in your tornado shelters now. Now, I will say this. You know, this doesn't look to me like it's going to be one of these like EF3+ long track violent tornadoes. An EF0 or an EF1 or an EF2 tornado is still a really big deal, okay? And it's a fast, it'll be kind of a fast-moving batch of storms here. Yeah, you can see the movement from west to east on this is pretty quick. And so, yeah, they've just upgraded this to pink also, meaning confirmed tornado. Now, again, this is a lot of real estate that's being covered by the tornado warnings, okay? And again, great job by the Weather Service. Nothing against what they're doing. But there are a lot of people within this confirmed tornado warning area that are not going to see a tornado. The tornado itself is extremely small compared to the amount of real estate that's covered by these warnings. And so we can actually see where the tornado is, or can we anymore? This is kind of what we've been dealing with. This is it right here. Let me zoom out. So this little thing of yellow and green, that's the tornado. That's prompting this entire area to be under a tornado confirmed warning. All right, and we can clearly see which direction it's moving. It was moving from southwest to northeast, and it's disappeared. So I talked about this before. It's like, it's a really tough situation for the Weather Service to handle because they see the spin up, they put the tornado warning on it, they see the debris signature, we know there's a tornado down, they put the tornado confirmed warning out, you've got all these people under a tornado warning, and then it starts to spin itself out. But it's starting to move into Waterford right now, so we can get into the semantics of it later. Norway and Waterford, let's get in your tornado shelters. Let me just peek along this line here too and see if anything else is spinning up. Getting farther from the radar site here, but yeah, west of Bloomfield here, that does look a little interesting. You see that gate-to-gate shear right there, the green's right on top of the reds. Basically, like, if I wanted to teach people how to understand what I'm looking at here, where you see some room here, some breathing room between the red and the green, like some of these gray colors, that's a good sign. I mean, you're still going to get straight line wind, but then where you see like this gate-to-gate kind of thing, like this down here, where you see reds directly on top of greens, unlike this, where you see some breathing room in between them, this would have me more concerned about like an area that could be a possible tornado there. And, well, I think I don't know if we can actually match them up there to do a tornado debris kind of thing. But I'm not seeing the debris anymore from this one. So who knows? Maybe you guys in Waterford lucked out a little bit. We'll see. Either way, we do have to grab a super quick break. A lot of action in southeastern Wisconsin. Forecast models did a good job with this. And I know you had a confirmed tornado in Sussex earlier. That was west of Milwaukee. We had a confirmed tornado near Union Center. That's in far western Wisconsin. And more confirmed tornadoes than that. Once this stuff lets up, I'll do kind of a recap and show you exactly where everything went down. Hang tight. It's Fox Weather at Night. We'll be right back.
Oof, this is embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at the 4 Patriots warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 3-month survival food kit flew off the shelves. So we told the team, make more. And wow, they delivered. But thanks to supply delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy a 3-month kit, get 2 more months absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last.
Forget do-nothing dusters, bulky brooms, and clumsy vacuums. Inside or out, no matter where dust hides, blast it with Bullseye Air Blaster and clear messes away faster. The cordless, powerful Bullseye Air Blaster quickly blasts away debris from in between your seats, spills in your truck bed, and so much more. A turbocharged 80,000 RPM motor moves concentrated air to target any mess and blast it away instantly. It puts the power of a full-size blower in the palm of your hand. Just watch how it handles this table full of candles. Now that's Bullseye blasting power. Forget expensive canned air. Air Blaster gives you a microblast of air to clean anywhere. Now easily blast away dust from keyboards and computers. It features 2 different nozzles to create the perfect airstream wherever you want to clean. There's even an inflation nozzle, and you can adjust your blasting power from max strength for tough jobs to minimum airflow for delicate dusting. It's great for all over the house, even those crumbs in the couch. It's rechargeable for hours of continuous use. Take it camping to keep tents dirt-free, or blast in air to keep the fire going. And it's compact enough to store anywhere. Get your Bullseye Air Blaster complete with different nozzle attachments, the charging cord, and a money-back guarantee for just $39.99. And we're not done. We'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all. The Bullseye Air Blaster, free shipping, and a money-back guarantee, all for one incredible price. This deal won't last, so act fast. Here's how.
Call 1-800-506-6819 or go to bullseyeblaster.com. So call 1-800-506-6819 or go online to bullseyeblaster.com.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
Right, we got big thunderstorms moving through southeastern Wisconsin. Nice shot here from Muskego, Wisconsin. Just getting slammed by this storm right now. And we've got a couple of tornado warnings that are out. Milwaukee proper, you guys are done with the worst of the storms as far as the severe threat goes. The tornado threat, the damaging wind and the hail. I'm talking about the city of Milwaukee proper. But you have flooding. I'm seeing pictures on social media of some significant flooding going on around Milwaukee. What was one of these? Again, I don't have access to this picture yet. I'm just going to tell you. Yeah, it looks like it's on some highway. It could be I-45 or something like that. But like I'm seeing like vans underwater. There are some cars that are underwater. So this flooding situation is going to be a very big deal. From Milwaukee to places west of there because they got so much rain. And I think we're going to see flooding farther toward the south. Now, you may be asking yourself, I see these purple warnings, these tornado warnings, meaning tornado confirmed warnings that are on the map. We've got a good radar spot here, so let's investigate these a little bit. This was the original reason, or was it? Let me back this up a little bit. No, actually, this was the original reason that the tornado confirmed warning came out. This is a very unique it's not a unique situation. It happens very often. But the point is there's a line of storms where it's mostly straight line damaging wind. You've got a couple little spin-ups that are trying to spin up along the line. This one, as it came out of Walworth County into western Racine County, did briefly produce a tornado debris signature, meaning that the radar could actually see the tornado. This was it right here. And this was at 8:35 Central, okay? So let me zoom in on this. So this was coming out of eastern Walworth County into the Walworth area, or into the Waterford area, excuse me. So there was your tornado debris signature, 8:34, and then we go to 8:40, and it pretty much disappeared. More or less disappeared. I mean, you go back, you could clearly see where the rotation was with this, and I was talking about it. South of East Troy, there it was. That was the rotation that caused the warning. Rotation's still kind of there, but at this point, the debris signature wasn't there anymore, and that's not the tightest rotation in the world. And then that one fell apart, and now we've got kind of a newer one here. Let's investigate this one. The point I'm trying to make is, like Racine, you don't need, like, there's not a confirmed tornado headed toward Racine. I'm curious why. Like, I kind of wish the Weather Service could just make like a smaller, you know, they picked all of Racine County here, and you got all these towns like Burlington, Union Grove, Racine, probably worried that you're going to get hit by a tornado, but there's no reason to be scared right now in Racine. I mean, if there is a reason to be worried, it's the fact that this line of storms is headed your way, and there could be a tornado that could form at some point, but right now, there is not a confirmed tornado headed toward Racine. Now, this is interesting, and we're going to have to watch this very closely. This is not what prompted the warning. They've dropped it for Walworth County now, by the way, and I want to see what happens with this over the next couple of scans, because that is a heck of a piece of inflow coming in here. You know, as soon as I feel like as soon as I've just said Racine, you don't need to worry. Now I'm wondering what's going to happen with that, but we do need to see the next scan on it. And could that turn into something interesting? It certainly could. Yeah, there's definitely a notch. If you zoom out, this is mostly a linear mode, meaning we've got a line of storms here, which usually means straight line damaging wind is going to be the big deal. And by the way, the camera that you're seeing is in Big Bend. You said that was north of Waterford, Chris? Yeah. Okay, north of Waterford, so it's up here somewhere. I've not actually heard of that town, even though I'm from southeastern Wisconsin. Oh, I see it. Yeah, Big Bend, it's like up here. So it's a little bit outside the warning, but it gives you an idea of just what it looks like in these storms. These are hellacious storms in here. These are storms that are going to be dropping a huge amount of rain. Not as much hail anymore. I'm not seeing many reports of hail coming out of these anymore. Let's see. We've got one big. Is that a mesoscale discussion or a? Okay, good. For a second, I thought it was a huge tornado warning, but it was a mesoscale discussion. That's a little inside baseball there. Sorry, guys. So this is what we have left, and I'll zoom out for you guys so you can see what we're dealing with here. Still some severe thunderstorm warnings. This is it's going to be like the end phase of what was a big severe weather outbreak, along with several tornadoes a couple of hours ago. Again, we're switching over to linear storms. We got a nasty storm that's rolling over Lake Michigan right now. That's now prompted a severe thunderstorm warning over, let's see, that's the Grand Rapids area, Muskegon. So, Muskegon would be a great camera right now. Muskegon, Michigan, Grand Rapids, maybe we can pull some of those up. And I want to stick with this storm here in Racine County, Wisconsin. Let me see what we got going on there right now. All right, so I don't believe we've gotten a new scan yet, but this has me slightly concerned. There's no confirmation of a tornado that's in progress right this second. Although there is the possibility that could be a little bit of tornado debris. So where's that? I was saying. The terminal looks legit. Yeah. Oh, you're talking the terminal Doppler at Milwaukee? Yes. Okay. If that's how it looks more legit. Okay. No, that's good to know. Okay, great. Okay, so what Chris is saying is that, you coming in, Sam?
Oh, I was going to say, you can clearly see on the terminal and that it's more than one area of rotation.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so long story short here, there is a radar site which we are not displaying right now, which is it's the airport. It's higher resolution actually, and it takes like a lower scan so you can see things a little bit better. And what they're saying, and I'm trying to pull it up here in GR and it's not loading. Huh. Anyway, I wonder if you could pop that in at some point. What do you think, Sam? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the worst of the storm is going right over there. So it'll take a few minutes to come in here, guys. Let's see. For some reason, this scan has been just sitting here for, I feel like, the last 10, 15 minutes. What's going on here? 8:51, I don't think so. It's been that same scan since 8:43. We need a new one. I really want to see what's going on with that. Okay, let's assume tornado. So, Chris, you're telling me it's got like a tornado-y look to it? I might just have
Yeah, Sam pointed that out too. Yeah, there were multiple areas of tight rotation.
All right, I want to see this. I got to see it with my own eyes. Going to the app. Sorry, I got to do it. I'm velocity. All right, where are we at here? Oh yeah. Yeah, a couple spin-ups in there. Let's see, not far from Eagle Lake, Yorkville, Union Grove. Yeah, so this is way behind. This is way behind. I mean, the storm is like out in this area right now. Kind of frustrating. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, so we'll just stick with this right now. The velocity data is way behind, it looks like, but we've got a couple spin-ups that are within that area, so...
I think they just updated the confirmed tornado warning. That one, they just, I think, extended it.
Yeah, it looks like they did. They upped it. What I think they did also was shave the back end of it off, right? Yeah, because this is Racine County here. And so we've got some rotation here. Oh, yeah. Now, again, I'm looking at this off camera a little bit. It's showing a couple of areas of rotation. We'll be able to show you this here in just a second. We're ingesting the terminal Doppler radar, which is the radar from Mitchell Airport, which is up here in northern Racine County, and it'll have a really good look at what I'm trying to narrate here. But there are a couple of areas of spin, and on the latest scan, actually, this looks like it's pretty close to Union Grove. Okay, so Union Grove,
we have a good camera from Caledonia.
Okay, cool. Caledonia. Yeah, Caledonia is like on the northeast side up here. So
yeah, you just there it is.
Okay, so I'm thinking that there could be a tornado down near Union Grove right now. Okay, Union Grove, Wisconsin. Get in your basement, get in your safe space, all that kind of stuff. Yorkville, I'm not as concerned about a tornado. And then let's see. Well, Raymond is north of there. You're getting a pretty good gust of wind. In Caledonia, you guys are about to get a pretty good gust of wind with this too as it crosses I-41. But it's been interesting to watch this. Just kind of looking at there were a bunch of different areas of rotation out here, and it's all congealed into one that's just moving into Union Grove as we speak. So that's a possible tornado there. There's not, this is the remnants of a confirmed tornado that we had earlier that was actually in northeastern Walworth County. And now what we're seeing with this is, I don't think this is a confirmed tornado, but based on what I'm seeing on radar, I think there is a tornado down. Like, again, I haven't seen like a storm chaser saying that they're seeing a tornado. I'm not seeing a report of one. And this is one of those situations where it'll drop a tornado and the tornado lifts. Drop a tornado and the tornado lifts. Union Grove is where it's at right now. That's all you need to know. I'm sorry I keep talking in circles here. There's a view from Caledonia, a little bit north of where the tornado would be. So again, you're probably not going to see any kind of tornado when the lightning strikes there. That's going to be a brutal gust of wind though. Let's see if my velocities have updated yet. There you go. Okay, and like I was saying, now you can see it. Again, near Union Grove, that's where the rotation is. And even on the terminal Doppler, guys, it's not looking brutally strong. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of the times you'll get in a situation where you'll see a rotation, which is what I saw on the last scan of this radar, on the higher resolution terminal Doppler that I'm looking at off camera here. There's no staying power, which is great. That's a really good thing. So you're getting these spin-ups, and for a scan, maybe 2 scans in a row, they will look pretty nasty. And look at this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, put this up. We're getting some new pictures and videos here. This is sent in by somebody anonymous in Milwaukee. A couple of things I want you to notice here. Okay, so that's Capitol Drive. Look at that. And it looks like it's probably from a couple hours ago. Maybe that was the initial storm that came through. So yeah, we're starting to get some flooding videos. Guys, thank you so much for sending these to us. This helps me astronomically tell the story because, you know, what I'm dealing with right now is the fact that the sun's down, right? So it's very tough to see from the cameras that we're looking at, etc. You can just scan the QR code on your screen if you want to share any pictures or videos with us. Thank you to the guys that sent us stuff. There's some serious flooding going on in Milwaukee, and we've got one part of the storm that is possibly producing a tornado. But it doesn't look like it's a big, violent, long-track tornado. That is in southern Racine County near Union Grove. Quick break. We'll get right back to it after the break.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean.